energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'm a word. Through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You insane now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
And hello, everybody. Welcome to all you guys back into the Snapdragon Pro Series. Gonna be an exciting day today. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the one, the only Moon Boy, all the way from Singapore. And I'm glad to have you back in the studio, my man.
Yo, it's great to be back once again for yet another playoff. And this is a new season, so I don't know what to expect coming in as well.
Oh yeah, speaking of new season as well, this is literally officially the first tournament to run on the new patch for Legends of Runeterra. So we're going to be running through all of that. It's going to be a lot of exciting matchups to begin here, and I can't wait to see how this is all going to go down. So, in any case, my man, I mean, this new patch released only 2 weeks ago. What's been your feeling about the Legend of Runeterra meta so far?
Well, this new patch introduced us to 3 new champions, right? And you know, they are just wreaking havoc on ladder right now, right? We have seen Seraphine doing her thing, singing her song, and Vayne just tumbling and rolling around everywhere. So I expect a lot of this kind of games coming forward. It's either, you know, they are playing these 2 new decks, or they're just gonna be, you know, countering it.
That's why that's going to be quite interesting, especially when we delve down into what our fellow competitors have brought to the table here. I think there's definitely going to be some interesting things to highlight here. But nevertheless, though, this is going to be an exciting one because we're talking about the top 8 right now in Asia Pacific playing here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So make sure you guys stay excited for this because it's been a long journey for our 8 players here. They started things off from the Open Qualifiers where we ran 3 weeks of 3 different cups. So once you get through that particular gauntlet, then it's going to be the gauntlet of the round of 32s where the Open Finals starts with a single elimination bracket. We distilled down the 32 players all the way down to 16, and from 16 we had a little elimination bracket as well to find our top 8, and that's where we are right now. This is the Open Finals split number 2, and these top 8s are all going to be vying for a slot into the big grand final.
Yep, it's not an easy task, ladies and gentlemen. This whole process takes about a month, and we're finally at our final lap right here with our final 8 players. They're not just playing for the prize money, and instead, you know, they're playing for pride and glory and naming themselves the champion of the Snapdragon Pro Series Legends of Runeterra.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and have a look at the competitors. This is the bracket that we're going to be running with for today. And starting things off, we're going to be seeing a matchup between Jinso and Hota Bamju, and they're going to be the first matchup for today, both of them hailing from the Philippines. But we also have some Thai representation that's going to be coming in our next round, which is going to be Odyssey versus Sea Hitter. Then we got Tinley and Artify from PH as well as Thailand, respectively. Both of them are from Philippines. And then last but not least, we'll have Trap God and KDF Kamdong. Trap God, of course, he is from the Philippines. Kamdong, powerhouse from Korea.
Yep, lots of new names coming in for this tournament, for the playoffs as well. But, you know, we cannot underestimate these players. Players like, you know, Artify. This is his first time in the playoff, but this guy is one of the top players in the region.
Yeah, and of course, if they do make it through this round of 8, it's going to be to the round of 4, and then from the round of 4, it's going to be the Open Final itself, and there's plenty to play for here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a prize pool that all these players are vying to get a little slice of. Starting from that first place, you'll be going home with a total cash prize of 2,000 Singapore dollars. Then second place will come home with 1,000 only, and then third place will have 500. And then from fourth onwards, it's all going to be played for coins. Fourth place will still get the lion's share of the coins there with 2,000 coins in hand. Fifth to eighth place only gets 1,200 coins. 9 to 16 only 600 coins, and 17 to 32 300. So at least you don't even get to go home empty-handed, even if you made it to the round of 32.
Exactly. With these coins, you know, you could buy your new skins, your new board for your game experience as well. So there's something to take home right after this tournament.
Exactly. So let's go ahead and introduce to you our first two competitors, starting with Jin Seoul. He started this open final seeding in first seed here, so definitely a very confident spot for sure. Has a qualifier ranking of first place during the first cup of the first week, and his favorite champion, Rek'Sai.
Wow, I mean, this guy, you know, favorite champion being Rek'Sai, likely he's gonna be a aggressive player. He's all about those, you know, big monsters and big move, attacking again and again. Let's just see what kind of deck he brings forward today.
Exactly. So let's go ahead and have a look at Bamju here coming up, and I think he's gonna have a slightly different approach as well as far as his deck list is concerned. So Hoda Bamju also hails from the Philippines, had an open final seeding of 8th, took 3rd place during the first cup. His favorite champion though is Swain.
Yep, representing home of the Aces. This guy, you know, he's part of one of the biggest clan right here in the region. So lots of things to expect coming in from Bamju, right? Representing with Hota in his name as well. I don't know, man. This is going to be a really tough top 8 for both players.
Indeed, indeed. And of course, you know, when you make it this stage, you've got to expect every single matchup to be as tough as the other. And boy, oh boy, given the level of experience that we can see from all 8 of these players here, I'm expecting sparks to fly once these guys meet out on the battlefield. So let's have a look at the deck that they have brought into this game here. So break it down for us, Moonboy.
No problem. So Jin Seoul coming in with Gangplank Sejuani, MF Queen Scouts, and Fizz Riven. These 3 decks are kind of old school moving forward, but hey, they are still really strong deck for any tournament lineup. But however, on the other hand, you know, Hota Bamju coming in with Poppy Tariq, Renekton, Akshan, Darius. Like, this is a 6 champions deck, by the way, and also a TF Swain. So we are not seeing any new champions for the very first game, but all 6 decks coming in is going to be solid, and it's going to be really tough for both of them.
I mean, it definitely makes sense, you know, right? This is still a new patch. Players are still kind of getting the grips with like the current meta, so it does make sense for them to come with like the tried and true classics. Let's put it that way, coming this. But Hota Bamju bring in a deck with 6 champions inside. That's such a unique deck, isn't it?
Yep. I mean, it's just a mess, right? But you know, looking at the deck list later on is going to be really interesting as well. But before that, let's take a look at Jin Seoul's deck list right here. It's the Fizz Riven deck. This deck has been around since like 2-3 patches ago, but it's still running really strong, right? Nothing could target Fizz as long as you have spell mana open. It's not an option to even target Fizz in the first place. Stack on the Papercraft Dragon onto it as well. Fizz is going to be elusive and double strike, and they will combo you down as fast as possible. And you know, they have Ruin Reckoner in as well, so free attacks is not going to be a problem. So it's all about aggression coming in from this Fizz Riven.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's coming so aggressive right off the bat. I mean, you can clearly see the mana cost very much stacked towards that early, the 1 and 2 mana cost cards. So you know he wants to try basically spam as many attacks as he can to overwhelm or perhaps even dominate his opponents once we get onto the board. But let's go ahead and look at what Bamju's featured deck will be. And this guy's taking quite a different approach. I mean, covering a lot of different bases, it feels like. Especially, look at this deck. 6 champions inside there. I mean, it's such a crowd in that little deck, isn't it?
Yep, speaking of aggression, 6 different champions. You know, there's so much flexibility when it comes to the champion spot. But however, the main focus right here is the follower spot, right? It's filled with 1 cost and 2 cost units where it's going to be flooding the units entirely, right? You're going in with a zoo kind of strategy, like, you know, having a huge bench and finally finishing off with things like Noxian Fervor, Decimate, and Ruinous Path. It's all about burn. It's all about those big, small little pinch damage coming in from all this minion, but numbers makes lots of damage.
Yeah, I mean, given that Jinso also has a deck that has a lot of single or two cost cards as well. I mean, it seems like it's going to be a perfect kind of matchup to see who really is bringing in the better strategy into this match here. But what is going to be your take about this specific matchup, though? Who do you think is going to have like a distinct advantage coming into this one?
Well, coming in, Jinso, right? We saw that his decks are all really aggressive. Fizz, Riven, Gangplank, Sejuani, MF Quinn. It's all on the aggressive side. But however, his opponent, Bamju, he is kind of a little bit more well-rounded, right? He got the aggro tied down, he got the mid-range tied down, he got the control tied down as well. So, it seems like Jinso have the more consistent lineup, but if the game plan works in his favor, yes, of course, the aggressive deck is going to be stomping his way through because we are most likely to see TF Swain being banned by Jinso.
Yeah, exactly. And I think further to the point as well, Hota Bamju having a more well-rounded kind of deck list definitely does show that he's trying to consider different situations that he might encounter in this particular playoff. So, I mean, what do you think is going to be a kind of a curveball that he needs to kind of watch out for if you're going for that kind of like, let's say, style of play here? I mean, what kind of things could be a potential blind spot for him?
Well, I think, Bamju's game plan, right, is, with the aggressive deck, he wants to finish you fast. And from there, he will shift onto this Poppy Tariq and try to control and have a stable board to deal with the aggression that his opponent is likely going to have. So, Bamju is really afraid that, Poppy Tariq, there's a chance of it breaking. Right, not drawing into the right units, and if his hand is just filled with spells, that's the curveball that he don't want to see in this matchup because once you don't really have unit on the board, you are basically defenseless at that point in time.
Yeah, exactly. So let's go ahead and give a shout out to the people that made it possible for us to bring you guys these amazing matches. Starting off with Snapdragon Elite Gaming for when winning matters, and winning definitely matters a lot for us here in the Snapdragon Pro Series because that's exactly what every single player who plays in the series is looking for. Shout out as well to our second sponsor, which is going to be Monster Energy. Make sure you guys unleash the beast there by checking out their website, www.monsterenergy.com/gaming, to get all your energy drink needs. And introducing for the first time a brand new sponsor for the Snapdragon Pro Series, Kachi Shop. So if you are ever looking for a top up in order to get your favorite currencies for your favorite games, why don't you go check out Kachi Shop, because not only do they offer you reloads for all your favorite games, but on top of that, they offer plenty of discounts and bonuses as well. So if you're ever thinking about making a top up, why don't you consider Kachi Shop? Visit them at www.kachishop.com. So we're going to be coming into our first matchup here very, very soon. It's both going to be from the Philippine region here. I mean, the Philippines have been quite a powerhouse here in the Legend of Terra scene, haven't they?
Yep, I mean, they have probably one of the biggest community in the region as well. So, and we're going to be expecting a lot of good players, a lot of good plays coming in from these Filipino players. So it's going to be tight, it's going to be difficult. But, let's just talk a little bit more the rest of the top 8 as well, right? We have seen a lot of Korean and Japanese in the previous split, but this time is really Thai dominant.
Yeah.
So, it's just like, a new, fresh expansion, and it might give a little bit of change in the environment as well.
Exactly. I mean, it's so exciting as well to see so many new faces coming from Thailand specifically. I mean, to give you guys some context, like 70% of the top 8 here are literally made up of Thai players. So certainly this region is coming in full force just for this tournament alone. So wow, I mean, this is a really exciting time, I think, to be a Legends of Runeterra player, isn't it?
Yep, exactly right? And with Worlds around the corner as well, and with a new expansion, having so many champions in the mix, there's so many possibilities in this game. So there's not just one way of playing Legends of Runeterra. There are tons of ways to go about it, and this is probably the best time to do it.
Yeah, exactly. With the new patch, with Worlds coming around the corner, and make sure you guys check out Worlds as well. He's gonna be in that, maybe, hopefully,
hopefully.
But certainly it's gonna be, especially as a if you're someone who's into card games. I mean, why aren't you playing Legends of Terra right now? It's probably one of the most strategically deep card games I've ever seen, especially in this mobile space here. I mean, that's the thing. Like, what I love about it, yeah, like you mentioned, the flexibility, the kind of creativity you can see with some of the deck builds that these players come in here. But what do you think is probably going to be the most important thing to kind of like get up to speed with, if you're someone kind of like new to card games in general and wanting to jump into the Legends of Terra?
Well, maybe just understand the fundamentals of this game, right? Like, it's not just all about having good cards or even good units, but you also have to be a little bit more aware of what is your opponent is going to do, so that you could outplay your opponent in a sense, because there's like lots of layers when it comes to spell casting. There's fast speed, there's burst speed, there's slow speed as well. So understanding different type of speed style in this deck or in this game would bring you a longer mile in this game as well.
Yeah, exactly. So in any case, guys, make sure you guys stay tuned, because we're going to be playing this playoffs all the way to the end. So aside from the 4 matchups we mentioned earlier, we're going to be playing into the semifinals, and by the end of today we will also have the grand finals, where we determine who's going to be the champion of split number 2. So make sure you guys stay tuned, because we're going to be here for the long haul, definitely, for this competition alone. So nevertheless, though, when we come into this first matchup here, I mean, who would, like, looking at the deck list here, like, biggest threat that Bamju needs to get out of the way there from Jinsoul's side? I mean, who's going to ban out first?
Well, in my opinion, I would ban the Fist Riven deck, right? Because the Fist could just fly in out of nowhere and just do 20 damage to you for no reason, and there's no way that you could stop Fist from doing Fist shenanigans or Fist shenanigan, right? So I mean, just get it out of the way so that you could deal with the Gangplank Sejuani and the MF Quinn, because that is where bot focus. They are really bot focused kind of deck, and if you could control them and stop their tempo, that's an easier way for Bamju to actually go about this. So banning Fist Riven is probably my to-go choice if I'm Bamju.
Yeah, but then conversely for Jinsoul here, I mean, which is going to be the bigger threat here? Is it going to be that deck that's absolutely stacked with champions there, or do you think Jinsoul's decks right now could potentially deal with this one here?
Yeah, I mean, he could potentially deal with the 6 champions deck that Bamju actually have, as long as you could not allow those units to go through, right? Just take them out before it could do any damage. That is what's probably in his mind. And the deck that is of biggest threat right now is definitely going to be Twisted Fate Swain, right? There's so many units removal right here with Ravenous Flock, Disintegrate, Scorched Earth, Death's Hand. So, don't really want to deal with all this. Get it out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, given how annoying those kind of removals can be, you certainly want to be able to take that out of the pool here. So now we're going to be starting the banning phase here, and looks like it's going to be banning out the Gangplank and Sejuani here from the side of Bamju.
Wow, I mean, this is an interesting ban, right? Like, not allowing Gangplank Sejuani to do its free stuff. That's probably what's in his head. But let's just take a look at this. How are they going to play off? But ladies and gentlemen, off we go. The game number 1 of the top 8.
Yeah, seeing 1 spell card there for the side of Jinsoul, I believe, is going to be on top here, and then on the bottom, yeah, it's going to be Bamju. He has 2 spell cards in hand. Seems to be quite balanced in his end. He's already got a Twisted Fate in hand as well, but decides to mulligan at it and gets a spell card and a unit card instead. So now we're going to be starting that first round. It's going to be Bamju with the attack token. Let's see what the game plan is going to be from here on out.
Yup, having that watchful idol in turn number 1, that is what he wants to see. Get those stacks onto Swain, right? And Swain is going to be leveling up in no time. But Jinsoul, he got the game plan right here. He got the MF in his hand. He got the Island Navigator in his hand as well. So it's just a matter of time. Jinsoul starts his ball rolling and just dealing so much aggressions against Bamju. No removals in sight from Bamju. So that is kind of good news for Jinsoul.
Yeah, Bamju already firing off the first shot around there with the 2-2. And Jinsoul does have 1 unit here he could potentially use to block, but nope, it decides to just take it to the Nexus there. Instead, get some Misfortune out onto the board now. So let's see what Bamju will do in response here.
Yeah, Make It Rain immediately falling onto the MF as well. This is the perfect opening for Bamju to just take out this Misfortune once and for all. And immediately going for the Scorcher, removing the MF, destroying Jinsoul plan. And with the MF out of the way, Bamju is going to be having a smooth sail for victory.
Ooh, quite a bit of a blow there for Jinsoul early on, but nevertheless, something that's recoverable. He brings out of MF again, gets it buffed up to +1, so that's a 3-4 MF that's on the board now. So let's see who's going to be able to recover it. Unfortunately, the MF is going to get stunned, so I don't think it's going to be able to play it this round on the attack.
Yeah, but perfect, right? This is perfect top draw coming in from Bamju, getting that Scorch Earth stacked together with the Arachnoid Sentry, removing the MF once again. 2 MF down from Jinso, and it's looking really bad for him, right? He's just falling behind and behind as MF goes down. But at the same time, Swain is building up as well.
Yeah, Swain is building up and he is going to be played as well. This is going so well for Bamju right now. What do you think is going to be able to stop his momentum though? Because it seems like he's basically steamrolling this early phase.
Yep, it's definitely steamrolling right here. Swain getting a new buff in the last few patches, getting overwhelmed as a keyword on himself. It's going to be an easy attack right here from Bamju, right? Just go for the attack and everything else on the board is going to be dealing 3 damage just because of Swain. With the overwhelmed tech right here, he is a man of terror.
Oh, terror indeed as he fully commits all of his units to attack. The block's going to come in, but I think it's going to wipe out the entirety of Jinso's units now. So he's going to be back to square one-ish. And whereas Bamju, his momentum not stopping 1 inch at all.
Yep, looking really great for Bamju, right? Jinso coming in with the Genevieve as well, but Bamju got their perfect answer. A Recognoid Sentry immediately going straight right for the Gen, and it's gonna be bye-bye, right? I mean, Bamju even have the option to go for the Flock onto the Gen, and he got basically a free move right here for Bamju.
And that's the thing, when you're a player like Bamju and we're covering so many bases, you seem to have an answer for almost anything here, and Jinso seems to be left out in a lurch, having his units constantly taken off the board every single time he gets it played on here. So wow, that game is going to be quite tough, and now committing to yet another massive attack here. Oh, Jinso, he's going to be hurting very much after this little rally.
Yep, as I was saying before the game, right, and this deck, right, this Twisted Fate Swain is just not a good matchup for Jinso to actually deal with. And, you know, allowing it to go through, this is the kind of punishment that you're going to get, right? Every single unit is going to be putting down, is going to be off threat, or even, you know, there's a big opportunity for Bamju to remove it there and then, and Bamju is displaying everything, showing us this is exactly what this deck does.
Yeah, at least it does manage to bring out some good units thanks to the Ship Navigator, but conversely, Bamju getting the buff up 3-1 on that card there. It's lots of attack power for sure. And wow, I mean, now at this stage here, what do you think Jinso can kind of do? I mean, he's widening up his board, his side of the board for sure, but do you think that's going to be enough though to counteract the momentum that Bamju has built up so far?
I don't think, like, you know, this is a really great aggression coming from Jinso, right? But nothing could really go through. Yes, he could try to take out the Swain, but there's nothing much that, you know, Jinso could do. With the Leviathan, it's a cream of the top right here for Bamju, right? A big cherry on the top. And you know, if Jinso could not remove this Leviathan with a Swain on board, 2 units would be stunned just before the round even starts. And that is not what Jinso want to do.
Oh man, that's going to be so tough. And yeah, like you said, he managed to get it all the way on the board now, so that's a huge strategy Jinso is going to watch out for. Does commit 1/2-1 unit onto the board now. Let's see what Bamju will try to block. Oh, nope, just going to take it. I mean, he was still at full health with his Nexus anyway, so as far as he's concerned, he can definitely tank that damage.
Yep, health is a resource, and Bamju is just literally showing us what it is all about. And right here, Jinso could not even have a good attack, right? He could just throw any units right there, and it's going to be suicide for Jinso. So that is not the position that he wants to be, and it's really awkward for Jinso to be in. And you know, Bamju having the perfect number of defenders right here, and as long as Bamju could control Jinso's board size small enough, right, the Swain is going to have a easy attack in later on.
Yeah. Ooh, just considering whether or not use the Vengeance there, but decides against that, just leaves only the 2-1 on the board. And that's going to be easily blocked by here by Bamju, and certainly going to remove that 2-1 from the board after this commit here. So, oh, I mean, no matter how you cut it though, yeah, like Jinso is still struggling to try to find an advantage right now, and given that he has already got his misfortune taken out twice there, yeah, I think it's going to be running out of options very soon.
Yep, it's definitely running really low on option. Turn going straight right to Bamju. Bamju got a perfect open attack with the Queen and the Vanguard Sergeant down. Swain got an open attack, right? With Fearsome, there's no unit with 3 attack right here. It's looking really juicy for Bamju to just go for the attack and just destroy 2 more units in the process.
Yeah, and some more with the double stun as well. There's only like, yeah, 2 units to block, and you're still going to have the 7 attack just get through. So it's still going to be, it's going to end up kind of bad here for Jin. So okay, he's just going to block the 7-4 this time, so only allowing the 5 damage to get through. So it's not going to be as bad. Still pretty bad overall. overall, though, as he gets his units taken out completely. Oh my goodness, only having some spell cards in hand here. Jinso definitely being backed into the corner right now, and oh, the damage comes right through here from Bamju, and he takes the first round.
Wow. This was what I was talking about pre-game, right? This deck is just straight out countering the whole lineup of Jinso. So, you know, I have no idea why did he not ban the Swain, but you know, hopefully Jinso would be able to bully his opponent right here.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll have to see how it's going to turn out later on in the next round. But yeah, it might be a bit of an oversight from his end to not ban that specific deck, though. But nevertheless, though, now we're going to be coming into the next round. Now we're going to be jumping straight into the game, by the way. So no rest for the wicked here. It's going to be round number 2 for Jinso and Bamju.
Yep, Bamju immediately going in for the 6 champions deck. It's a really interesting style of deck, right? But take a look at this, right? He got the tempo going down as well. You know, he got the turn 1, turn 2 ready in his hand. So it's looking great for Bamju to just close it off. But however, we got to take into consideration that Jinso is also a tempo deck himself.
It's going to be a battle of wits pretty much at this point right now. No commits on attack yet. Attack token goes to Jinso's side. Akshan top decked there by Bamju. And again, you're going to be seeing a lot of those units, but firstly, for Jinso's side, he's going to have to figure out a way to deal with all of this pressure here. I mean, having lost that first game, he's definitely in that precarious position here. So one mistake, and it can be bye-bye for Jinso.
Yep, and right here, you know, Jinso got the really good turn number 2, right? Having the Sculptor on as well, but a Renekton top deck from Bamju. And it's just looking brighter for Bamju, right? He got what he needs. He got the Renekton, he got the Ruin Runner on 5, he got 2 burn spells in his hand. As long as right now, right, all he needs to do is just deal damage onto Jinso's Nexus, and it's gonna be easy cruising for Bamju.
Yeah, Vanguard Sergeant gonna be brought out from Jinso. Well, the thing is that Bamju's side of the board is looking a little bit wider, so let's see whether or not he's going to be committing a little bit more to this. But nevertheless, attack token still on Bamju's side. He still has the initiative to drop some units on the board right now. He's a little bit behind in the health department at the point, but again, he can definitely make that up by just going for a full commit attack here, sending all 3 units on the board. Is Jinso going to commit his last unit as well? Nope, only taking the 2. So just taking 3 damage overall there. Now Bamju making sure that the health situation looks a little bit more even this time around.
Yep, and that is what Bamju wants to do, right? The Akshan is kind of irrelevant to him at this point in time. So all he wants to do is just take Jinso down more so that he could potentially burn him. And right here, you know, Jinso having so much tempo, having 4 units on the board versus 2, with a Jen coming in the next turn as well. Quinn coming in the next turn as well is gonna be hurting, bringing Bamju a little bit back, like, you know, just by a little bit, and this is a really great attack coming in from Jinso.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be able to do quite the number onto Bamju's own Nexus here, so only 1 block so far. Boy, bring him down to only a single digit there. 9 health left here for Bamju, so that's a lot of damage taken here. But hopefully it's not quite the end of the world here for Hota Bamju.
Yep, I mean, it's, as the game goes on, it's not looking great for Bamju, right? Like, he's running low on aggression. Every attack is just really awkward for Bamju to just go through. Inspiring Light coming in from Jinso, giving everything +1/+1. These numbers are just not adding up for Bamju, right? It's just looking really awkward. And 16, right? 16 versus 9. He needs to bring him down to 10 at this point in time. So he's really behind in terms of, you know, speed right here.
All right, I mean, finally Jinso is getting himself back onto his feet now. So can he bring the hurt onto Bamju? Problem is that he's still got to deal with a lot of champions on the board, which are now going to be committed to attack here. So that's a 3, 4, 5, and 2. Quite a lot of damage there. Crossly going to bring him down to 1 health, but he can fully commit all of his units for defense here, or will he? Still saving that 3-3 for maybe a rainy day.
Well, and the sharp side coming in onto the Sergeant as well, so, you know, he's going to be having more units to deal with Bamju, you know, every single attack he's just losing units again and again. And the Legion Rearguard, it can't block, right? So at this point in time, it's just useless for Bamju. So Jinso is just knowing that, you know, the weakness of this particular card, and choosing not to remove it away from the board.
Yeah, still 3 health away from bringing him down to parity here as Ziggs got a top deck just now for Bamju. So you can expect lots of units to be coming out from him, from his side. Jinso though going to continue to try to buff the units that already exist on his board right now, and attack damage wise, still looking pretty good for Jinso so far, despite taking that massive amount of damage in that last rally.
Yup, and right here, Bamju's board, there's only one defender in his hand, right? He don't want to drop the Ruin Runner this turn, so that, you know, if not, the Gen is gonna be removing the Ruin Runner. So, but however, you know, there's a choice of him going on to the Ziggs and you know, try to block this turn and hopefully deal more damage. But instead, you know, this just looking really awkward for him. He's dropping down to 1 HP, and that's not where he want to be. Jinso got the MF in his hand as well. It seems like, you know, Jinso would be able to equalize this.
Yeah, I mean, he's having him pretty much dead to rights at this point, so Bamju is going to have to pray really hard that he's going to be able to top deck something good, but only Runa's Path has been brought onto hand here, so he's going to commit to playing the Ziggs now. But that 1 health there, certainly living on the razor's edge there. Misfortune brought up for the 3rd time here with Jinso, but can Bamju do anything about it this time?
Yep, I mean, Bamju is sitting on 1 HP, right? Once the attack token flow over to Jinso with that misfortune on board, it's gonna be game over for Bamju. So instead of having the burn going straight right to Nexus, Bamju might have to reconsider taking the MF out now and then. But that also means that he's leaving himself open for more attacks later on into the game as well. So it's just really awkward position for Bamju to be on right now. And hopefully he draw into a unit, but no, it's not.
Yeah, at least he does manage to bring his health back up to 3, so still quite on the razor's edge, but maybe not quite as sharp as earlier on. But nevertheless, it's going to keep him at least alive for a bit, if he could try to block the MF. But now the attack token is squarely on Jinso's side, so wow, can he bring in the death blow this time around?
Yeah, this is the final turn for Jinso, right? Knowing that Bamju already drew his 2nd decimate, this is the final turn. He needs to push in 3 more additional damage, and Bamju have to defend with his life to stay alive in this tournament. And, you know, with a 4 Demacia in his hand, 6 mana open, it seems like that's going to be the play for Jinso.
Yeah, well, let's see whether or not it's going to work out well here for Jinso this time around. Bamju going to try to commit a 6-3 here. But still, for Demacia, going to be played out as well. So yep, exactly as you called it here, Bamju plays it. Now Jinso, will they commit to this attack here?
Yep, not using this Noxian Fervor for face is a little bit wasted for Bamju, but he has no choice, right? He have to remove the MF away so that the Ziggs could have a good block. And, you know, not forgetting Jinso have double attack this turn, so cracking the landmark this turn, and you know, hopefully he predict himself into a unit that he could play this turn to defend against this big attack.
Only 3 relics of power though for me to choose from, so this is really tough here for Bamju. And add to the fact that Jinso has already buffed his unit up to a 6-8 and a 5-4. That's a lot of damage here coming from his side, so I don't think the chances for Bamju are looking that good this round though. So is he going to try and commit to attack, or is he going to concede? I mean, again, really tough and awkward position that Bamju has been in all throughout this entire 2nd round.
Yeah, you know, against a tempo deck, a aggro deck like this that Bamju is having, there's no opening for him to go through any Demacia deck like, you know, at this point in time. And, you know, he have no choice but go with the Sand Charger this turn. Yes, he could defend against this attack coming in from Jinso now, right? But he could not defend himself from the 2nd attack. I think this is game over right here. Jinso taking the round.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much there's no units left in Bamju's hands. Sol still has 1 more unit to play, so you're pretty much right on the money there. No matter how you cut it, even though he's managed to block this attack pretty efficiently, not taking any damage to the Nexus, he is still very much screwed. So surrender from Bamju's side. Jinso takes the 2nd round, so it's going to be 1-1, and we're going to a 3rd game decider.
Yep, and, you know, moving into game number 3 is going to be Fizz Riven going up against the 6th champion aggro deck, right? But it seems like, you know, Bamju would have the upper hand as long as Jinso could not fill his board and defend as per previously. The thing about aggro deck is that it runs really, like, you know, runs out of gas really quickly, and we've seen previously as well, he literally ran out of gas and he's running out of option and into the mid game.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of fist shenanigans versus a very, very sardine pack of a deck here coming out from Bamju. So let's see whether or not it is going to work out well for either side here as we come into our third and possibly this deciding round here between both of these players. But having make a good comeback here in that last round there, Jinso certainly can ride off the high of that confidence. Let's see if that confidence is going to be able to take him far in this first early part of the game.
Yep, and right here, Bamju got a really good opening, right? He got turn 1, 2, 3 all settled for him in his hand, and Jinso got that Poké Stick in hand to deal with this Legion Saboteur. So, it's looking great both sides, but Bamju instead, instead of playing the Akshan, he's going in for the wider play and just trying to pressure Jinso down.
Yeah, pressure him. Hopefully force him to make some unsavory decisions. What's this going to be the decision between these three cards here? Poison Dart, Ravenous Flock, and Bomb. He's going to go for the Ravenous Flock instead. So let's see. He's going to bring in the 3-2. Now it's going to be attack token on Bamju's side. He's going to go ahead and commit all units for attack. But it's only 2 units to block here for Jin's Soul, so he's going to take some damage regardless. But hopefully that's only going to bring him down about 3 points. So not too bad. At least it's going to be back to square one, except that Bamju still has 1 unit on the board though. So tempo very much squarely on the bottom side.
Yep, and it's looking great for Bamju at this point in time. And Jinso, as we can see in his hand, he only have 2 removals and 1 unit on the board. So, he's going to be focusing on removing Bamju's unit one by one. But the thing is, how long can he sustain on these removals? And, it's just looking great for Bamju right here. Attack token flowing straight right to Bamju. It's going to be a Renekton, no-brainer. And still, not much removals coming in from Jinso.
See, that's a risky thing about being like a hyper-aggressive card player is that you can run out of gas very, very quickly, especially if your opponent knows what they're doing. So, I mean, it's going to be a tough one here for Jinso. Let's see if he's going to be able to hold out for quite a while. Brings out a Loping Telescope. So that's going to be 3 more cards for him to choose from. Moonglow, Give It All, or Aloof Travelers. And it's going to be the Telescope.
No, the Aloof Traveler is definitely the right choice, right? Having more units on the board to try to defend and just, push Bamju back a little bit later into the late game. But however, his life is running low, and you don't really want to be below turn like 10 health by turn 6 or 7.
Yeah, that would be a very, very unrecoverable position here for Jinso should that come to pass. So nevertheless though, 6-3 gonna be committed now from Bamju, so a lot of damage on the board here for his side. Jinso is gonna have to come out with something to respond. A Yoro Squire is gonna be brought out here to at least widen the board a little bit, so he does have some defensive options here, whereas Bamju is gonna have to decide which particular units does he want to get removed right about now.
Yep, and right here, this is a really good defense, right? Just block out all these units, and hopefully, Jinso would have, Bamju would have a clearer board to deal with, but immediately Elixir going straight right to the unit on the right as well, just removing the Ruin Runner. So this way, Bamju is just, there's nothing much that Bamju could do.
Well, at least he's getting some good mileage out of that Telescope though, getting 2 attacks in a row with that one, so that's bringing Bamju down to only a 1 health difference between the 2 players right now. Going to be a decision to see whether or not Jinso is going to pass this one, or because Bamju still has the attack token on his hand. But what do you think is going to be his plan from now on? I mean, for Jinso here, I can see a couple of units cards on his hand here, so well, the thing is that again, tempo wise, Bamju still pretty much has that on hand though, so no matter what, Jinso is just gonna have to respond to whatever Bamju decides to bring onto the board.
Yep, Rune Weaver coming in for Jinso as a defensive option, right? And 2 Poké Sticks in his hand. So Jinso is still kind of secure, right? But Bamju's game plan right here is to fill up his board as much as possible. Fill it back up and just try to go for a big swing and bring him down. He already lost a Decimate from the Aloof Traveler, and that is not where he want to be. Jinso immediately firing off 2 Poké Stick onto the Renekton, saying no overwhelm damage for you this turn. Bye-bye, Mr. Crocodile.
Yeah, the overwhelm is a very, very dangerous thing, and it's definitely something that a lot of players found that is super effective in this patch here. So it makes sense for Jinso to remove the Renekton, so that's no longer that threat. Nevertheless, though, there's still 3 units on the board here that Bamju could potentially play with. Jinso still only has 2 committed so far. Gonna maybe commit for that 1 block, not quite. So Bamju's gonna cancel instead. Bring out the other 3 here. Okay, so it's still gonna be a full commit from Bamju's side. So still going to be damage coming through towards Jinso regardless though, but no, Bamju decides against going for that commit, brings out another unit out. This time, oh, okay. Just waits pretty much to get the board as wide as possible now, so he's effectively increased the amount of damage that he can do to Jinso. Effectively 6 damage will come through as soon as this rally is over, and yet again, tempo very much squarely in Bamju's hands.
Yeah, but however, he is running really low on gas, right? Runer's Path, that is what he wants to see, but that's included that he gets a good trade onto Jinso as well. So, you know, it's not looking bad for Bamju, but Jinso is just running a little bit low on option. No Fist, no Riven inside. All he have is just small little followers to defend himself against Bamju. 3 damage coming in, Bamju is fine, taking this straight to the face.
Yeah, without those two champions, it's definitely really hard for Jinso here. He's just going to have to make do with whatever he has on hand, but how long can he hold out for though? He's already less than almost half, actually half the health of what Bamju is, so no matter how you cut it, he is definitely in the worst position regardless, and at least he's going to be able to bring 5 damage through here should this block be committed by Bamju, and indeed he does allow that damage to come through, so we're into the single digits now at this turn. Still plenty of mana to try to use here, but what kind of options do you have on hand, really? Because look at how wide Bamju's side of the board looks like.
Yep, things are not looking great for Jinso as Bamju is already representing lethal on board. Papercraft Dragon from the top deck of Jinso, that is not the answer that he wants to see. He's running low on removal. He only have 1 more unit to play right here, and it's going to be the Ruin Reckoner. And that is not what he is expecting, right? Having that additional blade fragment in his hand as well is just not gonna care. He's just gonna be going straight right for the attack right here and just pushing in as much damage as possible. 4-2 with Overwhelm. That's not where he wanna see, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Bamju going in for the quick offense and just finishing off in a 2-1 victory against Jinso.
Whew, well done, Bamju, bringing it home here. And a very dominant round 3 as well for him. So Jinso, despite having a great round number 2 there, couldn't quite bring the momentum back. I mean, do you think that not banning, what was that deck again? Not banning the TF Swain deck, do you think that that was a crucial mistake there that Jinso shouldn't have made?
Yeah, that is probably the biggest mistake, right? Like, you know, that deck literally bullied Jinso just now, and that is just devastating to watch or experience. So maybe, you know, just banning it would be the better call right there, but you know, ultimately they are the one making the call, and it's not an easy task to actually make such, you know, decision as well.
Yeah, I know. I mean, again, it's as much as we love to speculate here behind the desk, you know, as a player, the pressure can be so immense that it's really hard for you to make clear-minded decisions. But nevertheless, though, they did play really well, especially Jinso in that second round. They're bringing it kind of back for himself, but unfortunately, that momentum couldn't quite last there because he was already running on a deficit, and that's why making those early decisions so important, isn't it? But nevertheless, that was the end. Our first matchup there. Congratulations once again to Hota Bamju, representing both his clan as well as his country here, and hopefully we'll see more of him in the next few rounds.
Yep, definitely. And you know, something more interesting is I want to see more of this 6 champions deck, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it looks a little bit wonky, but it did its job, right?
Yeah, look at that. I mean, it worked out well in 2 rounds in a row there. Even though he lost that second round to Jinso, the fact that he was still able to use that in the next round just completely wiped the board there with Jinso. Just goes to show he really knows what he's doing there with the 6 champions. You know, it may look wonky, it may look weird, but if it works, it works.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about aggro, right? This is your old school style of aggro, but you know, it just put it to display. But I think the deck that, you know, that's really terrifying is that Twisted Fate Swain. We've seen what it could do, and as long as Swain hits the board leveled up, it's just devastation.
Indeed. So, nevertheless, though, we still have matchups to go here, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you guys don't tune away because Snapdragon Pro Series, we're going to be running this all day long here. So plenty of Legends Runeterra action for you guys to partake in, or rather to savor back at home. And certainly a lot of really good matchups to come up very soon. So, nevertheless, though, I do believe that after this, we're going to be having Odyssey versus a Sea Hitter. Both of these guys from Thailand. Thailand. So that's going to be an exciting one to see as well, because seeing the rise of a new region, especially in this industry, is always an exciting thing, because you never know what to expect around the corner, don't you?
Yep, definitely, right? Like, new players coming in, bringing in new style of play, and not forgetting Odyssey coming on later on as well. He has been qualified for 4 out of 4 of our playoffs. So he's on every single playoff. So, he's one of the best players in Thailand as well. The winner of the LR Asia Masters representing Thailand. So there's lots of eyes going to be on this guy.
Yeah, so in any case, we're still awaiting the interview, waiting for the interview to finish over that side. So I think let's take a little bit of sidetrack right now and talk about this current patch, because I do believe that there is with the new champions coming in, certainly some really OP combinations coming in, isn't it? So the Victor Seraphim seems to be the biggest threat right now in this current meta. So what's your take on that?
Well, Victor Seraphim, Seraphim Ezreal, anything Seraphim right now is just really dangerous. And with the ability to just clone or even copy the spell and just cast it on a double is too much value coming forward. And she is definitely a kill on sight kind of champion. And if you allow her to steamroll or even to level up, it's not gonna be looking great for you, and that's not good for a game plan.
Yeah, that's the thing. So that's the thing. Coming into this match here, you would expect that because you have such a champion in the Seraphim here, you can see a lot. But looking at deck list, it seems like the players kind of anticipated that Seraphim to be such a big threat. And they brought so many counters to it, didn't they?
Well, that's the thing about the best deck in format, right?
Right.
Yeah, because right here, Seraphim Ezreal is the best deck in format. Is either you join it and play the 3 best deck in the game right now, or you counter it. So that's just basically how card game actually works. So if you come in with a lineup, deciding to counter it, but what if whatever that's left in the top 8 are just all counters?
I mean, that makes it a really exciting game, because you don't know where it's going to go. I mean, it's going to be non-ideal sort of matchups here. It's going to be more about how these guys just kind of adapt to the situation here, because now it's going to be more about how creative you are, how much deep knowledge you actually have of your own deck and how you want to play it out. So that's why this is an exciting tournament, because I don't think anything is going to be straightforward here throughout this day.
Yep, definitely. So I'm excited to see what's coming on later for the second game for the top 8 as well. So it's going to be really interesting. It's going to be Sea Heater going up against Odyssey, and I don't know what are they going to bring in as well.
Yeah, so in any case, ladies and gentlemen, we're still awaiting the end of the interview there. That's why we're kind of a little bit chatty right now, just kind of touching base with Runeterra. But nevertheless, though, thank you guys so much for joining us here today, because, the Snapdragon Pro Series has really been a really good platform, to bring up a lot of, let's just say lesser known sort of scenes here, especially Legends of Runeterra. I mean, it's always been kind of bubbling in the underground sort of in this esport scene here. So glad to see that finally, with thanks to Snapdragon, we were able to bring all these amazing players to the front and show them what they got. So nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a break right now, but when we come back, we'll be coming back with more action here for Legend of Runeterra, only in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So my name's Victor Cax. Join me here as Moonboy. We'll see you after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
I'll scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Moonboy. We're bringing to you guys Legends of Runeterra. This is now our second matchup of the day. We earlier saw two Philippines powerhouses go off against each other. This time it's going to be Thailand to bring the show for you guys here. It's going to be Odyssey versus Sea Hitter. And it's going to be an interesting one because Thailand, like we said, it's an up-and-coming kind of region here in the Legends of Runeterra community here. So we're going to be very, very excited to see what these Thai boys will be able to bring to the table here, aren't we?
Yep, definitely, right? Odyssey, one of the old-time names right here, going up against Sea Hitter. It's kind of a new name in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So I don't know what to expect coming in from him, but looking at the deck lineup, it's pretty spicy.
Oh yeah, spice is certainly the key word for today here, given how topsy-turvy things have been because of this new patch here that just released 2 weeks ago. But nevertheless, though, after seeing how Jinso and Bamju's showdown kind of went down here, I'm going to be expecting a lot out of our boys here from Thailand. So starting off with Odyssey, we've seen him plenty of times before in this Snapdragon Pro Series, and glad to see him back into the fold again today in this split Open Finals number 2. He had an Open Final seeding in number 5. He took 3rd place during Cup number 4. His favorite champion, still the Ari.
Yep, as we said previously, this guy has qualified for every single Snapdragon playoff till today. And he's still hungry to find his very first win for the crown. Is this the day? Is today the day, Victor?
Oh yeah, well, we'll have to see, because coming up is his opponent here, a Sea Hitter, a new name to bring into the fold here, and certainly one we're going to be very, very much looking forward to seeing in the battlefield later on. He had an Open Final seeding of 4th place. He took 4th in the first cup of the qualifiers. His favorite champion, Miss Fortune.
Wow, this guy, one of the newest name right here in the roster for the playoff. He have gone through the gauntlet of the playoff, the qualifying rounds as well, and he finally made it here. And now stands in front of he is a big giant from the APAC region. Can he go past Odyssey?
Yeah, you had to consider the journey to get even to this point here is super, super hard, and the fact that Sea Hitter, a new name into this competition, has already made this far, I think that shows a lot of potential from this new guy here. So, nevertheless, though, once we get into this deck list here, this is going to be very interesting because, like, remember, that last round here, the TF Sway not banning that kind of costed Jinso the matchup potentially here. We do have another TF Swain in this lineup here specifically for Sea Hitter. So do you think Odyssey is going to ban that out straight away, or do you think he has something in his works here that might work out?
Well, I think, later, if we get to see the overview of how, deck choices are later on, it looks like it's gonna be a really steep climb for Odyssey. Based on paper, based on deck list, it seems like Odyssey is on the back foot right here, right? So I don't know what's his plan against this, what's his game plan against this kind of lineup, but we should not underestimate Odyssey as a player.
Exactly. I mean, again, one of the hardest things, as not just in esports in general, but I think especially in card games, is just to be consistent in your results. Season after season, if you're still able to get rank 1, that's already considered like you're top of the top, of that food chain as far as the competition is concerned. So the fact that Odyssey keeps coming back over and over again, this goes to show that he has that skill, he has that potential to become a winner. It's just that kind of achievement kind of eluded him at this point here. But I mean, what's your kind of take on that? Do you think is it something of like bad luck on his part, or maybe it's something that he needs to kind of work on? I mean, we've seen plenty of games from him, and we know how good he is as a player. So why hasn't he really reached the heights that he seems to be aiming for? Well,
definitely luck is a factor when it comes to card games, right? And, the luck of the draws, the luck of what is your opponent's matchup is gonna be like, and I believe Odyssey has not been performing in Snapdragon, probably because of these reasons.
Yeah, I mean, again, everything has to kind of go right, especially in a game that really relies on that sort of element of luck to really bring a lot of potential to the players here. So let's have a look at the deck list here. Break it down for us, Moonboy.
Well, first off, we got a new champion from the new set as well. It's going to be Vayne Pantheon from Odyssey, following up by old school Freeze Tempo deck, right? You got Ashe LeBlanc, and followed up by Renekton Sejuani. It's all about overwhelming your opponent with this deck. But look at his opponent. As we were saying previously, it's going to be an uphill climb from Odyssey, because all Seahitter have is all removal decks, right? First off, it's gonna be that TF Swain. Following up is gonna be a Seraphine Azrael. It's not an affiliate, by the way. It's Seraphine Azrael, and then the final deck is the Katarina Yasuo. Katarina Yasuo won the seasonals for the NA side, so hopefully it's gonna be seeing a little bit of progressor or results in the APAC region.
And I think this is also an interesting moment here to kind of like discuss this, because Seahitter bringing a lot of removal decks on to the fold here. He's not the only player doing this, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, this is what you're looking for to counter Vayne decks, right? Just remove their units so that they could not do too much on the board. And this is exactly what Odyssey is facing right here. All three decks is going to be really unit focused, and Seahitter's focus is to remove this unit off the board. So it's going to be down to whose draw is better. Take a look at this, the Vayne Pantheon deck. This is a new champion addition to the Pantheon style as well, with Vayne having those tumbles, allowing Pantheon and those fated units like Pantheon, Saga Seeker, these units would be able to get those fated counters on as well, and get those additional attack that this deck would want to do, right? Especially with a level up Pantheon, and it's going to be tumbling straight right to the attack phase. That's not what you want to see. If Pantheon is equipped with a scout weapon as well, it's going to be looking really bad for Seahitter.
Yeah, and for Seahitter in particular, with so many removals, it seems to be a lot of counters that are on his fingertips here to kind of deal against Odyssey in particular. So let's have a look at this Katarina Yasuo deck here. The Yasuo, let's break this one down, because this is going to be an interesting one, isn't it?
Yep, speaking of Yasuo, is either going to be doing really well, or is either going to be in the fail zone. So it's on the both extreme end on the spectrum. But this is all about stunning your opponent, right? Not allowing them to do much, not allowing them to go into combat. And with the addition of Windswept Killlock, you get additional stun on your attack phase as well. And at the same time, you got things like Arachnoid Sentry, Concussive Palm, and things like Homecoming. Like, all these are all good cards that could support the Yasuo archetype. And if Yasuo is on the board, it's going to be dealing damage to it as well. So it's going to be looking really interesting if Odyssey allow this deck to slip through and allow it to be in the game.
And that's the kind of thing that I'm like picturing in my head right now, is that what Odyssey is bringing to the table is something that can be, if everything goes right in terms of the draw and the mulligan, potentially he could snowball into massive momentum towards the late game there. So I think C Hitter, as long as he's going to be able to get those removals, get those stuns, and making sure that whatever move the Odyssey makes, he's going to be probably countered with. Do you think that's going to be enough here for C Hitter to just take the win?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, right? Just making things awkward for this unit deck is what this 3 decks is all about, right? Just removing them off the board so that they could not attack again and again. So, and that actually could potentially set Odyssey back by a lot. And Odyssey have to constantly think, right? Is there a threat coming in? Is there something targeting this as well? So there's a lot more things going through Odyssey mind, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, but the thing is that, given that C Hitter has a lot of potential to kind of like defend against whatever aggression that Odyssey comes up with, what does he have in terms of like actually bringing attacks towards Odyssey here?
If you're speaking of, Twister Fate Swain, you got Swain doing the thing, you got Leviathan, he's running one of Riptide Rex in his deck list as well. So these are the cards that, he's looking for to go for the finish, right? And as Yasuo deck, you got Yasuo doing all this thing also. So, and this is the kind of way that he could finish his opponent, but he need to first control his opponent before this aggression could start rolling.
Yeah, exactly, because I think once that snowball starts rolling, once Pantheon gets a little bit too fat, he's going to be unstoppable, literally bursting down walls there, the man. I mean, exactly how annoying Pantheon games can be here. So, I mean, I hope that C-Hitter is going to be all well and ready. Here comes the ban. So the first one, of course, he bans out the Vayne. Of course, he bans out the Pantheon. Conversely, Odyssey bans out the Seraphine Ezreal deck instead.
Yep, so we are likely not going to see any new champions in this lineup once again. Unfortunately, but this is a really interesting style of decks coming in as well, right? As the Ashe and LeBlanc is all about freezing his opponent. As long as C-Hitter don't provide any unit to allow Odyssey to go for the freezers, it's gonna be easier for him to go through. But the thing is that if Yasuo is the deck that he's gonna be facing against Ashe LeBlanc, you need Yasuo on the board, and that's where Ashe would come into the picture and constantly freeze the Yasuo, and it would not get as much value for him.
All right, so that's going to be the bans already done and dusted here for Odyssey and C-Hitter, waiting for them to get ready for the match here. So why don't you guys go ahead and give a little bit of love to our sponsors here, because the Snapdragon Pro Series wouldn't have been possible without the support of our main sponsors here, starting off with Snapdragon Pro Series Snapdragon Elite Gaming for when gaming matters. And certainly Snapdragon has provided the perfect platform here to allow our players to show what they've got on the battlefield. A shout out as well to our second sponsor, which is Monster Energy, unleashing the beast here. Go ahead and check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And finally, introducing our new sponsor here. If you're ever low on credits here, if you're ever low on your currency when it comes to your favorite games, why don't you consider going to Kachi Shop in order to top up for all of your reloads when it comes to your favorite games, because they certainly provide you a lot of value because of the amount of discounts, the amount of bonuses you get on top of the amount of currency that you top up with. So if you want to make the most out of get the real bang for your buck there, go ahead and shop at kachishop.com/my, and make sure you talk about with them, because certainly lots of benefits will come your way when you do so. So coming into this second matchup here, Odyssey versus C-Hitter, I mean, what's going to be your kind of like impression about how this is going to turn out here? Because like I said, C-Hitter has a lot of things he can use to kind of counteract Odyssey's control here. But do you think all Odyssey needs is just basically have like everything turn out right for him in order to get through, or do you think like there's still plenty of like leeway for him to kind of work things around?
There's still a little bit of leeway coming forward. There are defensive cards, right, that Felroy could potentially aid Odyssey to go through this particular matchup. So I believe in Odyssey as a player, so it's not gonna be as simple as it looks like.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and have a look at another deck here from C-Hitter. This is the Seraphine Ezreal. Unfortunately, we wouldn't be seeing this in this game here, but this is the new champion coming in this patch here, so why don't you break it down a little bit?
Well, Seraphine, as long as she's leveled up, she would be able to copy the spell if it's a new one. So stacked together with a level up Ezreal is basically machine gun at that point in time, and there's nothing much that his opponent could do. But ladies and gentlemen, off we go. The game is ready, and this is our second game for our top 8 round.
Yeah, so here comes the mulligans here. 3 units on either side. Let's see whether they're not going to be committing to this. That's 2 Ruthless Radios. Heavy don't need that much here, at least at this early game phase, and none of them have that single cost mana card here. But are they going to be playing for that long game though? Do you think that's kind of going to be on the cards here for C-Hitter?
I mean, definitely Odyssey is not looking for the long game, right? What he wants to do is just finish him off as fast as possible. And with this overwhelmed deck that he is holding right now, it's just looking comfortable for him, right? Probably the Mulligan is definitely going to be taking out Ruthless Raider and maybe Battle Fury and Sejuani as well. But on the other hand, on the bottom side, Death Hand is a really good start that he is looking for. And right here, after the Mulligan, it seems like Odyssey have a really good position with an open Omen Hawk opening, and that's what he want to see.
Yeah, again, with a monster deck, as long as you have got a lot of monsters on your hand, you're pretty much in a good place though. So Odyssey may be enjoying his chances right about now as we start that first round. Attack token is going to be on C-Hitter's side. Let's see if he's going to be unleashing quite a bit of tempo. Unleashing the beast, yeah, very much there. Shout out to Monster Energy. But nevertheless, going to allow Odyssey to just go ahead, put his first unit on the board. Of course, C-Hitter doesn't have a single mana cost card there, so he had to pass for that first round.
Yep, things are not exactly looking that smooth for C-Hitter, right? But however, 2 Death Sand in his hand, this Ruthless Raider is definitely going down this turn. And this is what this deck is all about, right? Mitigating this damage, removing the threat as fast as possible, and at the same time you're adding stacks onto Swain as well. As long as you're hitting turn number 4, TF could come down and he could use it as a defensive option as well. So it's not looking that bad for C-Hitter, and with a Flock top deck, I mean, he's ready to roll.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the way I look at it, right? Like, Odyssey just basically has to play some really good ninjutsu here, just trying to figure out how to work around the fact that C-Hitter can constantly block, can constantly defend against whatever actions or aggressions that he's going to come out with. But nevertheless, aggression very much on his side of the board, though, because he's bringing out all 3 units here to bear. C-Hitter is going to try to remove the 3-2, so at least will mitigate that sort of damage. But I think that's still going to be quite a bit of damage that potentially could come through here, because Odyssey, he's certainly looking to try to end C-Hitter as quickly as he can, so certainly the aggression must come through in this early phase.
Yep, we are moving straight right to turn number 4 with Odyssey on the offense, and Odyssey have to be really careful of that 4 mana card. TF, right? He have to be really careful of a red card coming in, as both units on the board is at 1 health. So he has to decide, is this the point where he go for the open attack, or he could play a unit and hopefully, hopefully C-Hitter don't have a TF on board. But what he's looking for is to level up that Sejuani, right? He already got 2 ticks onto the Sejuani. Just go for the open attack and just add another tick onto Sejuani.
The tricky thing is that, again, like, C-Hitter doesn't really have much else to play other than those 4 mana cards. So, yeah, a bit of an awkward situation here, because he is conceding quite a bit of tempo to Odyssey as a result. And Odyssey is going to be able to bring a buffed up 5-3 card onto bear. So, I mean, C-Hitter's going to have to bring up a root and good, strong response to this. Otherwise, yeah, he's going to be conceding a lot of ground to Odyssey.
Yep, this is looking a little bit awkward for C-Hitter, right? Even though Odyssey went for the Merciless Hunter, there's no unit on board to get the vulnerable trigger, but it's okay, because right here, even though C-Hitter go for the red card, Odyssey would still be able to push in 5 damage because of that fearsome tag line, right? So that fearsome tag. So right here, C-Hitter is on the back foot once again. Is TF the right choice to play right now? Or, should I just play the Zap Spray Fin and hopefully, I draw into a spell that could potentially remove more threats the next turn?
Oh man, I mean, I imagine that if I was in C Hitter's shoe, I'd just be like really undecisive at this point because man, it's such a tough decision to make, right? Like, do it now and risk like getting it removed, or just hold out and then hope that the top deck is going to favor you. But nevertheless, I think C Hitter is going to commit to getting the TF out. At least he does clear out the board somewhat for Odyssey here, thanks to the spell. But Odyssey in response will commit the 5-2 to attack to at least freezing C Hitter down to 13 health.
Yep, and right here, moving straight right to turn number 5, Swain might be a good option coming in. But what he needs is, have a little bit more defense coming in from C Hitter. And a Curse of the Tome coming in from Odyssey, that's not what C Hitter want to see. Curse of the Tome, a new card in this format as well, so that it could double the damage of his units or double the damage that during that combat phase. So, with a Overwhelm tag on a offensive unit, that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, well, C Hitter is already kind of behind here in terms of tempo, so he's going here. Certainly now it's kind of like a little late, but nevertheless, he still does have Twist of Fate on the board right now. The only question is what can he try to bring on to join him. He still only has 5 mana, and a lot of cards in his hands are certainly going to take out a huge chunk of that mana itself, so it's really quite limited in options, I think.
Yep, and it's not exactly the best hand that C Hitters want to see at this point in time. Probably playing the Zap Spray Fin in to pick a card might be the play that he is looking for, so that he could potentially find himself more opportunity or more spells to deal with Odyssey later on.
At least it got to make it rain, so that could be a little bit useful if Odyssey has a little bit more units on board. But nevertheless, though, it is something. He is going to commit the 2-2 nevertheless, though, but time is running out for C Hitter to make that attack, and Odyssey can easily block any one of those, easily block both of these units here. So nevertheless, C Hitter at least is going to be finally on the attack now, but is it going to be a little bit too little too late? Well, I guess we're going to find out.
Yep, see, they're thinking if he should attack with the Twist of Fate right here. I think, you should not try to do that. Try to at least have to try to achieve to level up the TF as fast as possible. Immediately going in for the flock onto the Merciless Hunter as well. It seems like he's not waiting for any other opening and just removing it there and then.
Yeah, again, with a removal deck like that, that's exactly the kind of thing you want to do. Just remove the biggest threat on the board there, and he has plenty of cards on hand to do so. So, nevertheless, though, attack token comes back onto Odyssey's side. What is he going to be doing this time around? He does have, I think, a couple of units there, plenty of spells. So what are going to be his options here?
Well, a Yeti might be a good option right here, right? Playing the Yeti at 3 cost, he still have additional mana to actually go for the Curse of the Tome and with the Exhaust as well. And Odyssey could end the game this turn if everything lines up for him, but it's not going to be that simple because on the other hand, there's a Scorched Earth, there's a Make It Rain waiting to take out Odyssey.
Yeah, so, I mean, at least C Hitter has that on his hand, so he does have defensive options on his part. But whether or not Odyssey is aware of that remains to be seen, because as far as he knows, he can still see the TF. He knows that the TF can be a big threat, especially if C Hitter successfully levels it up well. But nevertheless, he only commits a spell card there to bring out a 5-2. So at least it's still a bit status quo at this point now. Odyssey still has the initiative to attack it, but now he's going to be committing the Ancient Litty. It's already buffed up to a 6-6, so he's getting, kind of getting there, I think.
Yep, it seems like the game plan is flowing, right? And so Odyssey is doing exactly what he wants to do. But C Hitter, though, playing a little bit passive just now, passing the turn straight right back to Odyssey, it seems like, he might have something in his hand or something up his sleeve that he could deal with Odyssey's board. So Odyssey have to be really careful. When is the right time to actually commit the Curse of the Tomb, so that, he could combo it off and finish it as fast as possible.
Yeah, well, time is running out here, I think. So they're going to have to commit sooner rather than later, and looks like it's just going to be a pass straight to Odyssey. So Odyssey says, okay, I'm just going to put everything on the board now. What you going to do? That could be very, very lethal. He's going to have to block. Is he going to have to block with the TF, though? Oh, that's a tough proposition.
Well, definitely he's going to be blocking with both of his unit right here. This is an easy commit that Odyssey is going to be doing. And, maybe C Hitter is looking for a, Ravenous a Noxian Fervor onto something, but the biggest issue right now is that Ruinous Runner. It has Spell Shield on it, and it's not an easy target to remove for Seahiter.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's a big threat there, but Seahiter doesn't really have the tools now in order to deal with it. But Odyssey gonna see whether or not he's gonna be able to pick some good cards. Renekton, Tusk Speaker, and Troll Chant. What's gonna be his choice here?
Well, Renekton or Troll-chan are good cards that he could pick right here. Troll-chan if he's thinking of defensive, Renekton if he's going on the full offense later on. Because, we know that there's a Noxian Fervor in Seahiter's hand, and this Tomb, Curse of the Tomb is not going to be fulfilling its mission, because Seahiter is definitely going to be going for the Noxian Fervor to remove the TF so that no double damage is flowing through this turn.
Yep, well, there's only one thing left here is to try to resolve this, and no matter how they cut it, Seahiter is going to be taking some damage. Question is that going to set him back a lot or only by a little at this point? Because so far he's conceded ground to Odyssey in this early game phase, and I think now it's starting to come to bite him here in this phase of the game. So very, very awkward situation here for Seahiter. How is he going to be able to wiggle himself out of this little quagmire?
Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy task to go up against a good player like Odyssey, right? And, it's tough, and Seahiter probably feeling the pressure right now, and Noxian Fervor immediately going straight right onto the Ancient Yeti so that he mitigates the double damage coming in, but it puts him at 1 health after this combat. And against a deck like, what Odyssey is doing and having an exhaust in his hand, it seems like if everything goes well, it might be in Odyssey's favor.
I mean, in his position, though, I feel it's kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. But nevertheless, though, there's still 1 HP, so at least he's still in this round here. But I fear that, especially with Odyssey still having both 2 6/3s there, I think the writing kind of is on the wall here for Seahiter, unless he can pull something a little bit amazing out of his deck, though. But it's only a single 3 mana cost unit, and Marai Warden brought up to hand as well.
Yup, Swain coming straight right down, level up as well. So right here, Odyssey might be scrambling, right? He have to stop this Swain from going through, and there's no defensive option, right? He didn't pick the Troll-chan previously as well. He went for the Renekton. He went for the offensive style instead. But if Swain leaks a damage through, that Ruinous Runner is getting removed there and then.
Yeah, this is going to be a crucial one here. Odyssey going to be bringing out both units to block. It does have the spell shield on one of the 6/3, so at least that will survive this onslaught here. But still, the Overwhelm comes through. It's still going to bring him down to 9 health points. Still not as bad as Seahiter's, but at least it does do a significant amount of damage. Now, Odyssey is going to be forced to bring out a Renekton, and that's going to be removed. Break It Rain coming down on the board, doing damage to the Nexus as well. So might this be the start of the comeback here for Seahiter, or might it just be the last gaps here as he attempts to try to scramble to get that advantage back?
Yep, things are not looking good for Odyssey right now. Yes, Seahiter is sitting at 1 HP, and yes, he does have a overwhelmed unit in his hand, but Seahiter got that Arachnoid Sentry as an answer. Merciless Hunter, that is not what he wants to see right now, and it seems like Seahiter got his arms around Odyssey now. This is the time for him to turn this around, and it seems like Seahiter is just in control.
Yeah, finally, looks like he really was playing that long game after all. So finally it does pay off, but nevertheless, still a very awkward position for him to be in for the longest time. Iron is going to brought out Combat Reel, a Pot of Pain. They trot out here. But yeah, the thing is that Odyssey, he doesn't really have a lot of units to play here. In fact, once he plays that last card, that's pretty much his hand completely empty. So scrambling and trying to wind up his board, but he hits his board just that little bit wider, unfortunately, and a stun to boot as well. So there's only one block he could potentially do here, but it's going to be mutually assured destruction as both cards will be removed at the end of this rally.
Yep, remove the Swain out of play. That is what Odyssey wants, right? Swain is just too big of a threat to be on the field right now. Remove it out of play. It's going to be a 3v1 situation, yes, but Odyssey is sitting on 8 health. He's comfortable right now. He's not on the edge of, dying or losing as of yet, but Seahiter, Maria Warden coming in, a 2-1. It seems like right here, Odyssey is in trouble.
Oh yeah, I mean, how quickly the turntables, isn't it? Or was it the tables turns?
Tables a turn.
Very, very much here for Odyssey, though. He's not going to be forced to commit in one unit, but look at how wide C-Hitter's side of the board is. Lots of damage coming through, and that's enough to make it lethal here for Odyssey. First round going to C-Hitter, but what a slow start. Still an amazing finish.
Yep, I mean, both players playing it slow, counting every single outs that there is. I think the beautiful play right there is the Noxian Fervor to actually remove the Curse of the Tomb. So this way, you know, Odyssey could not do the finish. 1 is not 0, and that's what C-Hitter believed in, and he closed the game there and then.
Yeah, nevertheless, though, we're going to be jumping straight into our second game. No breaks whatsoever on this train here. So now that that's already done and dusted here, the Twisted Fate and Swain, so that leaves only the Yasuo and Katarina to play here. So if you're Odyssey right now, which deck would you be going with? Do you think the Ashe is going to work now?
Yeah, I mean, any deck at this point in time honestly has no choice, right? He have to either go in with something, and I believe Ashe might be the good switch right there. And no, instead he chooses to go with the Renekton Sejuani, and things are looking good for C-Hitter on the bottom side as well, right? He got the Vestian Disciples going in for the cycles. He got the Heal Lock in his hand as well. So all he needs to do, find that Yasuo, and things is gonna be looking great for him.
Yeah, he's going to be hoping for that Yasuo top deck at some point here. Mulligan is going to bring a Ruthless Predator into Odyssey's hand here. Hopefully it's going to be able to help him a little bit. But nevertheless, though, this is going to be a tense second round here because, again, Odyssey, he's a veteran of the Snapdragon Pro Series here. But then it seems like C-Hitter is already showing him up in that first round. So hopefully that doesn't rattle him too much, though. We still have at least one more game to go here. So let's hope he's going to be able to bring out the big guns this time around.
Yep, definitely. So C-Hitter already got the early game with the C-Hitter. He's definitely going in for the first hit with the recall, and that's already adding 1 stack onto Yasuo on turn number 1. And with all this, you know, Katarina with the recall, with Arachnoid Sentry with the stun, Ravenous Flock to remove the unit that's stunned. Seems like C-Hitter got this under wraps.
Yeah, I mean, again, as long as that Yasuo keeps getting buffed. Oh, and he gets it!
Yasuo!
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I think Odyssey is going to be in deep, deep trouble very, very soon because, oh, man, C-Hitter now has exactly the card that he wants in his hand right now. It's only going to be a matter of time before it unleashes absolute hell here. As Odyssey now goes for the attack here. He has to be aggressive right now. He has to stem this tide right now that C-Hitter could potentially bring onto him.
Yep, Odyssey right here, you know what he wants to do is just finish C-Hitter fast before all the stun trigger could happen. Ionian spell can be a little bit expensive on the 3 to 4 cost side, right? These stun spells are definitely usually on that mana range. So, you know, you have to take advantage of the early game, do as much damage as possible before all this stunning and recalling shenanigans could happen by C-Hitter.
Again, yeah, he's going to have to... it's a race against time now for Odyssey. You know, the longer this game goes on, the worse it's going to get for Odyssey. And as soon as C-Hitter decides to commit that Yasuo, it might just be all over here. So Odyssey, his best bet right now, wear down C-Hitter, knock down that Nexus, bring it down to the single digits early on here to force him to be in that awkward position, just like he was in that first game. But hopefully this time, Odyssey will be able to bring the final flourish here in this round. Otherwise, it's going to be GGWP.
Yep, you're definitely right, Victor. C-Hitter moving immediately good, playing the Katarina this turn. So it's going to be an open attack. It's going to be an attack coming in from Katarina, right? So Odyssey, he have to find a way to, you know, he definitely letting this Katarina damage go through. So right here, what he wants to do, establish the bot, do a little bit more damage, and hopefully you get into Sejuani later on.
Yep, so one health point taken out equally there. Both Odyssey and C-Hitter, not much damage done, but at least Odyssey does bring some units on the board, though. Unfortunately, one of them is going to be taken right off the board. Exactly the kind of game plan that C-Hitter we've been seeing from him in that last round here, and he's definitely playing it again once more because he knows as long as he can neuter the aggression from Odyssey, it's just going to work out well for him because he has a Yasuo in his hand.
Yep, and I love how C-Hitter is actually dealing with this board that Odyssey is having, right? Having the Katarina, yes, but instead he's using it as a defensive option instead of, you know, going in for the offense and leveling her up and recalling her and adding another stack onto Yasuo, but instead using it as a defensive unit so that he could last a little bit more into the mid to late game so that this stun shenanigans could go on. Still, not much stun coming in from Sita's hand, and it's not looking that well, but he still have the pieces to defend himself until the time is right.
Yeah, Walking Sands bringing out a 5-2 and then now a 4-2 joins the fray, so at least Odyssey is not starving in terms of units at this point. C-Hitter now, I mean, he still has that trump card in the Yasuo, but it really needs to find that right moment to try to make it strike. It's already bringing some stuns in. The Yasuo is getting leveled as well. Odyssey bringing all those units to bear now. At least should be able to bring at least 7 to 6 damage through once this attack is committed. But again, that's exactly his game plan, where he's got to finish off C-Hitter fast. He's got to do it quick. Now bringing at least 3 damage through, so he's now down to 10 health here for C-Hitter. Odyssey at least has quite a bit in his health pool here, so maybe he might be able to sustain a little bit in this mid phase of the game.
Yep, Spirit Refuge off the top deck. That is what he wants to see. Get those lifelink in, and he could heal himself back up. 10 health is not a good position against an overwhelmed deck like that. You could be 0 down as fast as long as the Curse of the Tomb comes down. So, with the Spirit Refuge, he will be able to defend himself against such maneuver. So this is a big question for C-Hitter, right? Yasuo, you have Yasuo in hand, but you don't have much stun spell in your hand as well. But however, you could still bluff your way through if C-Hitter decided to drop the Yasuo down.
Oh yeah, I mean, I hope he's having his best poker face right now. He knows that exactly what the game plan is from this point on. Rune Runner are going to be brought out from Odyssey here. The Bubba's board bringing up a 6-3 unit. But again, it's the key thing here is that Odyssey still has an excess of health here, where C-Hitter already is in a very awkward position. Now he decides to bring out a Yasuo. This is going to be a good call though.
Well, I mean, yep, and the top deck Concussive Palm coming in just in time for C-Hitter, right? He could just use the Yasuo to block the Ruin Runner and just put a Spirit Refuge onto him as well. Or alternatively, he could just go for the Spirit, the Concussive Palm and just defend or even drop one unit away so that so that he could take less damage right here. But that might come with a cost of Yasuo going down as well.
Yeah, a bit of a dicey one for sure for C-Hitter, but he did have things going his way in the early game. Now I think Odyssey has actually maneuvered quite well here to try to bring things a little bit more to his favor. But especially now that the Odyssey is on the attack here, his main goal now continue to try to wear down C-Hitter. I mean, still not quite in the single digits yet here. But let's see whether or not he's going to be able to pull it off in this round.
Yep, on hand right now, Odyssey already got lethal, right? He top deck a Curse of the Tomb, and that is what he is looking for. Renekton immediately coming straight right down as well. But instead, C-Hitter went for the Windswept Heath. Yes, he get to stun the Ruin Runner and get a Steel Temple of it as well. So this is a good time for him to go for the... this is a good time for C-Hitter to turn this tide around. Ruthless Predator going straight right in, trying to target a Yasuo, but C-Hitter got that perfect answer with the new Yasuo that he drew into a Steel Tempest.
Yes, the top deck saving his round here once more. Looks like he's only going to be taking 3 damage once all things are said and done. And Renekton stunned out of the way there, and yeah, bringing all the way down to 3. Yasuo gets himself a level up now. Let's see if this is going to be the trump card that C-Hitter needs in order to bring this to the final flourish.
Yep, this is where C-Hitter will be able to turn this thing around. As long as Yasuo is leveled up, every single attack is 5 damage, and with the Windswept Heath, it's gonna be removing unit every single turn before the turn even starts. Top drawing another Yasuo into a Steel Tempest with a Concussive Palm in his hand. C-Hitter is set. He's comfortable right now, and as long as the Yasuo is on board, he's nothing to be afraid of.
Oh, I hope so. Odyssey's palms aren't sweating too hard right now, because this is looking not so good for his end now. Like you said, every time this Yasuo attacks, this leveled up Yasuo attacks now, it's going to be 5 damage, it's going to be a stun, it's going to completely neuter whatever aggression Odyssey got, so things are not looking good for his end for sure, unless you could do something to remove that Yasuo from play right now. But C-Hitter seems to have all the cards in his hand right now. Unworthy Soul going to be top decked, and now he's going to commit commit to this full-on attack.
Yep, this attack is looking great for C-Hitter, right? Even though Odyssey, he got a Troll-chan that could potentially remove the Yasuo with the Renekton if he ever chooses to. But not forgetting, there's a Ravenous Flock in his hand as well that could take out or take 4 damage away, or take 4 health away from the Renekton. And that could potentially be a KO on the Renekton as well. That's not what Odyssey wants to see.
Yeah, so nevertheless though, let's see what Odyssey will try to block with here, because there's still going to be quite a bit of damage that will come through if he does not respond to this. But, ooh, no, he's just going to take it straight to the chin. So, 11 health points left here for Odyssey. Not quite the dangerous zone here for him, but certainly that momentum very squarely on C-Hitter's side. So it's probably going to be a matter of time, though. Seems a bit unfortunate that Odyssey wasn't able to finish things off early on, and now it seems like he's staring death right in the face.
Odyssey stepped out. C-Hitter immediately went for the Flock, removing the Renekton away from play. So this way, you know, with the landmark on board, you know, the Yeti is immediately going straight right down to Yasuo. Things are not looking good for Odyssey right now, and you know, it's just awkward for Odyssey to do it.
Yeah, awkwardness indeed. Still waiting to see what the response is going to be here from him. He does have the attack token in his hand. I mean, he had been showing aggression all throughout the second round here, but now C-Hitter has pretty much maneuvered things his way and advantage very squarely on the bottom side. And Odyssey's struggling trying to decide exactly what he wants to do here. I mean, even his own hand very, very thin compared to C-Hitter's own. So still plenty of spells as well that C-Hitter could bring to bear should Odyssey decide to go for full aggression. So no matter how to cut it, yeah, it's very, very awkward here for Odyssey, which is quite surprising, especially at this stage.
Yep, and with a top deck Ruin Runner, that might be his opening to close this off. But Odyssey believe that he will be able to close it off, but I'm not really sure how C-Hitter is going to be dealing with this, right? Because with the Ruin Runner, with the Spell Shield, it's going to be really difficult for C-Hitter to actually remove it away from combat. So, you know, with the Curse of the Tomb, as long as there is a blocker in front of the Ruin Runner, things is not going to be looking good for Odyssey.
Well, now there's going to be a chance to block here, but oh, that still could be lethal though for C-Hitter until he brought out the spell that should be able to negate the 5-5 there. So not too much damage done, but still the Overwhelm is going to bring quite a bit of damage. And this is the thing that you were worried about for C-Hitter. The Overwhelms for Odyssey might just be the ticket here for him to bring himself back into this game.
Yep, Curse of the Tomb is going to be doubling the damage if it targets the Fae, right? So it's going to be dealing 12 damage coming in, negating, right, the health is still more than 7 damage, and you know, Odyssey could close this game now and then. And if C-Hitter could not stop the Ruin Runner, this might be game over for game number 2.
Yeah, a very precarious position, and he's still going to be taking some damage regardless. 3 cards to choose from. Odyssey, what are they actually? Hopefully production will be able to let us find out, but nope, actually they're just going to let them keep the secrets, I suppose. Nevertheless though, it's still going to be a time for them to resolve this attack, and how they cut it, yeah, C-Hitter just now is going to be his turn to be feeling a little bit awkward now, because this could be very much lethal for him. And just when he thought he might be able to bring that final flourish, now Odyssey still able to keep himself in this game.
Yep, there's nothing much that, you know, C-Hitter could do, but instead, you know, committing the Concussive Palm into the Unworthy Soul, right? This way, you know, it could still do what it's supposed to do. It's still removing this this Ruin Runner off the board, and right here, right, C-Hitter got the control back, and now it's his time to swing against his opponent. Right here, Odyssey is just left open. I think C-Hitter got this in the bag.
I don't know about C-Hitter, but I definitely breathed a little sigh of relief after that, though, because it seemed like it was quite dicey, though, for C-Hitter's side. He does top deck a Katarina. Now he's going to be fully committing to this attack, and that's going to be the death knell now for Odyssey. Well done to C-Hitter.
Wow, that's a clean 2-0 coming in from C-Hitter. He's just literally controlled Odyssey the whole game, and Odyssey Odyssey literally could not do much, right? He tried to do his shenanigans and it was immediately stopped by Seether.
That's why Odyssey had to try to play ninjutsu, but then it seems like Odyssey tried to play ninjutsu, but Seether, he played judo instead to turn it around on the Odyssey there. But man, what a play there from our newcomer into the Snapdragon Pro Series, and that's exactly what we love. You know, new blood coming into the game and then really challenging the old guard, you know, keeping them on their toes. And unfortunately for Odyssey, looks like his search for that victory might just have to wait a little bit longer.
Yep, I mean, it's unfortunate for Odyssey. I would say this is a unlucky matchup for him, right? This is a straight counter to whatever lineup that he's going to be bringing in. And the last two games actually showed, right? He literally can't do much against decks like this.
That's why, I mean, bringing, again, like, it's just unfortunate as well that the patch really forced a lot of these competitors to bring out counters, and, you know, Odyssey just, I mean, I can only imagine how awkward it must be in the position. I mean, I want to do this. Nope, it cannot work because he's going to be able to stun and remove and try to do this as well. Nope, he's going to be eliminated from the board. So, it's such a tough thing there for Odyssey. But nevertheless, kudos to him for coming into this matchup here and still bringing his very, very best. Unfortunately, that very best just wasn't enough here to beat Seether. So might this be the rise of a new rookie here in this competition?
Well, there is a chance. Looking at this lineup that he actually have, right, he's just targeting every single unit-based lineup, right? If Seether could constantly meet into unit lineup, it's going to be a smooth sailing journey for him, because this particular lineup that he have is really scary to be dealing with, not gonna lie.
Of course, I mean, with so many counters, right? I mean, do you think even Bamju, because like they're going to be up later on in the semifinals, do you think Bamju's kind of deck lineup is going to be sufficient for this?
Well, I think, you know, it's not looking good for Bamju, right? You got the aggro deck that could be controlled by Seether as well. Poppy Tariq, another unit deck, is going to be easily controlled, and you know, the only deck that, you know, is going to be a big question mark is definitely going to be the TF Swain. And if you know, Seether bends this out, it might be going to his favor.
That's going to be something to watch out for in that semi-final, but still, it's going to be a little bit of a long ways to go there, because later on we're going to be seeing another couple of competitors here in this next matchup. It's going to be Tinley versus Artify. It's going to be PH versus TH. Let's see how that will turn out, but that will be only afterwards here. So, I mean, now already seen two matchups now in this new patch. Do you think things have gone exactly how you expected so far?
Not really, to be honest, right?
Wow.
I'm hoping to see more, you know, people playing Seraphine, or even having Vayne and Seraphine in the same lineup. But it seems like, you know, the deck list that the players have been bringing into the tournament so far, they are likely good. It seems like, you know, let's just take Odyssey lineup for example, right? He's actually targeting the Vayne deck instead. So you know, maybe his game plan was to ban Seraphine and target Vayne especially, and you know, just bully that particular deck down, because there's so much freezes, there's so much overwhelm coming in as well. So it seems like that's what Odyssey is trying to do, but the plan is not going to be going into fruition, because you know, his opponent is just on a different lineup.
Exactly. I mean, that's a kind of problem when you already have something in mind. There, things can kind of like life can kind of like throw curveballs at you. You know. Speaking of throwing curveballs here, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a short break, but when we're back, we'll be back with our third matchup of the day between Tinley and Artify. We'll be right back with these messages, because my name is Victor Cax, his name is Rune Boy, and we'll see you after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and Gachi.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're bringing you guys some Legends of Runeterra action. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Moonboy. We've already seen two matchups so far. First, we saw Jinso versus Bamju. That ended in a 1-2. Then later on, went C-Hitter versus the veteran Odyssey. The veteran lost to the newcomer 2-0. So things not quite going according to the plan, it seems, coming into this competition. So I don't know, what other curveballs might this competition throw next?
Well, I mean, this is a card game, right? Randomization is involved, and there is still a lot of big question marks coming in. We still got 2 more matches in the top 8. I don't know, man. Veteran going down. I don't know what I don't know what else to say.
I mean, but really, I think bigger surprise is that new patch. We still haven't really seen the new champions come into full form. I think in this competition so far. So I'm gonna be waiting or rather holding my breath a little bit, hoping we'll see either the Seraphim or the Vayne come into play at some point here. And I think there might be a good chance in this 3rd game though, given the deck list that might be in play. But certainly. That's quite the upset that happened in that 2nd game though, so we'll have to see what these next 2 competitors will bring this time around, because we've got Tinley coming in from Thailand, had an open final seeding of number 3, took 1st place in cup number 3 during the qualifiers. His favorite champion, oh boy, the Seraphine.
Yep, a new champion is his favorite champion. He's on the phone right now, with his good hand sign up. It's like, ring ring, Seraphine, can I play it today? Yes, I can, because she is officially legal for tournament play.
Exactly, but then let's see whether or not his opponent might have something to say about that, because he's also going to be facing a fellow compatriot here from Thailand in the form of Artify. You can already see Tinley on the screen right now. He's definitely having face full of focus, so serious his face is really. Now, introducing our next competitor here, this is going to be Artify, also hailing from Thailand. Had an open final seeding of 22, quite low compared to most of the other competitors here. Qualifier ranking of 3rd place in cup number 3. His favorite hero is Jinx.
Yep, do not let the stats lie to you guys. Artify, one of the players that represent SEA back in last Worlds as well, and one of the winners of the Apex Masters, LR Masters for the Apex region, representing Thailand. So this guy is not the guy to be messing around with, because he has been around since the start of the game.
Oh boy, it's going to be an exciting one, isn't it? Now let's have a look at the deck list here between Tinley and Artify. Break it down for us, Moon Boy.
Yep, let's take a look at Tinley. First off, Nora Heimerdinger. This deck has been wrecking havoc in the last patch. Then we shall see if this could still control what his opponent is trying to do in this patch as well. Next up, Seraphine Ezreal. We have explained it in the previous in the previous round as well, but however this time instead of Noxus, he's choosing to go for the SI variation of this particular deck, and then his last deck would be the Vayne Pantheon, doing his tumbling and mumbling with with this particular deck as well. However, on the other side, Artify with the Vayne Pantheon himself, Ash LeBlanc and Renekton Sejuani. This is the exact same lineup that Odyssey brought in the previous round.
But then now facing off against someone who has a slightly different plan here, and given that we have both like a Seraphine and a Vayne deck, I think chances are at least we'll see one of those in play coming into this match here, so that's going to be exciting. Now finally, despite all the complaints I saw on chat there that we're seeing the old meta right now in this new patch, finally we're going to have some new meta to try to throw to you guys. So let's see it. Seraphine Ezreal.
Yep, Seraphine Ezreal. This is the SI Shadow Owls variation coming in, right? Having Quietus, Vow Feast, and Vengeance. These are all hard removals that he is looking to target and remove, and at the same time it could still level up Ezreal or even add the counters onto Ezreal as well, right? Stacked together with Seraphine, if this Quietus and Vow Feast get to double, it's gonna be gaining so much value coming in with just this level up Seraphine alone. Back alley bar, it's a new landmark introduced, or even a landmark that could potentially be so much value right here with new cards, right? Having a 1 mana off discount. So it is one of the cards that Tinley is looking for, and if you get it, it's going to be value town for Tinley.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see what Artify has up his sleeve though, because we're going to be featuring his Renekton and Sejuani deck here. Let's break it down here, man.
Yeah, we have seen this deck previously piloted by Odyssey, but this time Artify is going to be getting his hand onto this deck as well. It's mainly Overwhelm, right? Getting those extra damage flowing straight right into your opponent Nexus, and stacked together with the new card Curse of the Tomb, he will potentially double that Overwhelm damage and ending you there and then. 3 copies of Battle Fury. He's all out for those Battle Cry and just finishing off with this particular combo.
would you say that this is a little bit more old meta or new meta here, or does he does a bit of variation here?
I think this is an old deck with a new spice with the addition of Curse of the Tomb, right? This deck has been around since, you know, Renekton and Sejuani has been around, and, you know, with the addition of Curse of the Tomb, it allows so much endgame potential with this particular deck as well.
So let's see how it turns out, because like you said, Artify having very much aggressive decks similar to what Odyssey does, but Tinley having those control decks as well. That could be a good matchup here coming in, especially given that we may see either a Seraphim or a Vayne deck being played this round. So finally some new patch action coming into this matchup here. So nevertheless, you guys, especially you who are watching all at home there, make sure you guys go ahead and give some support, some love as well to our main sponsors for the Snapdragon Pro Series, starting off with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, for when winning matters, and winning definitely matters a lot here for us at SPS. And don't forget as well to unleash the beast over at monsterenergy.com/gaming, because you can keep yourselves recharged and refreshed there with all their energy drinks. And finally, Kachi Shop is going to be your one-stop shop for all your reloading needs, especially for your favorite mobile games, and as well as a lot of benefits there if you were to do so, because of the amount of discounts and bonuses you can get when you reload through kachishop.com. So make sure you go ahead and check them out. So now coming into this third matchup now, Seraphim and Vayne. So we did mention these are the new champions. These are kind of like a new thing that you have to kind of deal with in this patch here. So what are you going to be expecting to come out from Tinley in this little matchup here?
Well, Tinley is just going in, you know, with a really control, 2 decks on the control side, 1 deck on the mid-range side. So likely Artify will be banning the Seraphim as real, because you don't really want to deal with, you know, all these shenanigans. So with this particular lineup that Artify have, is mainly to target Pantheon Vayne, right? And that is exactly what he's going for. And right here, Tinley have a Pantheon Vayne open, and Artify will be taking advantage of this particular deck.
Yeah, but then what about that Nora Heimerdinger though? That's something a little bit different here that Tinley is bringing to that table. Do you think that's going to be a bit of a trump card that he can play in this matchup here?
Well, Artify could potentially let this deck go, right? Just take the loss on the Nora Heimerdinger and take 2 more wins on the Vayne Pantheon. Take a look at this as the bans has been locked in as well as predicted. Seraphim Azure is banned, and Vayne Pantheon is banned from Artify's side. So Artify plan is going straight right on in game number 1 with Sejuani Renekton going up against the Pantheon Vayne.
All right, here we go. Our first Vayne matchup for today here. Tinley is going to be playing on the top side. Artify going to be on the bottom side. And, well, first attack already coming through with Tinley, so he's holding nothing back on his end.
Yep, however, on Tinley's side, there's no champions in his hand at the moment, but Artify, though, having that 3 sisters in his hand, that might be the trump card that he's looking for. Statistically wise, the Pantheon Vayne deck have a little bit of advantage with a 92.26% against the Renekton Sejuani. But, you know, if Artify could play it right, you know, he could turn the tables around and just go against the odd and win this against his opponent just because he's Artify.
Just because, isn't it? Well, there's going to be a lot of expectations coming out from his side of the board, because attack token is on his end. He's going to commit the 3-2 to attack, and Tinley in response blocks it with the 0-3.
Yep, I mean, this is a good trade coming in, right? Artify unable to get some damage through, but he's totally okay, right? Because right here, he's removing a challenger unit away from Tinley, and this way, Tinley, you know, could not manipulate the board or the attack phase against Artify. Artify top decking the Omen Hawk, and that's exact, like, you know, he could continue buffing the next 2 creatures in his deck.
Yeah, exactly. So Tinley only brings out another 1-2 to join his units, just getting rid of those cheap units for now. Reckless Hunter going to be brought out. Ooh, buffed up to a 5-3 there. That could be a big threat now coming from Artify.
Yep, I mean, it is a big unit coming in, right? And I believe right here, Artify, what he wants to do is just remove the Saga Seekers. So this way, you know, he could not grow any further later on in the game, and it forces Tinley to use the Pale Cascade if he chooses to trade with the Merciless Hunter.
So a lot of choices there. But what is going to be the choice here for Tinley, because he doesn't have that powerhouse unit on the board right now. He does have the attack token though, so still has initiative. Going to buff it up with a Pale Cascade, bring it up to 2-3 and up to a 3-4 now. So now it's going to be quite a bit of bite to him here. So potentially Artify could try to block that with a 5-3 or maybe even a 1-1, but that means it's going to be quite a tough choice, isn't it?
Yep, but Artify would take this trade right here, right? You don't want a Saga Seeker on the board for too long. As long as those fated triggers goes, he's constantly growing as the turn goes by. Just remove it there and then and don't deal with it anymore. But Tinley though, on the other hand, top decking the goat on as well. So that is a good start for him to start using these gems and just buffing up this Saga Seeker as the turn goes by.
But then conversely, Artify does top deck a Battle Fury as well in his end. That could be something to come into play in the late game though. But for now, Saga Seeker possibly going to be committed. Nope, it's going to be the Goat that will be committed now to just cancel things out. But still, 5-2 Yeti still remains in play right now for Artify. So I think tempo-wise, still doing pretty good. Saga Seeker going to be buffed up to a 3-3. So at least Tinley is getting that momentum going there. But I think at this point, still quite even between the two of them.
Yep, things are not looking good for Tinley right now. Top decking the Duckin Age is one of the latest weapon card that has introduced this expansion. But however, he's no unit on the board right here. That is a good card for him to defend himself against the Ancient Yeti later on. But what if this Saga Seeker goes down? There's nothing much that he could do after that.
Exactly, that's literally the last unit he has on hand, so it's definitely in his best interest to try to keep that alive, at least until he could top deck some more units. But nevertheless, though, he does have plenty of spells, so he's going to be bringing out the Dark and Ages out, buffing it up to a 5-5, maintaining that threat there on the board. But again, it's the only threat on the board there for Tianli.
Yep,
Yep,
so this is it is not even a good attack for Tinley, right? He had to pass the turn straight right to Artify, Sejuani off the top as well, and that could freeze or even reduce the attack of this Saga Seeker down to 0 if he ever chooses to.
Yep.
Yes, he did, and this is a perfect attack for Artify. Artify have no choice but to probably crack the Darkin Lordstone and try to get a unit of it as well, but instead he attached it onto the Saga Seeker with only one attack open, and this is it, ladies and gentlemen. His Artify just going in for the offense, and I believe he could potentially close off this turn if he activates the Curse of the Tomb.
Yeah, he could just do that right away and just end this right now. But nevertheless, though, this attack will still be blocked by the Saga Seeker. He is still going to keep it in play, but nevertheless, he is already down to 2, further adding to the awkwardness that is Tianle's little situation here. So, man, this is a tough one here for Tianle.
Yep, it's just not looking good for Tinley right now, but he could still turn this game around. Concerted Strike, Double Single Combat, Pale Cascade. These are all cards that he could use to remove Artify's unit. And with an exhaust off the top for Artify and a goat for Tinley, right here, Tinley needs to remove all these overwhelmed units. If not, it's going to be too late for him.
Exactly. It's going to be a race against time now for Tinley. He needs to try and bring Artify back against the wall this time around. Hopefully this attack will be able to do so, but thing is, Artify can afford to spend a lot of health on his Nexus right now, because he knows as long as he has those overwhelmed units on hand, as long as Tinley is not able to remove those, he still has the advantage.
Yep, health is a resource, and he is able to afford to take 6 damage this turn. And with the new unit on the board as well, just adding every single spell +2, so that just limiting the reaction that Artify could do against this particular combat. Just let this go. Let your cost of the spell go back to the original, and you could just do your shenanigans later on.
Yeah, so a bit of a delaying tactic here, but Tinley is just waiting, hoping that he's going to be able to top deck something good this next round. Attack does get through, so that brings Artify down to 12. Still, Tinley not quite out of the woods, even though he does have some strong units on the board, but Artify might just be that little bit stronger.
Yeah, I mean, Artify is just looking great. Tinley really didn't have a good early game for him to sustain a little bit more. Pale Cascade immediately going straight right to Saga Seeker, trying to get a little bit more and get himself a healing spell, and that is not what he's looking for. This is a good attack coming in from Artify with the exhaust, and I think this is going to be it, right? Artify just trying to push for lethal with the 3 Sisters in his hand and a Battle Fury. He's just looking comfortable.
I mean, yeah, and the fact he caught another another spell as well. This is definitely looking so good for him. The overwhelm might just be a lot here, so that's going to force Tinley to just try to block with all his might, but still 4 damage will get through because of that overwhelm. So no matter how he cut it, he's going to have to find something else here to try to deal with that. But I don't know, it doesn't look that good at all. Writing might just be on the wall.
Yep, that is exactly right. I believe that is going to be a single combat firing off from Tinley, and I believe, you know, the Concerted Strike might be the better option right here, but Artify, though, holding on to that 3 Sisters in his hand, it's just looking so comfortable for him, right? Concerted Strike immediately targeting the Sejuani. This is a no-brainer. It's definitely going to be a 3 Sister into a Flash Freeze onto the Saga Seeker, and the Sejuani would still be alive.
Whew, I mean, that's going to be a bit of a close call, but again, even after this, he's still he's going to have a long way to go before he's going to be able to force Artify into a disadvantageous situation, because now he's going to have a choice between the Merciless Hunter, Exhaust, or Forsaken Bakai.
Yeah, going on the curse onto the unit in front of the Yeti, and this forces Tinley to go for a single combat onto the Yeti as well. So, you know, Artify is still leaving mana open for the Flash Freeze, just, you know, maybe doing a bluff, right? Representing I got no Flash Freeze this turn, but Artify he got the right card that he needs.
Alright, I mean, now Entomb, Flash Freeze, or Fury to North, I think that's a Entomb that he picked up. Yep, just going to try to freeze that all the way down, completely nerfing whatever damage that's going to be able to come through with that. So now, look at that. The Overwhelm is going to allow Artify pretty much to lethal this round. Single combat is going to come through. 1 shot, 2 shot, that's it. Tinley unfortunately loses out this first round to Artify. And yet again, the powerhouse continues to reign supreme.
Yep, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, you know, Artify is just targeting the Pantheon Vein, and this is exactly what he's trying to do. And holding on to the 3 Sister, or even having 3 Sister in his deck, and you know that what he's trying to do, right? He's just controlling every single combat and try to just remove this Pantheon or this Demacia style deck away from his line.
Yeah, perfect demonstration of control here coming from Artify. Will he be able to continue that as well as we continue on to the second game right now between Tinley and Artify? Let's see what this game is going to bring.
Yep, it's going to be Ash LeBlanc going up against Heimerdinger Nora. So this is a really interesting matchup, right? Ash really wants to find units to freeze, but however, Heimerdinger Nora is not going to be having too much units on the board until Heimerdinger falls in. And with Heimerdinger on the board as well, and I believe there is a Culling Strike waiting to take out this unit away from the board. So it seems like, you know, it is a back and forth, but I believe if the Heimerdinger deck could roll, the Heimerdinger deck might have the advantage against the Ash LeBlanc.
Okay, a single mulligan doesn't quite result in a single cost unit here for Artify's end, whereas Tinley does have the single cost spell card. But nevertheless, it's going to be a little bit of a pass puff here for Tinley and Artify as they move on to the next one here. Vixen 5000 or Pot of Pain to choose from here from Artify. But that's going to be a choice there for a unit, buffing it up to a 2-3. So that's going to be for Salvo potentially coming out, but Slow coming in there, just going to be bringing that buffs all the way down. So it's now back to 1-1.
Yep, removing the equipment away from Artify, so this way he could not add any pressure to Tinley. So that was a good start coming in. So I mean, right now it's just a little bit of back and forth, right? So as long as Artify could continue adding the pressure, and he even drew a Culling Strike for a Nora or a Heimerdinger later on. So, you know, it's looking great for Artify right now.
Yeah, Fisher Whack or Shepherd's Authority to choose from here. I mean, Artify is a spoiled for choice, I feel, in some of these junctures right now. Brings up another one that actually gets it buffed up to a 4-3. Contrologist is going to be brought out by Tinley. Song on Isles, Haunted Relic or Gluttony. It's going to be Song on the Isles. He's going to be bringing it out here. And let's see, now there's going to be a commit to attack here for Artify. Brings both his units to bear. Tinley's only going to be blocking the 4-2. Not quite enough to take it out, but at least this negate a lot of that damage, only taking him down by 1 single health point.
Yep, right here, Artify's game plan is definitely going to be having a white board before Tinley could do any of his shenanigans, right? So maintaining a white board and just zoning him out and just carry on the aggression and just keep going. And that's his game plan, and he's just putting on units again and again. Second quietest, removing yet another equipment away from Artify. Yikes.
But still, it doesn't solve the problem of the wide board as an Artify side. That's still the bigger threat, I feel, for Tinley at this point. So even though he's able to kind of nerf these buffed up champions here, thanks to the Quietus, it's still not a good position to be in for Tinley's side here, because still a lot of damage potential can come out from from Artify's end. Aloof Traveler is going to be played by Tinley now, and now the turn is going to be brought onto Artify here. I think Tinley is going to commit to the attack using the Aloof Travelers here. What's Artify going to respond with?
Alright, going straight right for the inner beast, giving the Cook, a +1/+1. This is a favorable trade coming in from Artify, and he would take it. So this is a good chance, right? Right here is 3v1 against Tianle, and he could even go for easy open attack right here.
Exactly. I mean, things just falling in place so well for Artify in this round here. So Tiana's gonna have to do his work cut out here if he wants to try to make a comeback. Oof, a 5-3 gonna be brought out to the board here. That's even bigger threats now that Tiana has got to face. Possible resolve gonna be coming here soon. Not quite an attack committed here by Artify, but at least a spell is gonna be able to buff up Tiana's board somewhat. So he does have some options to block at least in this next turn.
Yep, and this is a really good player. Haunted Relic getting it off the Conchologist, and this way, he could still defend himself against Artify. So he's just buying himself time until the Heimerdinger engine could roll. And right here is just looking great for Artify. Yes, he could just pass it and just pass the turn straight right to Tianle, right? Because Tianle is the reactive deck, and just let him be reactive.
Just keep reacting all day long here, but you can only react for so long before you run out of reactions here, pretty much for Tianle. But nevertheless, though, good reaction, but unfortunately, that's going to be completely negated. All of his 1-1s just got completely taken off the board now, so seems like it's back to square one.
Yep, exactly. It is back to square one. Tianle got a Black Spear in his hand, and that is going to be the key card that could remove the Ash away from the board. But he has to meet the first condition of a unit dying this turn. So, as long as the Conchologist is dead this turn, he could go for the Black Spear. But would Artify allow it to even happen in the first place?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, again, he's holding all the cards, like both figuratively and literally speaking here. So it's really up to Tianle to try to maneuver his way out of this little quagmire. But nevertheless, though, the amount of damage potential for Artify is still that big threat. So Tianle, I don't know what exactly he's going to try to do. He's going to bring out a Heimerdinger now. So let's see if that's going to work out for him.
Yep, Heimer going straight right in is going to be a Culling Strike, immediately going straight right for the Heimerdinger. But I believe Tianle got that perfect answer with the 1 mana cost spell in his hand. If he chooses to defend the Heimerdinger, but instead no, letting it go. And this is a perfect Black Spear going straight right for the Ash. But it's okay, Artify still have 1 more Ash in his hand.
Yeah, so still, and he plays it almost as immediately it got removed. So, so constantly bring him back to square one, constantly. So, wow. Well, top deck for a 5 mana cost card there for Artify. So now looking for him to pass. But again, he has the attack token. He could potentially try to go for the jugular, in this round here, should he choose. But what can Tinley kind of do in response now?
Well, I believe this is a really good open attack coming in for Artify, right? But however, 3 units is at 1 health, and that also means the Valfeast is going to be online. He could go for the Hate Spike if he chooses to as well. So, but I don't see no reason why a open attack would be bad for Artify here.
Exactly. So, I mean, his choice is his. Does he want to do it now or, potentially save it later? But again, if he just lets it drag on, there could be potential for Tianle to top deck something that will be able to save him from this little quagmire. So, yep, he's going for the open attack this time around. So, that's going to be 12 points of damage potentially. And that Nowhere can only defend against one of these here. Oh, but may not even be able to defend that much, though. That attack completely negated now by Artify. So really, he's just going to try to absorb whatever damage comes through here from that, from that 4-1.
Yep, Hate Spike and Valfeast immediately going straight right for the Ash, saying this is your second Ash, and I am going to take it out. And right here, Artify could allow it to go, but it's putting him back by so much. There's no protective spell in his hand. He have no choice but to let this Ashe go.
Yeah, well, a bit unfortunate for Artify, but it's still Tinley only buying time right now because he still has yet to find a good unit card here to bring that advantage back to his side of the table. Nevertheless, he does remove the Ashe, does get some units back, but the attack will still get through and he's brought down to 17.
Yep, and it's not looking great for Artify. His hand is kind of dead right now. Yes, he drew himself another Ashe.
What?
And that is the final copy, right? If Artify loses this Ashe, he has no more Ashe for the rest of the game.
Dang, it looks like RNG just really is smiling on his face right now because how many times he's top decked the Ashe time and time again. So he could definitely try to play it one more time, but like I said, that's literally Ashe's last life now in this deck here as we wait to see what the choice is going to be here between the Comet Reel and Pass. And he's going to bring out the Sage. I mean, still a very wide board on Artify side, I have to say.
Yeah, but however, Tinley on the other side, you know, he got mana open, he got lots of spells, but he has yet to find himself a unit or Heimerdinger or even Nora to start this whole engine going. Tinley has not accomplished anything with this deck so far, and you know, if this continues to roll on, you know, it might not be looking good for him.
Exactly. So again, very much a tough situation here for Tinley. Again, he is having the attack token in hand, but look at what's on his side of the board. Not a lot of options as far as offensiveness goes. So really, that's kind of like you know, the drawbacks of having such a reactive deck is that when it comes time to really bring hurt and attack, you may not have exactly what you need on hand right now. So nevertheless, he's going to try to remove the 2-1 to at least negate some of the damage potential here for Artify. Still doesn't deal with the 4-1 to 1-1 and the 2-1s. Who's still going to be able to deal plenty of damage here to Tinley if he cannot really find a good answer to it.
Yup, and you know, it's just really awkward at this point in time, right? Tinley is breaking in. His deck is breaking, but however, Artify on the other hand, there's not much things going on around him as well. So it's kind of like a standstill point until someone have a big draw. So I believe this might go on for like 1 or 2 more turns, and yeah, it's gonna be like that for a while.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's the delaying tactic from Tinley that just really is finally starting to pay off a little bit, but still, he still needs to get a good top deck. Otherwise, it's still all that stalling is just going to be all for naught. Now, he's going to choose an ally here. That could potentially wipe out most of the board here for Tinley. It still doesn't deal with the 4-1, but at least it does narrow the board somewhat here on Artify's side. So removes most of those big threats. Still very much delaying tactics from the side of Tinley. But how long more can he delay this?
Yup, if we are playing the delay game, Artify say let's just drag it out a little bit more, dealing 1 damage to everything. But Tinley though, going in for the Glimpse Beyond, still unable to get anything but a big vengeance off the top as well. And that could potentially remove that third Ashe that Artify have.
Yeah. So the question though is whether or not Artify will play it in this round here, because again, very risky proposition. Once he loses that Ashe, he loses his ability to freeze plenty of the units on Tinley's side of the board. But nevertheless though, it does get some units back. Glimpse Beyond going to be committed out there, just at least remove 1 from Tinley. And finally, that's going to completely bring up his back again. To that square one. Portalapuza gonna be brought out. What card does come out? Okay, Ashe is gonna be committed from Artify side, a Pokey Stick as well to try to move that 4-1, so only the Ashe is left here to deal with on the side of Tinley.
Yup, Tinley already got that Heimerdinger in his hand. A portal has just been triggered into a House Spider, and that is a good card that Tinley is looking for. He got that tempo, immediately going in, you know, putting the scout weapon onto Ashe, trying to go for a double attack. It's 9 mana open. Tinley got a vengeance in his hand. Will he fire it off onto the last Ashe? But Artify got that 3 Sisters and could turn it into an Entomb to save this Ashe.
He could. Vengeance is already committed now by Tinley, so Artify, balls in your court right now. Save the Ashe or not? That's the multiple choice question that he's going to have to answer very, very soon here before it is resolved. He's going to let it fly. He's going to allow the Ashe to die. Ooh, boy.
Yeah, but it's okay to lose the Ashe. I got my second champion here, and his name is LeBlanc. She's gonna be firing off quick attack for 6 damage, and that's a lot of damage going straight right into Tinley. He has no choice but to block. But Tinley got the Heimerdinger in his hand. He could start the Heimer turret engine rolling.
Well, maybe he wants to think about starting it sooner rather than later, but still, with the LeBlanc in play, looks like it's going to be full commit to attack now for Artify, forcing Tinley now to try to defend. So at least he does have the spiders. That will negate most of that, negate all of that damage coming in from Artify's side, buying him some time, and hopefully to be able to get those turrets running now from Tianle's side of the board.
Yup, I love this hate spike coming in. If the hate spike is targeting onto the 2-2 spider into the Trifarian Assessor, that could remove the Assessor and at the same time deny stacks away from LeBlanc as well. So that is a really smart move if he ever chooses it. But and it's gonna be awesome.
Oh, awesomeness. Hopefully on the cards right now, pun intended. But nevertheless, Tianle only committing a single spider to this attack. I mean, again, might be a good move because he still needs to have good units on the board here. But now that attack token's inside, will he start the engine running though? Ooh.
That was a big portal coming in from Tianle, right? Having the Enlightened on that unit is going to be 6/6 with lifesteal, and that is what he want to see. Whisper's Word coming in, trying to find 2 more cards from his deck, and the Trifarian Assessor is going to be drawing him so much more card, and Artify just gaining so much more value, and he could even stop the 6/6 with the Ice Veil Archer.
Yeah, he could. But then nevertheless, Heimerdinger is also committed here from Tianle, so is he gonna get things rolling now? He's committing the 6/6 for attack, so is the Spider, so is the Conchologist. Whether maybe not. We'll see what he's going to try to commit to his attack. Of course, attack token's on his side, so the choice is his. How he wants to get things running. Looks like the turrets are going to start rolling in now for Tianle. So, oh boy, this is going to be exciting.
Yep, he's immediately trying to, remove the LeBlanc away from play. At the same time, having more turrets on board so that, Artify feels a little bit of pressure. Right here now, 5 units on the board. 1/5, a turret and a 6/6 with lifelink staring at Artify with only 3 mana open. What could he do?
Oof, very, very wide board. And again, Tianle, if you remember right, Artify had been controlling him so much throughout this early phase. And now it's going to be his turn to be controlled a little bit here because of the amount of threats coming through from Tianle's side. So is this going to be enough for the turnaround? Because Tianle is still behind in terms of health, but look at the damage potential that can come up from his side. By my calculations, 15. That's certainly going to bring a big chunk of health out of Artify in this in the next attack later on. So Artify may have to try to figure out a way to try to end this as quickly as he can, because the longer he lets it drag out, the more turrets Tianle can bring in, the worse the chances are for Artify to close out this round.
Yeah, Valve is immediately trying to take out the LeBlanc right there, and it's going to be a Fury of the North onto the LeBlanc so that she would not fall to any point of damage this turn. And she's even got a Scout on it as well. She's probably going to be leveling up this turn. And, Artify though, even though lacking in terms of the unit department, but he's still on the offense.
Yep. So the 10-4 is going to be committed there for attack by Artify. It's going to be blocked, but then that attack will allow LeBlanc now to level up. So still ending up really good here for Artify despite taking that damage. So that's 11 points of damage that LeBlanc can dole out now.
Wow, the Shapeshifter herself is everywhere and she's just dishing out damage left and right. But however, he still have to try to remove the Heimerdinger off the play. If not, it's going to be getting so much value. Tinley already got got a full board and is going to be activating the 7 mana spell anytime now. So it's going to be having the most value out of that particular spell. And, Artify though, he has no choice but to accept what Tinley is going to do.
Yeah, well, it's going to try to buff things up on his side of the board here, bringing one up to a 9-4. But that could be quickly negated here by Tinley in response though. Well, let's see whether or not it's going to work out well with Artify, because this is going to be a crucial turn now to see whether or not that scale of power is going to be tipping into whose favor now after this rally here. But still taking their sweet time. Committing another spell there. Oh, sorry, going to be bringing out another turret now. I mean, the engine is just running at full steam ahead now for Tinley. So, you know, longer this gets dragged out here, the worse it's going to get for Artify.
Yep, just removing that unit out with the hate spike and the undergrowth. This way, the Heimerdinger would still be safe. Even though you got the LeBlanc, you got no overwhelm. Tinley just have to chunk block every single round, and that's just what he needs to do.
Yep, so it's going to be 1-for-1 there. Still not going to be taking out the LeBlanc quite yet, but again, Tianla's just can afford to just spam these units onto the board there to just keep blocking over and over again. It's going to bring out 2 turrets, maybe a unit or 2, nope, maybe even a full commit here on the cards though. Still not enough to bring out the lethal, but I think crucially though, this one will be able to bring him some health back, so that could potentially keep this game extended even further if he can successfully pull this one off.
Yeah, boons flying in left and right, portals and chime onto Tianle, but however, it's gonna be puff cap and traps on Artify's side. And right here, Heimerdinger got the level up as well, and he's going in for the push, right? There's so much value coming in from Tianle, even though Artify, yes, he does have a little bit of freezers and things like that to manipulate around, but how long can he deal? Right, he really has to try to remove the Heimerdinger, and he got that Culling Strike off the top deck, and that is what he is looking for.
Yep, full commit it looks like, while he leaves the Professor back at home. Now it's going to be Artify's turn to respond to this, how he's going to try to block things out. He's going to try to nerf and negate all of that damage coming out from 2 of the units. Still going to allow some of that true, not quite. It's still just basically going to use all of the units on the board now to block this attack effectively. And I think that's bought Artify quite a bit of time.
Yep, they literally bought him a lot of time, and right here he's even on the unit advantage as well. And he could still remove Heimerdinger the next turn with Culling Strike as also, and that really leave Tianle with very little option right here.
Yeah, options might be running dry here, especially with his hand looking ever so narrow now. He's gonna hope that at least more of those turrets will be able to come out to hopefully bolster his next few attacks. But again, Artify is now buying plenty of time for himself now to get himself back in the fold. And with his hands being stacked with so many spells here, could certainly bring a lot of trouble to Tinle's next few plays.
Yep, and right here, Artify is the one with the options, right? He has so many cards in hand, he has so many maneuver that he could potentially do. Tro-chan just denying that particular attack coming in, particular buff coming in onto the Emerald. So, right here, Artify is the one that is, coming up on top. Yes, you're coming in with a full board, you're leaving with only 3 units left right now.
Yeah, not quite the equivalent exchange that Hannah will be looking for sure. Even though the turret engine is still running, it may not be quick enough to keep up with the sudden turnaround that Artify is now starting to bring on the Tianle. So kind of desperate. He's going to be bringing out the Nora. That's going to be leveled up completely now for, level up to the next one here for Tianle. So that's going to bring her up to a 2-3. Let's see whether or not he's going to be able to continue generating more and more value here as he widens his board up, bumps it up completely. Lots of damage potential on his side. Now it's going to be Artify's turn to respond to this as the attack token is on his side.
Well, I mean, that's the beauty of Nora, right? As long as he's on the board and level up, every single portal is going to be changing to a 4-cost and above unit. And Artify is not allowing it to, to get this any worse, and immediately trying to remove the Heimerdinger, because this fella right here has already created so much value, and a second of the electric engine, right? Just trying and just put in so much more value coming in. And if Tianle could sustain a little bit more into the game, all these portals will be turning into his favor.
Yeah, he's definitely hoping for that to be the case for him, but unfortunately, he will lose the Heimerdinger, so bye-bye Nutty Professor, as now Artify brings his 8-4 to bear, or maybe not. He is definitely thinking about it because he does have the initiative with the attack token on his side. It is his choice how he wants to try to end this round.
Yep, and right here, targeting the shapeshift onto the LeBlanc, so, oh, instead, he trying to pull it back, and I believe he's going to freeze this particular turret or even deal 2 damage to the turret so that it could just, fall straight right to the LeBlanc.
Exactly. So that exactly is what he's going to try to do here. LeBlanc going to get leveled and not much damage done on his end, so still back to the usual places now, even though Tinley does have a slightly wider board here compared to Artify, but that really, really fat LeBlanc is starting to become a big threat now to Tinley, so the sooner he can get rid of that, the better for him for sure. Maybe see whether or not he can take advantage of some more Portal Chaos that could be coming up the ranks now. Whisper, where's going to be brought up, and oh my goodness, Brittle Steel as well. Are the combos just going to keep on rolling here for Artify?
No way. I mean, those pop caps are just putting in the work. But Artify immediately dropped down to 6 health just because of the pop caps that is in his deck. The more Artify draw, the more damage he's dealing to himself, right? So you have to be really careful of what is his next move moving forward. Yes, he got a really good attack right here, but his units are constantly being Tianle's units are just constantly dealing buff as long as the 1-4 is on the board for him.
Yeah, and the end result of that's going to force Artify to commit now, fully commit it looks like here, to this next attack. So potentially he could try to clear out the board completely, but I think crucially Tianle has 2 extra units compared to Artify here, so no matter what, that's still going to hand the tempo back to Tianle. So instead, Artify tries to get an extra unit on the board there, hopefully bring things up to parity maybe. Or maybe not. It's still very much undecisive at this point now, because that is pretty much his last unit to play. All spell cards left on his hand right now. So, wow, very tough situation, I think.
Yeah, but however, the time is ticking, guys. Artify still have lots of pop cap in his deck, you know. So if this game drags on, I don't think Artify would survive this pop caps.
Exactly. That's a big problem that's going to be faced on his end now, as Tianle now completely blocks all of the attacks coming in for Artify here. Might not be enough there to eliminate some of these units, particularly the LeBlanc. So still big threats are going to be on the board here for Artify. The thing that's most concerning though is the lack of units on his end. So hopefully he will be able to get some of that back. Oh, nice one there. Completely nerfing that attack there. So he will still have 2 units left over by the end of his attack. So that's a really good move there from Artify.
Yep, that's exactly a really good move. You know, just trying to keep his tempo up. It's going to be 3v3. Tianle has no cards in his hand. But 2 more portals, 1 pop cap activator for Artify, 1 trap going straight right on. The Nora is just flying straight right in, and there's nothing much that, you know, Artify could do against the Nora. But, you know, he's just taking 3 damage, but, you know, he's freezing it so that he's not going to be taking 3 damage, and hopefully he gets to close the game the next turn, which is looking not easy for Artify.
Yeah, luckily for that, he managed to nullify Nora completely, so definitely bought himself some time. Now the question is whether or not he's going to be making efficient use of that time right now, because being at 5 health, still very incredibly easy for Tianle to, you know, bring an upset here onto Artify if he's not too careful. But I think he's been playing his cards right so far. It's already brought him this far now. Be kind of ashamed for him to try to drop the ball at this point, because frankly, this has been a stellar defense here coming from Artify at this stage. And now that he has the attack here, bring another draw, another puff is going to come in out. Ooh, bring it down to 3 health now. This is so precarious for the Artify. I just wonder how is he able to handle this level of pressure.
Wow, I mean, that is... Oh, no, 4 more pop caps going in, 2 more traps activated, but Artify got a rally trigger later on if he ever chooses to fire it off. And not forgetting, right, Tinley actually got a 6 plus 6 plus 6 buff of total of 6 chimes going straight right into the Junk Construct as well. That Junk Construct is an 8-8, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a really big unit to be dealing with.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to bring it out, but now it's going to be time for Artify to commit to an attack. Quite possibly the last attack he could do, and not enough to do the lethal though, so and still definitely very easily blocked by Tinley. So indeed the block will come through, and then I think the boss still survives this one here at least, but nevertheless, that's going to put a bit of hurt now to Artify here, further limiting his options here. I think there's 1 unit. Yeah, there's still 1 unit left on hand. Sorry, 2 units still left on hand. It brings out the Tactician, which it's already immediately buffed up to a 7/7. So at least he still maintains tempo. So still good so far for Artify.
Yeah, but 3 health with so many more Puff Cap in his deck, I don't think Artify would be able to survive until the next round. So, yes, Artify got a good attack this turn, but what's next, right? Could he survive until the next attack token?
Yeah, that's the thing, because still 16 health on the side of Tinley, so that's practically more than 4 times the amount of health that Artify has, and with the Puff Cap traps constantly in that deck, like I said, the next draw could literally be his last. So I think Artify is just going to go all in. He's just going to have to, commit to the attack and see and hope he's going to be able to do enough damage there to Tinley to kind of force things to continue into quote-unquote overtime here. But I mean, again, and with that being taken out of the board now, that's completely negated attack, and we're back still with Tinley having so much more health now, and with the buffs coming in and more units coming into the fray now, this could be the end. Puff Cap going to bring him down to 1 health now. Full attack committed now from Tinley. I think this might be the end.
But this is a good attack, good open attack coming in from Tinley. But I think Artify still got a few, defensive option right here. He could go for the Unforgiving Construct and just freezing two of the strongest unit. Go for the Flash Freeze, go onto the Nora, and just try to get a favorable block this turn, right? He could still shapeshift the Tactician and get another rally this turn if it goes his favor.
Yep, nerf that. So now it's only the 5/5 he had to deal with. That will be easily blocked by his 4/2. So, again, still buying himself some time, but 1 health left. Next draw could be very, very dangerous here for Artify here. I don't know how many more Puff Caps are there left inside that deck there, but certainly I don't think Artify wants to find out either.
Yep, shapeshift onto Tactician, immediately getting Vengeance out and denying the Tactician from being cloned. And this is definitely gonna be GG right here. Artify sitting at 1 HP after a long game. I don't think he's gonna be surviving the next draw or even Tinley's next combat step with that Nora on board.
Yep, well, it's gonna be his turn to attack. Next drop,
And it's
Puff
over.
Cap! It's done, it's over. Artify, unfortunately, the Puff Caps were too poisonous. That's why you don't eat the funny looking mushrooms, guys. And that's the end of round number 1 here. Artify losing that out now, so it's now going to be down to the LeBlanc Ash versus the Vayne Pantheon in this next one here. Ooh, boy. This is now going to a 3rd game series here, and man, the dang tactics sometimes don't work out, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, that was a very long game number 2. But coming into game number 3, we know that Pantheon Vayne has a very bad win rate against Ash LeBlanc, right? Ash LeBlanc have a 63.64% win rate against a Pantheon deck. Like, this is totally favorable to the Ash LeBlanc, but as long as, he's drawing right, he gets the right freezers, Artify might come out victorious of this round.
Yeah, that's, I mean, on paper, that's exactly how it is, but as you all know, what matters more than anything else is what you do when you're on the board now. The battle is on between Tinley and Artify. Last game for them. Only 1 man will be left standing by the end of this. Well, we'll see which Thai player will be the one to move on to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good start from Tinley, right? He got the Fated on, he got the weapon onto the Saga Seeker. He's dealing 3 damage by turn number 2. So it's just looking great for Tinley. And he's getting everything. He got the Ilua on turn number 3 if he chooses to as well. So everything is just in his favor right now. And it feels like nothing could go wrong. But Artify, though, falling a little bit behind. I'm not sure if he could, he could play the Hookmaster and hopefully gets himself a good weapon to deal with it, but the Saga Seeker might be too big by the time.
I mean, perfect opening here for Tinley. So, and Artify doesn't really have anything to respond with to this. So that's very firmly putting the tempo onto Tinley's side, which is just as well because he's going to need all the help he can get, especially given the win rate percentage of this specific matchup here. He's going to be hoping that luck is going to be favoring his side.
Yep, definitely right. You know, right here, the priority is falling on to Artify. He got it. Likely he's only have one play, right? Play the Hookmaster and see how it goes. But instead, he chooses to go for the gift, draw himself another card, and it's yet another Hookmaster. Things are not looking good in Artify's hand. Yes, he got the percentage advantage, but would this be the game where you know, the Ash LeBlanc falls into the 30% zone?
See, it's like, again, as long as the percentage is not 0, it's still possible to lose out a game. That's why it's still a 30% chance of losing this game here for Artify, right? But Combat Cook gonna be committed here, Upcycled Rig or Panel Pain. Choose from here, and it's gonna be Panel Pain bringing it up to 5-3 here for the Cook. But Tianle, again, he still has a lot of tempo on his side here, so he has plenty of units to block on this next round here. Artify, though, only has the 5 mana to try to play around with. Not a lot to work with, I'm afraid.
Yup, I mean, Artify top decks a Trifarian Glory Seeker. I mean, that could be a way to remove the Vayne, but you still have to be really careful of this combat spells that he have, right? Things like Concerted Strike or even the single combat could remove the Trifarian Glory Seeker easily. So he have to try to think of a way of how to make it really awkward for Tinley, because right here, the awkward person is Artify.
Awkwardness all around here. Even though he's on attack, I don't think he can see any kind of pathway to really bring any hurt now. And given that he's already 7 points behind there, time is certainly of the essence here. Ionian Hookmaster are going to be brought out. Combat Reel, official whack to choose from is going to be Combat Reel to bring him up to a 4-3. So at least there's some damage to be done. The Tumble is going to be brought onto the Saga Seeker. So that brings it up to a 5-6 now. And looks like that's going to be committed to attack. So forcing Artify now to defend. That should be the death of either one of those units there. He's just going to decide. Is it going to be the Cook or is it going to be the Whisperer?
Yup, I mean, he could even still go for the Trochan to try to defend the Cook from dying against the Saga Seeker, but I think, you know, this is a good block. Just let this go, take the just, you know, let one unit go, and then probably you could play the Glory Seeker later on and try to remove the Vayne or even the Saga Seeker off the board.
I mean, the awkward thing is that no matter how he tries to block, the Saga Seeker will still survive it. So he decides to just let his cheaper unit go out of the way, retain the Cook. So hopefully he gets some good chicken dinner later on, should he be able to bring this to a victory.
Yep, instead, you know, instead of taking down the Vayne, he chose to take down the Saga Seeker to say, no, I'm sick of you, you know, growing your units. This unit is going straight right down this turn. And, you know, it's okay for the Vayne to be on board, right? As long as there's no other threats on board, the Vayne is good to stay.
Yep. So now, question now is firmly on Tianle's side. Is he going to fully block this or just allow the 5 damage to get through? He certainly has the budget to do so in his Nexus. So he could potentially just take the hit there, let that one through, and still maintain tempo on the board here. But regardless, that Saga Seeker, he's going down. No way Artify is going to allow him to continue to survive this turn.
Yeah, but there's another way that Artify could go around this, right? Maybe Kill Cascade into a gifted goods, right? You know, so these are possible ways that he could keep it alive, but instead he chooses to just go for the trade of 2 units, and Trochan immediately coming straight right down to keep the Cook alive, and Artify still having a 1:1 unit against Tinley.
Yeah, and importantly, still retains 2 extra spell mana for the next turn. So, well, tempo back to square one. Slight mana advantage coming from Tinley's side. Does have quite a bit of spells to play with. Also has plenty of units to, or rather 2 units to choose from here from his end. Now, what do you think is going to be the plan from here on out?
Well, Tinley could go for the Campor this turn if he chooses to, but, you know, or he could just play a little bit slow, just buff up the Vayne and see what Artify is going to do, right? Artify could even go for the Archer and just freeze the Vayne if he chooses to, or even he could just go for the Whispered Words and just see what's the next 2 cards, and hopefully he could find out to remove the Vayne here and now.
Well, let's see if that's going to come to pass. Unfortunately, though, Artify, yet again, just going to be taking his sweet time to decide how he wants to try to play this next defense here. Or he could potentially just pass things over because Tinley hasn't quite committed to any attacks. He's going to bring on another Cook here to join his first Cook. Only be able to choose between a Shepherd's Authority or Pot of Pain this time around.
Portal Pains feels like a better option, right? Like, you know,
Yeah.
just having the option to block with your unit, and that is what he wants to do. Yep, immediately going in for the Portal Pain, and the Vayne, right, is in the awkward position as well. But the Campor immediately coming straight right down, and Tinley is just going in for the offense. And Campor having Overwhelm and Challenger, he could remove one of the cooks.
Exactly. I mean, more importantly, the Overwhelm will be able to come through and continue to damage the Nexus here, which will wear him down over time. So, yeah, I think it's going to be it's going to start to become a race against the clock here for Artify from this point on if he's not able to have a good answer to that 6-5. So, still going to be ball his court though, but time certainly running out. The timer is already out now for Artify here. He's going to have to commit right now if he wants to try to you know, put something on the board here, but yeah, it's gonna be a tough one, I think.
Yep, I think, you know, he could just chill, right? Artify can just pass it here and see what Tianle could do. Play a little bit more reactively because you got that Trochan in play, right? Right, this particular attack right here is just weird for Tianle, right? Like, you know, he should be hooking the 5-3 and try to protect the Vayne from going down. So yes, this is a good attack coming in, even though, you know, he got the Trochan. It's not going to be doing too much, you know, to affect Tianle's bot state.
Well, he's still going to be able to keep one cook, but unfortunately the other cook is definitely well done at this point now. So bye-bye cook. There's only one cook left, so certainly Tianle has a lot more advantage, even though both his cards only sitting on the Razor's Edge with that single health there, but that was enough damage done now. This is now making things even more awkward here for Artify.
Yep, you are exactly right. And however, top deck Trifarian Glory Seeker, that could also potentially remove one of Tianle's unit once again. And there's only one defensive spell that is going to be in the form of the Concerted Strike that could remove the Trifarian Glory Seeker.
Yeah, Amulet going to be brought on to the to bring it up to a 3-2 there. So at least it's not quite out of the woods, but certainly 7-1 is still a big threat there from Tianle's side. Hopefully we'll be able to remove that next round. But will he commit to an attack though? I don't know if it's advantageous for him yet, especially with Tianle not really exposing too much weakness here towards Artify. So yeah, this is again very much a long drawn out match here, as Artify is attempting to buy enough time so that he can bring himself back into the advantage once more. Certainly, hopefully with this next unit, this next 4-2 unit brought out, hopefully this will start to bring some tempo back, but Tinley responds really well with a 4-3 on its end. Artify responds with a 6-2, so they're just really just trying to build up the board, trying to make it as wide as possible for the next potential attack. And in fact, speaking of attacks, Artify going for that full commit, maybe. So it looks like he's going to finally get onto the attack now, trying to force Tianle to be on the defensive now.
Yep, and this actually, you know, forces Tianle to block with the 4-3 or even the Vayne itself, as, you know, he's running really low on cards. But however, he has another Campor in his hand, and if that Campor comes down, you know, it might be looking bad for Artify.
Right, so nevertheless, it seems like still deciding if he wants to try to go for the full commit or only the 6-2. Again, he's still at least at one extra unit that will be able to chip away some damage should Tianle decide to fully commit to the defense, but seems like he's gonna retain his 3-2, only allowing 3 units to attack on his board. Tianle could potentially just use all his units there, but that's going to leave him worse for wear for the next round. So he's deciding whether or not to just tank that 9 damage completely, or at least block one of those 4 damage attacks coming from Artify's side. Looks like he's just going to let it through. I mean, again, health is a resource, as you've been repeating all day long, and Tianle is definitely making full use of that right now. So it's going to be back to even scale balance now in terms of health on the nexus between both Artify and Tianle. At least sort of a balance here with only a single health point separating the two, with Tinley being the lead. And Ash is going to be brought out from the top deck here from Artify. Could that be the dark horse here that he needs to turn this around?
Wow, but this Horza coming in 7-7, where he supports a unit, that unit becomes the power of Horza herself. So, you know, it's going to be tough for Artify, immediately breaking the spell shield, freezing it out, saying if you're gonna support your unit, you're not gonna be doing too much. Culling Strike going straight right to the Horza, saying no, you can't stay on the board any longer.
Yeah, so this say bye-bye Horza for sure. Next resolve might be coming true here, but again, it's Tienda's chance to attack, but unfortunately that still comes through there. He will bring his 4-tree to bear, so that's going to be destruction of a single unit on Artify's side, so at least bring the board somewhat back to parity, but still that 7-7 remains a big threat, and now the freeze is over. Artify now is going to commit the first of his 2 ashes that are on hand right now.
Yep, first Ash coming straight right down. I believe she should be really close to leveling up as well. So, you know, right here, Tinley, he got 2 Concerted Strike in his hand. He's not gonna, you know, rest. It's just immediately firing straight right onto the Ash. And I believe Artify should be good to let this Ash go. And you know, just play the second Ash later on.
Yeah, and that essentially forces Tianle to just use up his Concerted Strike now, so it's still going to be a good trade regardless here for Artify. But big question is whether or not he'll be able to, you know, make use of this delay here in order to try to bring himself up to a more advantageous position. The buffs still are coming through though, so now he has a 6-2 on the board as well. Concerted Strike is going to move the Ash for sure. Now he has full range to try to play another Ash should he want to. Definitely has the mana to do so, and the attack token as well.
Yeah, but the second Ash is gonna be really awkward because she can't attack this turn. So, you know, instead, why not focus your attention onto the Treverian Glory Seeker and try to remove the Horza array from the board, right? This way, you know, Artify could still have creature advantage and just putting more pressure onto Tianle right now.
Yeah, and with Archer coming out, freezing the Horza, so that does negate the 7 damage that he could potentially do, as now committing to an attack here is Artify. Could be lethal, so that's going to force Tianle now to send all his units out to defend. I think that's going to empty out the board here for him.
Definitely, there's no units left on Tianle's board, but you know, Tianle is also running low on options. There's no units in his hand, but as he's digging deeper into his deck, there's still chance of him finding the Pantheon that he is looking for. Could the top deck be the Pantheon that he is looking for the whole time? No, it's gonna be a second Vayne, but you know, Artify is just chill.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's going to be a level up now for Tianle's side.
So it's a Compor, yeah, Compor coming down, yeah.
Yeah. So now, I don't know, like, again, it would be so good if he got a Pantheon, but now that he doesn't have it, what's going to be his options from here on out?
Yeah, Pot of Pain going straight right to the Archer as well. So this way, you know, he could remove the Compor out if he chooses to attack with this Tumble, and you know, even if, you know, he's not going to attack, he could go for the Trifarian Assessor and draw 2 more cards. Instead, going straight right for the Tumble for 7 damage with 6 health, and Artify. That's it. It's timeout. It's timeout.
Timeout? What? Oh my goodness! See,
What?
Delaying tactics sometimes don't work out, and this time around, it didn't work out because we ran out of time.
What? Okay, we were so focused onto the game that I forgot about the shot clock, right? But the shot clock was ticking, this game was taking too long, and Artify literally lost the game just because he ran out of time.
What a shock, because this could have potentially been the turnaround here if he just had a little bit more time. But then again, this is kind of like a thing you have to consider, right? When you are, you know, playing for time, is that time is like any kind of resource, just, you know, it is finite. You cannot afford to waste too much of it, otherwise this could happen. Oh, and then the whole time Artify was behind in health, so yeah. Something he would definitely should have watched out for. Definitely something we should have watched out for. But wow, I mean, what a way to kind of end it. This was a little bit anticlimactic, but.
But yet, ladies and gentlemen, Tianle officially won Artify right there in a 2-1, and Artify, another giant in the APAC region, falling off once again in the top 8. So it's gonna be an interesting top 4 later on, and I don't know, man.
So much expectations, so much predictions just thrown out the window, literally.
Artify favorite? Nope.
Nope.
Not anymore.
Odyssey, maybe favorite?
Nope.
Too old.
Not anymore.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is unprecedented right now in the Snapdragon Pro Series. I don't think I've ever casted a LOR game where it literally ran out of time, though. So this is literally a first for me. So, well, now that all that shock and awe is all away, I mean, dang, Tinley just literally now is in the semifinals. So, wow, congratulations to Tinley on this one here. Very much unexpected from all of us here at SPS. I think definitely unexpected for Tinley himself. So, wow, all congratulations to him, man. Definitely deserved it.
Yup, and that was a big win right there, and he will be moving straight right to the semifinals with the winner of our game after the break as well.
Yep, and speaking on that, we're going to be taking that short break right around now. So my name is Victor Cax. Join me here is Moonboy. We'll see you guys after these messages, so don't go away.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
tryna solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down when you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks till y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, bringing you guys some Legends of Runeterra action in the Split 2 Open Finals. My name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Moonboy, and what an upset in that last matchup there. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, by statistics, by like on paper, by in theory, Artify should have been the one to win this. I mean, the odds were overwhelmingly in his favor. He was literally using his big brain there to figure out how he's going to get himself out of a little bit quagmire that Tinley was handing on him. And he didn't realize, we all didn't realize, the shot clock was already ticking all the way down. And when it finished there, because Artify didn't have enough help on his Nexus compared to Tinley then went on to win by default. Oh, wow. I mean, this is just unprecedented here for the SBS series, and man, who would have thought? You know, the real big boss they had to deal with was literally the clock.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can take all the time you want to think, but that's included that if you have additional time to think more, right?
Yeah.
But time is of essence, and you know, you're not just against your opponent. There's a clock literally on the right hand side ticking, and if you don't notice it, like, you know, you could just lose like that.
Yeah, I mean, talk about like missing the forwards for the trees, sort of here for Artify. I mean, if you guys saw in the highlight just now in doing the break, you even see his reaction. Even he was just as shocked and surprised as we were. It's like, what? Oh. Man, but I mean, now things are just so topsy-turvy now in this top 8 because we have two like literal like powerhouses, two favorites of our competition here in this top 8 are just completely taken out. I mean, Odyssey out because of a 2-0 there against the newcomer C-Hitter, and then now Artify being taken out by the clock. I mean, what other curveballs can they throw? I wonder.
I have no idea, Victor. I mean, this is the beauty of tournaments, right? Like one small mistake and then you're out of the whole thing. And you could never expect what is it to come, and especially in a tournament like this. So it's going to be tight. It's going to be really head-to-head right here. And these are the best of APAC. And that's what else to expect. I don't know, man, coming into this game.
Well, speaking about the best of the best, we're going to be having one of the best here from Korea. It is KDF Kamdong, hailing from the clan of the Kwangdong Freaks here. He had an open final seeding of 2, qualifier ranking of 1st place in Cup number 2. His favorite champion is Lee Sin.
Coming into the playoffs as the lone Korean in this whole tournament, in the top 8, could he strive himself and make his way to the grand finals and get back the championship for Korea?
Yeah, I mean, certainly one of the most handsome out of the top 8 here for sure. So if there's ever a beauty contest for LOR players, he certainly will be taking top marks for that for sure. But standing in his way, though, is going to be a competitor from Philippines here. It is going to be Trap God, having an open final seeding of 7, took 2nd place in Cup number 3, just behind where Kamdong was. And his favorite champion is Ezreal.
Favorite champion is Ezreal, same as the guy in the picture as well. Standing behind him is Lux, but don't underestimate this guy, because this guy coming in hot, coming in strong, and he is aiming for the title.
Exactly, as is everyone here in the top 8, but again, out of 8 people, only one man will be able to experience the joy of victory here by the end of the day. But it all starts from these matchups here. Now, let's go ahead and have a look at the deck list for Trap God and Kamdong.
Right, Trap God coming in with a pretty offensive yet controlling lineup with a Seraphine and Ezreal, followed up by a MFTF Pirate Aggro, and following the last deck is going to be a Nora Swain control. However, on Kamdong's side of the field, there's Akshan Lee Sin, Ezreal Seraphine, and Pantheon Various. This is a really interesting, this is the last or the third new champion is this whole expansion, and Kamdong is bringing him in.
Yeah, bringing in some big guns indeed here, and certainly going to be looking forward to this specific matchup here just because of those champions being in the mix right now. So hopefully you guys are getting a lot of information about this current patch here thanks to these matchups right now. But nevertheless, it's going to be up to both of these players now to make full use of the decks. And speaking of the decks, let's have a look at this one.
Yep, this deck is no stranger to any of us, right? We got Misfortune and Twist of Fate Pirate Aggro. It's all about swarming the bot. It's all about hitting you as fast as turn number 5. Like just finishing you off by turn number 5 and just close off the game. New addition into the new deck list as well. You got the Baru Cultist, you got the Dakin Harpoon. These are the new cards that is coming in. And Barun Cultist, whenever a equipped unit hits the Nexus, it does 1 damage to the Nexus as well. So he's still providing a lot of aggression for this style of deck.
Wow, the classic Pirate Aggro. I mean, it's still the same old dog, but definitely some new tricks in the mix here. So let's see what Kamdong is going to be featuring here on this deck list here. It's going to be the Pantheon Various.
Yup, Pantheon Various. This is a new deck on the block, right? New kid coming in, Various with his big bow and arrow, just trying to shoot right in. Casting spells, just trying to grow his arrow turn after turn, or spells after spell, card after card he plays, and just trying to take advantage of it and stack together with Pantheon. What else is there to say, right? It's just going in, doing Pantheon thing once again with Pantheon.
Yeah, just make sure he loads up on his protein, gets himself all buffed up, and once he's fully up to speed, it's nothing going to be stopping that momentum. That's definitely going to be the plan here from Kamdong's side. Whether or not that can come to fruition, though, it's very much dependent on his abilities on the board now. And speaking of which, it's going to be up on the cards very, very soon. But before we are able to get to that, though, we like to make sure we give a thanks to our sponsors here in this competition here, because the Snapdragon Pro Series wouldn't have been possible without the support of these people, the Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Make sure you guys send your match predictions brought to you by Snapdragon. Go ahead, cast your votes inside the Twitch chat, because that's where the poll is going to be set. So make sure you guys log in for that as well. And yeah, for Snapdragon Pro Series has certainly been providing that platform here for all of you guys to, you know, enjoy your favorite players playing the absolute best here on stream for you guys. So shout out to them. And also shout out to Monster Energy, unleashing the beast for all of us here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And Kachi Shop is probably going to be your one-stop shop for all your reloading needs for all your favorite games there. Virtual currencies are offered on that shop with discounts and bonuses when you do reload through their online storefront. So make sure you check them out, kachishop.com/my. So now, final match of today here. I think there's still plenty of curveballs to come for sure. We've already seen 2 of them happen so far today here. I mean, again, definitely favorite is going to be Kamdong, but you think that those curveballs could potentially eliminate another favorite here? What do you think Trap God has on his hand here that could potentially pull that in?
I don't know, Victor. Like at this point in time, all this curveball being thrown at me, I'm lost at this point in time. But I believe, right, the deck to actually allow Trap God to actually have an edge is likely going to be this Nora Swain, right? It could bully most of the deck that Kamdong actually have in his lineup. Seraphine, Ezreal, let's just put that aside. We are not going to be seeing that today. And you know, Pirate Aggro might have an edge against it as well, but you know, he still have to keep up his tempo, right? So coming into this matchup, I believe, Trap God, the weakest deck is likely going to be the Pirate Aggro with Kamdong, with the Pantheon Various being the weakest deck in this lineup.
So yeah, still potential for sure, but knowing how strong Kamdong is as a player, hopefully this time he'll keep a closer eye on the shot clock for sure. But nevertheless, though, I digress. This has been an interesting day for sure. I mean, who knew having a new patch here could cause so much chaos in this particular tournament here? But that's what we all live for here. The expect the unexpected is sometimes a good motto to have, and certainly it's going to be one little advice that probably a lot of players is going to be taking to heart here in this competition. So let's see what the bans are going to be. Yep, you call pretty much Seraphine.
Tell me something new, guys. Tell me
Exactly.
something new.
Exactly.
Azreal Seraphine is not going to be seeing play today, and I am calling it. So, coming into this matchup, two weakest deck is definitely going to be Pantheon Various going up against MFTF. So, as long as they could get their first win with this deck, they are good to go, right? Just clock the win of the weakest deck and just move on, and hopefully you win game number 2 or game number 3 with your stronger deck.
All right, so that's the game plan coming into this matchup here, the last one before we move on to the semifinals here, and the Open Finals for Split 2. This is going to be in a battle to see who's going to face off against Tinley in the semifinals now. So, a quick shout out as well to all of you viewers and on Twitch. I can see the love you guys are giving us in the chat for the commentary. So thanks so much for the support, guys. It's really an honor to be here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, bringing you guys all this entertainment, endless, boundless amount of fruits that can come in favor when it comes to these matchups. And speaking of matchups, now we're going to be starting this first round between Kamdong as well as Trap God. Let's see how this is going to play out.
Yep, so ladies and gentlemen, off we go. It is going to be Pirate Aggro going up against Lee Sin Akshan. So yes, this is the weakest deck coming in from Trap God. So he's going to be trying to get this deck out of the way. And if the Lee Sin deck don't have a good opening defense, that's where Trap God could take advantage of this.
Well, he does have a Visayan Disciple on hand though, so that could be something he will definitely play in the opening round here. So he's already trying to set the tempo now. What will Trap God try to do in response here, ladies and gentlemen? So, well, let's see whether this is going to be in for the long haul or in for the hot shot here. Crack shot's going to be brought out by the Trap God. And now it's going to be Kamdong's turn to see what he's going to try to defend with in this next attack.
Yep, statistically speaking wise, the Pirate Aggro deck would have an advantage against the Lee Sin deck, right? It's have a 57.14% win rate against Lee Sin Akshan. So, if this don't throw us a curveball once again, Trap God is in favor of this, right? But however, looking at the board state right now, Trap God got to have a decision to make which 2-drop is going to be putting down, and I believe it might be that Maria Warden.
Yeah, very much spoiled for choice when it comes to units, but not much in terms of spells. But that could be consequence of the deck as well. Choosing between the two is going to be the Amulet to bring the buff up to +2/+1, make it to a 3/2 for the Sage Seeker. What weapon will Kamdong bring out on his Sage Seeker? It's going to be the Whack. So that only brings up 2 extra damage here for the Sage Seeker. And he's going to have to commit it now because Trap God's bringing out his Sage Seeker. So mutually search instruction, both Sage Seekers out of the board.
Yep, but Fish Whack, that is exactly what Kamdong is looking for, right? Having the overwhelm onto the Lee Sin later on when Lee Sin is leveled up, and that is where the juiciness comes into play. But however, he's looking really low in terms of the unit department, right? Only have a Visayan Disciple. Yes, he does have a Concussive Palm, but Trap God will have a wider board compared to Kamdong. So this is where Trap God is able to take advantage against him.
Yeah, so very much that's how things will play out here. I mean, given the stats right now between both of these decks here, but remember, this is literally Trap God's weakest deck here. So hopefully this advantage will help carry him in this specific matchup here. Now, both of these guys, it seems like Kamdong is just taking his sweet time here, deciding how he wants to go about his attack. He really only has 1 extra unit play, but that's only at 5 mana, so there's no way you're going to be able to bring that out. He does have some options in terms of spells, but nevertheless, he passes it on to Trap God, who brings out another unit here. Hook Master going to be brought out. Which weapon is going to choose go on that? Couldn't quite see that, but at least it brings it up to 2 extra damage there. So very wide board on Trap God's side. What can Kamdong kind of do to negate this advantage though?
Well, at this point in time, there's nothing much that he could do, right? Like, you know, Kamdong could go for a concussive palm if Trap God decides to play a unit down, and I don't see why not, right? Right, you know, Maria Warden is definitely the play right here for Trap God, and he gets himself a octopus, right? But this is a good time for Kamdong to do a proactive concussive palm so that he gets another unit to block as well. So ultimately, it's a 2-for-1 for Kamdong if he went for this move.
Yeah, it's going to stun that 3-1 there, so that's pretty much leaving only a total of 5 damage points potentially with Trap God should he commit to a full-on attack. But again, with his board being this wide, I mean, he can just afford to just drop 1 unit or 2 and not really suffer too much of a disadvantage as a result. And with the buff coming in as well, that makes it up to a 3-2, so that's now 7 damage potential that he could bring out here. Cultist brought out as well. That board is looking wider and wider by the second right now. Definitely looking very threatening here for Kamdong. I don't know. Let's see how he's going to try to play this though.
Yeah, this is a good big swing coming in from Trap God, right? Just go for the swing. Kamdong have to defend with the 3-2 against the octopus, right? So there's no way that the 1-1 is going to be going down, and this is going to be doing what, 3 damage just before combat as well. There's so much damage going through this particular attack, and ultimately flowing 7 through, and that is the scary part of Pirate Aggro.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, it's still the same old dog, but all new tricks here for Trap God, and those tricks so far are working well here in his favor. So now, I mean, yeah, Kamdong's definitely going to have to commit to this here, so he's going to lose both of his units, bringing him back to square 1. And next round, he only going to have 4 mana, so hope he's going to have something good in his top deck. Certainly going to need it at this point now, because that last rally brings him down to 12. Certainly putting our player from KDF very much behind now. Attack tokens on his side. He gets an Akshan in his hand here, so okay, not quite out of the woods, but still at least he's got to have something to play.
Yep, Akshan is good news for Kamdong, right? It's still a unit for him to defend against the next particular attack that Trap God is going to push, but what's next, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing next. Lee Sin is not even close to leveling up as well. Not a lot of spells has been played as of right now, so you know, it seems like Kamdong is running low on options now, and you know, he just needs to find ways. Dropping a Lee Sin this turn, it's not going to be doing too much. Trap God is saying, you know, it's fine, you can have the Lee Sin, I'm still going to be doing my thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's still hoarding a lot of spell cards on his hands here. Already has full extra spell mana to make use of, and Trap God immediately is going to just take away 2 health points from that Lee Sin, keep him stunned up so he won't be able to respond in the next rally. So yep, turn gets passed over to Trap God now. Still very wide board on his side. So now I want to see what Kamdong is going to be able to get here, because he does have another unit drawn up from the top deck.
Yep, that Tasty Faithful is his answer, right? It is his answer to get his life back up. But however, you know, he is only able to heal for 4 damage, right? So, you know, if Trap God goes for the open attack here, Kamdong is only left with 1 Lee Sin to defend. So it's just in a really weird and awkward position. This is exactly 12 damage, and it forces the Lee Sin to block the 3-1 at this point in time.
Yeah, well, oh, such an awkward situation here for Kamdong right off the bat. And what was supposed to be Trap God's weakest deck here, so one wonders how the next round is going to look like for sure. But gonna have to decide between both of these weapons here, or maybe not. Frank gonna burn out Legion, brought into the fold as well to widen up that board for Trap God, continuing to bring that threat now that forces Kamdong's hand here to play another unit on the ground now. 4-2 to join in with the Lee Sin, but still doesn't quite solve the situation here for Kamdong. He's very much at the disadvantage here.
Yep, Trap God immediately go. I think this is an easy open attack right here for Trap God. You could just go for the full swing, or even follow up with a Make It Rain to remove the Tasty Faithful later on. He's just a little bit wary of, you know, the spell that could protect the Tasty Faithful later on. So, you know, keeping the crack shot on the back line or on the bench might be the best decision right here. And he's still dishing out like 4 damage just before attack as well.
Yeah, so I mean, no matter how to cut it, I mean, Kamdong's going to lose this Lee Sin anyway, so the only question is that does he want to lose the 4-2 at the same time? Yeah, he's going to just commit it as well, just try to negate that damage, so it brings it down to only 5 damage in total from Trap God's side. At least that's okay. He does buff up that one up to a 6-3 now, so he will be able to survive this rally at least, and the Lee Sin as well should be able to survive this block. So, okay, not too bad for Kamdong's side. Make It Rain, though, is going to be played as well, and these spells are going to be crucial towards the level up of Lee Sin here, so it's just as well for Kamdong to just play these anyway.
Yep, Nopify just denying the Make It Rain, and the Tasty Faithful survive, ladies and gentlemen. As long as the Tasty Faithful stay alive, Kamdong still have a lifeline, right? So, you know, right here, what he needs to do is just keep it up and running and keep your health total up and slowly run Trap God out of gas. MF off the top deck as well. So, you know, Trap God still have his aggression going, but Lee Sin, what you want to do now is try to level up Lee Sin and just do your thing. But, you know, right here, Faithful having that attachment onto it as well. 6 points of damage and 6 points of healing at the same time. Kamdong might be able to, you know, come back off this low point.
It's certainly going to be a tough comeback though, and he's certainly taking his time to try to decide how he wants to play out this attack, because even if he goes for the cool full commit, Trap God can block it with the crack shots, with Twist Fade or whomever he has on the bench right now. But Kamdong still will go for the attack, not playing the Lee Sin, but bring in the Fae Folk. Anyway, still a lot of damage he can potentially do if he commits to that. Or will he commit to that?
Well, Trap God really have to try to remove the Faithful, right? There's no burn spell in hand. There's no way that he could touch the Faithful without going into combat. But, you know, Faithful immediately going in for the hook, trying to take out one of the crack shot, healing himself for 6 points. And if it attacks again, that's 12 points of healing this turn. And he's getting so much value out of this Faithful. And at the same time, he's also, you know, putting additional keywords on Lee Sin as well.
Yeah. Now he's going to be going for the open attack here, committing what seems to be most of his units here, and Trap God is going to bring out 1 to defend, and I think Kamdong decides, okay, since he's only bringing out 1 to defend, I'm just going to let the Lee Sin tank that damage there, bring him possibly down to a 3-2. Should he commit this? Now it's going to be Trap God's turn to just allow this to resolve. Lee Sin down to 3-2 now, and a Misfortune now brought out to play here by Trap God.
Yeah, Misfortune coming down with Fae Folk only at 1 health, right? Misfortune Bullet Time would be able to remove the Fae Folk out of the play if he decided to block, and that forces an Absolver to go onto the Fae Folk as well to keep it alive. So Trap God, you know, is in a favorable attack right here, but he's really running low on gas. How long can he keep this up?
Yeah, that's the thing. And now with this next attack coming in from Trap God, that's potentially 11 points of damage that could come through here should Kamdong not block this. So now he's going to be forced to bring out one of his 2-2s. Still very wary about bringing out that the Tasty Fae Folk, because again, like you said, it's very much a ticket to allow him to get out of this situation if he can keep it alive. But how long can he do that for? You know, especially with Trap God now starting to amp up on that pressure. But conversely, that's emptying out Trap God's own hand. So I guess it's just going to be battle to see who runs out of gas first, I think.
Yeah, but it seems like, you know, as the aggro deck at turn number 8 is kind of bound to be losing gas at this point in time, right? And Kamdong has been doing so much more healing and so much value out of that Tasty Fae Folk also. So ultimately, I think, you know, if Kamdong could level up Lee Sin, things would be changing to Kamdong's favor.
But in order to do that, he needs to bring out more spells here. So it's a bit of a quagmire somewhat. And still a lot of damage potential here if he's not blocking the other 2 units here. Still a lot of damage potential on his side, but nevertheless, he's just going to let it through. So it's now going to be possibly down to 11. But again, remember with the Tasty Faithful, he can easily bring that health back up should he need to. So it's not quite end of the world here for him for sure. He still has plenty of cards up his sleeves, so to speak. Now the Hookmaster going to be brought out once again by Trap God. Panel Pain or Shepherd's Authority. I think it's going to be Shepherd's Authority that he will play out, so that brings it up to a 4-3. Now it's going to be Kamdong's turn to attack. What do you think is going to be his best option here?
Well, I think Uju style is a good draw coming in, right? He could potentially get like 2 takes on to Lee Sin. I'm not sure how far is Lee Sin from leveling up as well. But if Akshan goes for the attack this turn, Akshan could level up or even crack the landmark. Uju style coming in, Akshan level up, and you know, right here, Kamdong might be able to turn this thing around. And just a matter of when this Lee Sin is going to be leveling up.
Well, yeah, it's just a matter of time, I think, for him, but time definitely is of the essence here for Kamdong, because sooner rather than later he may gas himself out and may run out of those options, but at least with whatever he has on his bench, still will have something to play. Lee Sin gets himself fully leveled up now, so hopefully this will be the turnaround point here for KDF Kamdong.
Yup, Lee Sin has been leveled up, Absolver going straight right down, second Absolver going in, and with the 10-10, that is lethal coming in from Kamdong, and this is what we are trying to say, right? If Kamdong could potentially survive and let the Lee Sin level up, he will be able to change this thing around.
Oh boy, yeah, and especially with the damage multiplied here, that's certainly still going to be lethal for him. Ooh, taking all of that damage straight to the face there with Trap God. Yep, I think that was the turnaround that Kamdong needed to win out this first round.
Wow, I mean, you know, Trap God had the early game tied down really strongly. He got it under control, but, you know, he ran out of gas, he slipped it off. That Tasty Faithful top deck literally just turned this whole game around for Kamdong.
Yeah, and for the fact that he let it all go all the way down to a single health there, I mean, it's still very precarious, but he knew exactly what he was doing, you know? He loves living on Razor's Edge, and it really has paid off this time around. So that's already one deck out of the way, the Twist of Fate and Misfortune. Now, Kamdong, let's see what he's going to try to play against this next one here. The Nora Swain going to be coming out from Trap God.
I think, you know,
wait.
the MF Swain is sorry,
Yeah.
The Lee Sin is the one that being out, so you know, Kamdong is left with the various Pantheon right here, and I believe Trap God is sticking onto his guns with the Pirate Aggro.
Yeah, okay, so apologies for that. There's a slight error in that graphic just now. So yeah, it's a Lee Sin deck that's been taken out from Kamdong's side, and Pirate Aggro still on the cards here for Trap God. I mean, it didn't work the first time. Let's see who's going to work the second time around. But against the Pantheon here, gonna have to watch out again. And Trap God going for that early game aggression here, already putting 3 units on the board now, and just going straight for the attack.
Yep, and looking on statistic wise, you know, yes, the Pirate Aggro once again have an advantage against the Pantheon deck, and you know, with a 59.15%. So, you know, there's still an advantage coming in from Trap God. That once again, if Kamdong could control what Trap God is trying to do, Trap God might, you know, fall off this one, and Kamdong might take this 2-0.
So don't count your chickens before they hatch. I mean, Trap God did think that he had it in the bag though in the early game last round. And history may repeat itself in this next one here, even though it's a slightly different deck. Nevertheless, the attack will come through, and Kamdong will lose 2 points of health now before he now gets the chance to counterattack.
Yep, and right here, you know, no Various being off the top deck of Kamdong as well. And Kamdong is just countable, right? He could just chill. All he needs to do is just defend himself and you know, try to level up Pantheon before Trap God could do any of his shenanigans.
Yep, so Trap God will allow the attack to get through, so now they're both at 18 points for that Nexus. But I mean, the bench is already looking so thick now for Trap God here, as we expect. I mean, again, it's really in his interest to try to finish off Kamdong as early as possible, and he's certainly amping up the pressure now. The attack token on his side here.
Wow. I mean, like 5 units against 1 with 2, you know, triggers coming in from the Baru cultist. It's just so much pressure coming in. 12 damage just with this attack alone, and you know, with a decimate in hand, it seems like Trap God already, you know, got this under control.
Yeah, quickly as well. So, oh boy, this is going to be awkward now for Kamdong. He's going to see how much damage he can try to negate. He's going to block the 4-3, so that 12 damage he potentially could lose is now down to only 10. Still going to put him into the single digits, though, at the end of this attack here. And unfortunately, without enough units to block, without any spells to freeze or to remove any of these units from the board here, yeah, his options are very much limited for this turn.
Yeah, much limited right here. There's nothing much that he could do. He could Guiding Touch to heal himself a little bit of health, and the best way right here for him is to try to block the 4-3 and mitigate as much damage as possible. But if you're blocking into the Hookmaster, the Baru cultist will be able to, you know, snowball you later on in the game as well. So, you know, deciding to block the Baru cultist and take down 12 damage, putting himself to 6 health, and Trap God got the Decimate in hand.
Yeah, it's definitely a very calculated loss here that Kamdong is taking, and he's hoping that as long as he can sustain these early rounds where Trap God is amping up the pressure, then hopefully he will be able to buy enough time for his Pantheon and Various to get leveled up and hopefully be able to turn it around just like he did in that first round with that Lee Sin. So, I mean, very much second round is looking like an echo of that first, though. It's just that slightly different calculus here for Kamdong.
Yep, and Unforgiving Cold out of the top deck as well. That could potentially freeze two of you know, Trap God's strongest unit. So that could potentially allow him to take a step back and you know, buy a little bit more time. But Trap God, all he needs to do is just push 2 more damage in, and the Decimate could finish, or the Decimate could seal the deal. And that Guiding Touch in Kamdong's hand is really crucial for Kamdong.
Very critical turn right now in this fifth round. Sorry, in the second round here between Trap God and Kamdong. Pantheon going to be played here. He's only leveled up 1 Chevron so far, so it's still not quite full strength, but at least he's going to get himself out there in the open here should Trap God continue to mount on the pressure here. So Kamdong going for that attack here. Is Trap God just going to allow that through? I mean, he definitely has just the health to just allow this attack, and that's still going to keep him in the double digits. So all in all, still definitely within allowable limits here for Trap God.
Yep, I mean, you're an aggro deck, it's okay to take a little bit of damage. Health is a resource, and just take the 7 damage and you get a bigger swing the next turn. That's the trade-off. Or alternatively, you could, you know, block with one of the units so that you could play the Twisted Fate on the same turn as well.
So yeah, I mean, it seems like that will be what Trap God is trying to do here, blocking the Varus, but not quite the Pantheon. At least the Pantheon's not that big of a threat right now, so Varus is going to be taking a bit of that damage, removing that unit right now. So, that's all in all, not a lot of damage done there. Trap God's still very much in this, and like you called it, Twist of Fate brought out here to bring the bench back up to 6 units.
Yep, and that is a filled bench right there. Twist of Fate, you know, putting on the red card, putting more pressure onto Kamdong, and putting the Harpoon onto Twist of Fate himself as well. This is a good turn for Trap God, right? This is his final turn. He have to go for the big swing and go for the Decimate this turn. So Kamdong, it's up to Kamdong, right? There's only card in his hand that could give him an out is likely the Unforgiving Cold and the Guiding Touch.
Yeah, a full commit here for Trap God, so yeah, even if he does make those blocks, I think it's still going to be lethal either way there, unless... No, I don't think I even see any spell cards he could potentially use, I think. Or is there?
Well, he could Guiding Touch, heal himself for 2. He could go for the Unforgiving Cold, freeze 2 of the strongest unit, right? And you know, block 3 units right here, right? It's potentially only taking 2 damage from the units and 2 damage from the spell itself. So this brings him to 4, and you know, he's in a little bit more he's alive at this point in time, right? But a Decimate is in Trap God's hand. It's gonna be bye-bye.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure he's going to be down to 4. I think it's going to be down to
1.
1 point, 1 health point left for Kamdong. So might be slightly delaying the inevitable, maybe, unless Kamdong gets something incredible in his next top deck. This could be looking like the last turn that he possibly could run here.
Yep, you're exactly right. Like, with 3 mana open, there's nothing much that he could do. He could only play the Guiding Touch and nothing else after that. Looking at the deck list right here, there's only one mana spell, which is a momentous choice, which would not make too much of a difference in this situation as well.
Oh, very, very tough now. Just definitely a lot tougher than that first round that we saw between him and Trap God. So spell's gonna come through, the attack will come through, and that will bring Kamdong now to a single point of health, and the Varius as well on a single point of health too. Pantheon taken out completely. Now Trap God is going to see if we can see out this next few rounds here, because he has all the advantages here on the board now. Decimate will be played in this turn here. So this is going to further add to the trouble now for KDF Kamdong, even though he's able to get extra 2 points of health there. 1 shot, 1 kill, and Trap God ties it up 1-for-1.
Well, this is the advantage that we are talking about, and Trap God take advantage of this. Right now it's down to our final game. It's going to be Nora Swain going up against Pantheon Varius. It's not as impactful in this game, right? Because as we said, this Pantheon Varius is his weakest deck today. And, if the Nora Swain would be able to constantly remove the Varius out of play, remove the Pantheon away from the play, Trap God seems like the favorite moving in.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, let's hope that all those years' experience here from Kamdong is going to come into play here, because he's going to need every last bit of it in this one round here. Otherwise, it's going to be the end of his journey here in the SPS Open Final Split 2. Now let's go into our third and final round of this matchup now. Let's see how this will play out.
Yep, I mean, looking at the mulligan here, and it seems like Trap God don't really have a good start, like with the right spells that he's looking for, but he got the Nora in his hand, and he could start the whole portal train running on, start putting things into his portal so that he could get more advantage later on as the game goes by.
Ooh, going to be committing the Nora to attack as well, so taking 1 point of health away from Kamdong. Kamdong will be able to get the buff up onto his unit, bringing up to 3-4 and a level ups to boot for both his Varius and Pantheon. So, yep. Still advantages here for Kamdong somewhat as he brings out the open attack. Yeah, Gynecologist going to be brought out as well.
Wondrous discoveries await below.
Yep, I have Noxian. I think that's a Noxian guillotine that Trap God actually found, right? As long as your opponent is damaged, it could just immediately remove it and get a fleeting copy of Noxian guillotine later on. So, he could just start dunking those units away from play, and it just makes, Kamdong, being the unit-focused deck, not where he wants to be.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, all he really wants is just to get his Pantheon leveled up, and now he's just going to be forced to play the unit game in this one. And now with Nora getting in play as well, he's got to watch out for the portal plays that could come out from Trap God's side, which could potentially bring a lot of chaos to this board now. At least in terms of health, things are still looking very much on the Barons. The Aloof Traveler is going to be brought out, and
Gets the Pantheon being discarded, and right here Kamdong is stuck with nothing but spells in his hand. Yes, he got a strike spell in the form of the Furious Welder, but it still can't discount the fact that this dude is going, this Saga Seeker is going straight right down to the Noxian Guillotine the next turn, and it's just saying that Kamdong has not much pressure to put against Trap God.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of pressure can you put when you got no units to go? I mean, at least he gets the Pantheon back in the next top deck though, but that's still, he's still going to be behind because of Trap God just turning things around onto him now. So even though he's on attack here, might be a bit of a desperate play from Kamdong should he go for the full commit.
Right, Crescent Strike, that's a good one that Kamdong is looking for so that he could stun both of the elusive units, but instead going in for the Destroyer. It seems like Kamdong is not gonna rest. He's going on the offense and putting Trap God on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, it's, as a wise man once said, maybe the best defense is offense. So Kamdong going to be going all offensive here on his turn to attack, and that's going to be forcing Trap God to sacrifice 2 of his units here in order to defend. So hopefully this will be able to turn out for the best here for Kamdong. Hopefully.
Right, so just waiting for both sides. There's nothing much that Kamdong could respond. Trap God, on the other hand, nothing much in his hand that's still happening at this point in time. Probably if he wants to remove the Saga Seeker, the Noxian Guillotine might be the time. That might be the card to remove it, but you still have to be a little bit more wary of the Furious Welder from Kamdong's hand.
Yeah, so committing 1 so far on Trap God's side to defend. Now the timer's already come out here for his turn. He's gonna have to commit to this block or not, or just take that full brunt of the 8 point of damage here onto his Nexus, which will bring him down to single digits though, so not quite the best option there. So he still needs to try to block somewhat, but it's gonna be worth it, just sacrificing both of his units here. Well, he's about to find out because he does sacrifice it anyway, bringing it down to 2 units each on the bench for both sides here. But at least no damage done to his Nexus, so could breathe a slight sigh of relief.
Yep, Trap God got a few decisions to make right here. He could play the Swain this turn, or alternatively, he could just play the Portapalooza, which exactly what he did. Draw himself a card, put more portals in his deck, get a portal activation through that as well. So it seems like right here, Trap God is just playing it slow, and hopefully he gets to react to what Kamdong is trying to do.
Yeah. Buffing his unit up to a 6/5 now. I mean, with the 1 extra unit on Trap God's side, I mean, there's still plenty of mana on Kamdong's side to bring out a Pantheon if he wants to, but I don't know whether there's going to be much of a point to do that here. At least while Trap God's now having the chance of attack here. Might need that card sooner rather than later. We'll see. But instead, Trap God uses his turn to just increase the size of his pool here on the bench. And yeah, I mean, again, Trap God's best bet is just to keep Kamdong under pressure, keep limiting his options here in this game. Unfortunately though, he draws 2 Variuses out of his deck right now, so I don't think he's going to be starving too much for units at this point now.
Yep, the unending wave, drawing himself 2 cards, and it's going to be fleeting. I mean, he got himself a Varius, that's a good sign, so he could play the Varius this turn, but that also means he is left wide open after he plays the Varius.
Yeah, so not too sure how exactly he's going to try to play this out, but nevertheless, the attack is still on Trap God's end, still having the initiative on his side. So it's a decision how he wants to do it. Pokey Stick going to be brought out there to just take 1 down, so brings it to 17 each, and as a bonus, gets his Nora leveled up. Is that level up?
No, but
okay.
The Ember Maiden, guys. Ember Maiden coming in at the start of the turn. Ember Maiden would deal 1 damage to every single unit. And looking at Trap God's board right now, Ember Maiden is the last unit that he wants, right? He could remove the elusive unit as well. He could remove the Owl off his board, and that is not what he's looking for.
I don't think he has any spells to counter that, doesn't he? So, this is going to be tough. Unless he can get rid of the Amber, he's going to be in deep trouble the longer this goes on. So, whoa, okay, Trap God now is very firmly having an advantage here. What can Kamdong kind of do to negate this? Arachnoid Sentry going to be brought out, and Paralyzing Bite going to be sent onto the Varius, negating him in the next attack. So, and Ravenous Flock as well, aimed straight to that Varius, bring him down to 0 health there. So, bye-bye. So long.
Yep, right here, Trap God got a really good swing. 6 damage is guaranteed from the elusive units as well. 1 more unit will be flowing through into the Nexus if Kamdong decided to go for a full block right here. So right now, Trap God is just putting in so much pressure against his opponent that, Kamdong have no choice but to go for the blocks.
Yeah, I don't see any other option besides that right now. So he's going to force bring out all of his units to bear, but that still is going to earn him 8 points of damage, bring him firmly into the single digits now. What immense amount of pressure Trap God is bringing on to our Korean champion.
Wow, I mean, right here, 17-9, and Kamdong is just on the back foot. There's nothing that he could play that could actually be, really useful. And there we have another portal activated. Nora has been leveled up as well. And right here, Trap God is in Value Town if you draw into any other portal from the deck.
Whew, this is a tough one now for Kamdong. How is he going to get himself out of this mess now? It's looking tougher and tougher by the second. At least he's going to be able to bring a 3-2 to board, but it hasn't been fully leveled up. I don't think his other units are his other champions are leveled up either. So the fact that the Nora is already getting herself into full swing here, this is really bad, really bad for our fellow Korean friend.
Yup. Gem going straight right to Pantheon and leveling up now, and down he goes. The Muscle Man is here.
All right.
It's down to what keyword is he gonna get right here, and we are seeing a spell shield, we are seeing a barrier. He's getting best of everything right now, and it's gonna be taking so much resources for Trap God to actually remove this Pantheon off the board.
Yep, and bumps it up to a 7-5. So now the ball's in your court, Trap God. How you want to try to block this out? Sacrificing the 2-2 to the Pantheon. But that still doesn't answer what to the 7-4. So now he's gonna send a 2-4 here. So that empties out his bench somewhat. So maybe the crisis slightly averted because Kamdong will be able to gain some heals as well, in addition to the overwhelm that he'll be able to bring thanks to that Pantheon. So fair play, fair play. This could be a way for him to get out of this, but it's really going to be down to whether or not he can bring it to a finish though.
Yep, and the key point right here is that the Pantheon have life link as well, life steal as well. So, he's healing up for 7 points of damage distance just with the Pantheon. And if Trap God wants to stop this Pantheon from doing its shenanigans, right, you got that Wallop and Pokey Stick into Wallop that could, break the spell shield, stun the Pantheon, and bring him back to the bench.
That Pantheon is the biggest threat right now, and Trap God is going to have to use all the tools at his disposal here. He has plenty of spell cards to use on hand. Only one more unit for him to play here. That's a 5-mana card. So what's his options going to be?
Oh, he got timed out!
Oh no, that's going to be terrible there because he's not going to be able to use any of those 5 mana points left. And that looks like it might be a little bit wasted though, because that last rally brings Kamdong back up to near full health there. 16-12, that's a huge turnaround now for KDF Kamdong.
That's not looking good for Trap God with those healings. I believe it's gonna, Trap God is going for the Pokey Stick onto Pantheon just to remove the spell shield off it as well. So this way, he could have an opening with a, Disintegrate or even anything. At the same time, he's drawing himself 1 card, and he's just getting a little bit more value with the level up Nora.
I was hoping that the portal will be able to bring him something good next few rounds, but at least it's keeping him in play for now. With the spell shield broken, the Pantheon's not going to be as invincible as that last turn, so certainly Trap God can target it with a nice little spell there to remove that threat. And once he does, that will pretty much bring him back in the fold. But until then, as long as that Pantheon is still on the bench, Kamdong can certainly win this one out.
Yep, you're definitely right. And right here, and an aloof Traveler off the top, it could remove the variant, or it could remove the Destroyer off Kamdong's hand. Trap God could go for the Portalpalooza as well, trying to dig a little bit deeper. Hopefully he activates another portal, and he could have a good open swing.
Yep, he's going to play the aloof Travelers here. Guiding Touch going to be brought out from the top deck of Kamdong. So now, question is Trap God going to try to commit to an attack or just wait and react to what Kamdong will do next? The main thing is that he wants to get rid of that Pantheon. As long as the Pantheon is there, Kamdong can certainly win this one outright. So, this is gonna be a tough one. That's why they're taking his sweet time right now to decide what his path to attack will be.
Wow, I mean, right here is just really weird, right? Everything is just in a very weird position. Trap God only have one objective in mind, and it's definitely going to be removing the Pantheon away, right? So as long as the Pantheon is not in play, things will be looking good for Trap God. So but at the same time, he don't really want to commit his units into the Pantheon as well. Yes, he got the Disintegrate, but he can't find a second point of damage going straight right to the Pantheon.
Exactly, I mean, that's a problem for him. So nevertheless though, he will be offered the opportunity here to give an open attack, so at least that brings that Kamdon down to a single health point behind Trap God here. So back to on the balance here, but now that Varus has been played by Kamdong as well, this is certainly widening his board quite a bit here. So Nora's portal going to be brought out one more time. This is going to be a good one here. A 5-5 is going to be summoned from that portal. So that's now two very wide boards here for both these sides. But I think when I calculate out the damage, yeah, I mean, just the fact that he has the Pantheon there, that's still very much in the open attack. Kamdong still has the advantage.
Yup, and at the same time, Kamdong is still growing that Pantheon, and it's a 10-6 now, ladies and gentlemen, and that's no laughing matter. This guy is just beefed up right now with those muscles staring at you. And with tons of keywords, I don't know. Like, it's just scary at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you train 8 hours a day, and you know,
you don't miss legs day.
Don't miss leg day, nor arm day, all body day every day here for Pantheon. But yeah, with the 10 damage, I mean, combined with the overwhelm, that means that no matter what Trap God brings out to defend here, his best one was the 5-1. That still means 5 points damage, maybe 4 points of damage. They will still get through regardless of that block. And now that's even negated now, so yeah, still 5 points of damage they will get through no matter what, with the Pantheon still in play. And indeed, Kamdong will play the Pantheon on this attack here, so decision is going to be on Trap God's side. Like, oh, just tank that damage. Oh, and the Varius gets leveled up too. This is going to compound the problem even further now, because look at the amount of damage he can deal now. 24, that's twice the amount of health that Trap God has if he doesn't even do a single block.
Yup, and Varius have overwhelm on him as well. So there's so much maneuver that he could do. He could even do a post-combat or even post-block shenanigans just to play around Trap God. And you know, with a level up Varius, the arrow is just going to be growing so much faster than before.
I love that reaction. I mean, and add that to the fact that after this attack, I mean, the guys get through. Kamdong heals himself back up to full health on that Nexus. I mean, that's such a cherry on top in this play here, ladies and gentlemen. But nevertheless, Trap God will have to block as much as he can here to try to negate most of that damage here. May be able to buy himself some time, hopefully. But still, that overwhelm is still going to come through. It is still going to be lethal here for Trap God. Is there anything else he can do now?
Getting Spell Shield onto the Pantheon, defending himself against this Wallop. There's no other spell in hand that could target this Pantheon and just remove this Spell Shield away from him. This might be it. This might be lethal coming in for Kamdong. Brutal skills coming in, trying to take out the Spell Shield from the Pantheon just to save him a little bit more time, but Will going in. Oh my god, this is just an exchange of spells right now, and I believe the Pantheon is going to be striking the 5-5, so this way, you know, that Wallop wouldn't be activated.
Oh man, so tough, and you know, up until that point there, it just felt like, you know, either side could win, but now overwhelmingly this Pantheon has just tipped things into Kamdong's favor here, and Trap God is just scrambling to try to find anything he could possibly do here to negate that damage. But nevertheless, still 5 damage will get through thanks to that overwhelm. 7 damage now that the Pantheon is up to 12 attack damage. So that's going to be painful here for Trap God. Bringing in another spell to bear here that's going to try to target a Nora. Varius, another Varius is going to be brought up into the deck there.
Wait, is this lethal? Yes, it's lethal!
Whoa, it's lethal! It is!
Wow.
Oh no!
Wow, I mean, these are just like the perfect amount of spells coming forward, and Kamdong got it, putting himself down to 0 mana, and he gets exact lethal at this point in time. Yes, you can stop my Varius, you can stop my Pantheon, but my Varius is still growing on the side and dealing exact lethal damage to Trap God.
That's why you feed him right, you bathe him, and you take care of it well, and the Varius will win games for you. Wow, what a turnaround though. The perfect, like, I mean, the mental calculation that must be going on in that head of Kamdong was certainly impressive here. I mean, regardless, the Pantheon is going to be taken out of bench, but the lethal still gets through. And by the end of it, Kamdong, ever so spry, will be through to the next round.
Wow, big congratulations to Kamdong. That is a well-deserved win right here. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our final match of the top 8 round. And we are down to our final 4 contestant for tonight. One more win is going to be securing you a spot in the grand finals. They're just so close.
I know, right? Wow, it was one incredibly close match there between Kamdong and Trap God. I thought that Trap God many points there. Many points there. I thought that Trap God could have had it, could have actually had Kamdong dead to rights, but man, the turnaround at the last point and the Pantheon coming into the fray there. This is why it's so scary, right? To play against a Pantheon sometimes.
I mean, Pantheon with the life steal literally changes the whole game around, right? And that allowed him to survive a little bit longer for him to turn it around with their various combo. And
Like,
I don't know. I just want to scream.
Yeah, that was just incredibly clutch there for Kamdong. I mean, again, I feel sorry for those who don't understand Runeterra because that was just insane. The big brain plays coming in from here from Korea thanks to Kamdong. So well done. Well done, my man. You deserve that.
Yeah, that's a big win right there. And I'm speechless. Like, at this point in time, I'm speechless. And if we ever get to speak to that man, like, you know, we have to ask him what is going through his mind at that point in time.
I mean, imagine if his reply was like, "Oh, I was just improvising." I mean, okay, it's over. Oh man. On that note, though, ladies and gentlemen, that is the last of the round of 8 being played out. So you know what is going to be coming up next? That's going to be the semifinals. So far we have Bamju, we have Sea Hitter, we have Tinley, and then now we have KDF Kamdong joining the fray in the top 4 for the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Final Split 2 for Legends of Runeterra. And this is going to be a battle now to see who's going to be the top for Asia Pacific.
Yep.
So I mean, any kind of thoughts you could add to that? I mean, wow, I'm still mind blown.
4 of them are just so close, right? They're so close to the grand finals. They're so close to the $2,000 top prize as well. 2 more wins gets themselves a $2,000. 1 more win, they net themselves $1,000. 1 more win, they get into the grand finals as well. So everything is just so tight, and 4 of them are just so hungry to get to the top.
Yeah, and with the curveballs being thrown so far, I mean, I can only imagine what else is waiting for us in the wings here as this day continues on, ladies and gentlemen. But who knew? Like, you know, first tournament of the new patch, and already we're just thrown into absolute chaos here. Oh, this is just amazing entertainment here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. So, wow, you got guys coming in from the Twitch, coming in from YouTube, or wherever you are, thank you guys for joining us on this journey because it's going to be a wild ride.
Yeah,
it's
going to be a really wild ride, you know, and definitely we are not going to... This is my prediction, right? We're still not gonna see Seraphine as Drew the whole night. Oh yeah, that is what it is. And but however, this Pantheon is still on the roll, right? Be it the Vayne variation or be it the various variation as well. So likely we are gonna see a lot of Pantheon action and see how the counter decks would be able to deal with this muscle man.
Yeah, so wow, I mean that might be just the dark horse that the Kamdong needs to just win this one outright. So let's see what these other guys will have in response to that. But nevertheless though, let's go ahead and have a look at the interview now with KDF Kamdong. So let's go ahead, check it out. Alright, so KDF Kamdong in the house right now. Congratulations on that last win there. And I just gotta ask you, like, what was your feeling right after that last round there? Because that was amazing. What an amazing play you managed to do there. I mean, what's your feeling at this point?
네, 감독님 마지막 라운드 이기신 거 축하드리고, 그리고 혹시 마지막 라운드 끝나신 후에 이제 어떤 감정이나 어떤 느낌이 드셨는지 여쭤봐도 될까요? 안 들리는 것 같아.
He's a very shy guy.
Yeah. Fortunately, a little bit of a issue there with Kamdong in the interview, so apologies for that. But nevertheless, I mean, surprisingly calm looking despite all the craziness, isn't it?
Yep, I mean, as long as you stay calm, your brain is not clouded, you get the optimal thinking space. Just relax, right? That's exactly, I think that's what he's trying to tell us.
Yeah, just chilled out. I mean, just leave that craziness in the board and like out of it, you know, it's just like relax, you know.
Let the deck do its talking.
Hey, exactly right. I mean, again, it's like all the weaponry involved here. I mean, it's certainly well played on the part of Kamdong. So, wait, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a break before we jump into the semifinals. So, my name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Moonboy. We'll see you after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, bringing to you guys now the top 4 for League of Legends Runeterra here in Asia Pacific. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Moonboy, and man, oh man, what a crazy, chaotic day it's been so far. The matchups have been insane. The favorites have been eliminated, and now I think anything can happen at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, at this point, I'm not even expecting anything anymore because everything is a surprise to me. That last round by you know, it's by Kamdong is just insane. Yes, the Varus did close off the game, but the Pantheon is the one that saved him the round to sustain for that final finish.
And that's an interesting point you brought out as well, because even if Varus didn't land the kill shot in that last one, the Pantheon would still have won him the game either way, right?
Yep, the big muscle man with his six-pack saying like, "Come at me, bro," and exactly that's what he did. And you know, there's nothing that his opponent could do at that point in time. And Kamdong with the level up Pantheon, guys, like, you know, Pantheon is the problem.
Pantheon is a problem. Okay, quote Moonboy on that, ladies and gentlemen. But nevertheless, now we're in the top 4, so you know what that means. It's going to be semi-finals time, and that certainly means that now money is on the line.
Exactly. So the winner will be, winner of both top 4 will be moving straight right to the grand finals as well. So it's gonna be intense, and you know, winning this round is $1,000 secure.
Exactly. So that's going to be all to play for here. So let's go ahead and introduce you guys the first of the semi-finalists here. It's going to be Hota Bamju versus C Hitter. So now to recap, Bamju won his match against Jinso early on 2-1. C Hitter, he won his match against Odyssey 2-0 here. Now break down this little deck list here. What do you think is going to be the game plan for both these guys?
Well, for Bamju, it's just gonna be going on the offense, right? Having Poppy Tariq is gonna be playing all about numbers and multiple attack, doing what Demacia does best. And with his second deck, it's the 6th champion aggro deck. It's all about swarming his board and just pushing it in and then finishing off with Burn. Followed up by Twisted Fate Swain is all about control, right? Dealing damage and just controlling level up Swain. And Swain stacked together with Leviathan is going to be doing so much devastation for his opponent. But however, on C either side, Twisted Fate Swain, same game plan. Azure Seraphine, we're not going to be seeing that today. And Yasuo Katarina, is all controlling the combat phase. So coming into this particular matchup, I believe Bamju will be banning Azure Seraphine, no brainer. But C Hitter on the other hand, I believe the ban is likely going to be on the 6th champion hero.
Yeah, I mean, that's the wildest of wildcard decks there that Bamju brought to this competition, so I wouldn't be surprised if C Hitter is not going to want to face off against that. But nevertheless, it's still up to them to decide what bans they want to do, because this is going to be the final shot to get into that grand final. So let's have a look at one of Bamju's deck here. This is the Poppy Tariq deck.
Yep, this deck has been around for a few seasons already. Poppy Tariq, Poppy buffing up the rest of the board, right? So what he wants to achieve is constantly having units on the board, stacked together with a Tariq, put a slap, a Golden Aegis or Relentless Pursuit onto it. He's attacking 2 times in a single turn, and there's so much value coming into it. He could do it during his opponent's phase. He could do it during his own attack phase as well, which could ultimately, add up to 3 attack if he's choosing with the Tariq game plan.
Yeah, that seems to be a very, very sound game plan indeed here for Bamju. Should this be the deck to play later on? But firstly, let's see what C Hitter is going to have featured here in this one here. Because again, like the fact that he was able to knock out Odyssey 2-0 shows that he certainly has a lot of power and potential behind him.
Yep, and next up is going to be Twisted Fate Swain. As we said previously, right? Try to level up Swain as fast as possible. So you got supports like, Watchful Idol, starting the damage down from turn number 1. You got things like Ravenous Flock, Make It Rain, Heavy Metal. Like, everything is just pure damage coming in from this particular deck. And once you level up Swain, you got Leviathan on the board as well. There's nothing that could stop this big man with a red hand, right? And it's not forgetting with a one-off Riptide Rex in his hand as well. If he gets to draw into it, it's gonna be Cannon Barrage moving forward for C Hitter.
Train goes choo-choo as soon as that swing gets leveled up, and there's no breaks whatsoever to stop that momentum. So that's going to be the game plan for C Hitter on this specific deck. But now, coming into this semifinals here, it's going to be a decision right now for them how to ban. I mean, you already pretty much know that the Seraphine is an automatic ban on that side, right? But then, yeah, I mean, again, a lot more choice there for C Hitter. It's either he wants to play against that 6th champion deck or not at this point now. So, I mean, I was going to ask expectations, but really at this point now, what's the point, right?
Nothing, right? Expect nothing coming in, because these 4 players have already thrown up so much curveball moving forward as well. I believe C Hitter is the one that beat Odyssey previously as well. So at this point in time, nothing could surprise us. So surprise me.
Surprised me indeed. Shout out to our sponsor here. It's going to be for Monster Energy right now. Unleash the beast with them over on their website, www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Make sure you guys stay hydrated and stay energized here thanks to Monster Energy. And with that out of the way now, it's going to be down to brass tacks real soon between Sea Hitter as well as Bamju. Thailand versus the Philippines here. I mean, Sea Hitter being like new in this competition here is certainly making waves right now, isn't he?
Yep, definitely, right. He's doing so much and he has been winning all the good players, out of it as well. But take a look at the draft right here. TF Swain is banned for Bamju, and what's new? Seraphine Ezreal not seeing play today, guys.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he still let the 6th champion deck right through, so he's going to be playing against that later on. I'm going to be excited to see how he's going to be approaching that specific problem here. But tackle away, boys, because now we're going to be going into our first round of the first semifinals. Let's go.
Yep, it's going to be Poppy Tariq on the top side and TF Swain on the bottom side. It seems like right here, the Poppy Tariq, it kind of got a few of the good cards right here. You got Broadwing and into Duran Architect. So this way, the Broadwing would have that challenger by turn number 3. And however, on the TF Swain side, Watchful Idol is already available at turn number 1. So, he is going to activate Swain as fast as turn number 1 and at the same time generate himself tentacles to defend himself against this Demacia units.
Yeah, so already the first rounds are just getting through very quickly now between the two of them. Let's see, it's going to be one attack committed here by Sea Hitter. Only a 1-1, and that's, he's the only one bringing units on the board practically at this point, so he's pretty much having the initiative to attack for sure now. But question is whether he wants to commit to that at this point or maybe save them for a rainy day.
Well, I mean, this is a good attack, right? Knowing that opponent is a Demacia and a Targan deck, there's nothing that he could pop off. There's no burst spell that he could, ninjutsu a unit. So right here, it's all about value, and Sea Hitter has to think through what is the most valuable move right here. Going for the Hook Master into the Fish Hook, this is a very good attack for him. 3-2 going straight forward, and this Broadwing have a decision to make. Should I block this Hook Master?
Yeah, it's going to be a decision for sure, because if he doesn't, that's going to be 3 points of damage straight away. But looks like Bamju just takes it on the chin there. Again, just burning that resource for sure, and just allowing him a bit more time to just bring out even better cards. Traveler going to be brought out here. That's a 2-2 unit on the bench here for Bamju. Still his initiative to attack though, so is he going to try to get a bit of revenge? He does buff it up now to a 3-3, so potentially he will be able to deal that amount of damage to Hitter, unless his Paralyzing Bite is going to provide a bit of trouble here for Bamju.
Yup, and with the Tyree, the Traveler, like this way, he could able to support and start the support train going with the Broadwing. But however, Broadwing being stunned right here is just making it really awkward for Bamju to do anything. So right here, Sea Hitter is currently, having so much control over Bamju.
In fact, he's having a lot more units as well on the bench. Okay, maybe one slightly less, but nevertheless still advantages for him, because he's going to fully commit to this attack, it looks like. And Bamju, well, what you going to do in response?
Well, I mean, this is not exactly a very good block right here. Everyone has 3 attack. Bamju, however, he got the sharp side in his hand. He could use it to sustain at least one of the unit a little bit more in this fight. But that also means that he's using his resources to protect himself. So however, I think this is a good defense. Just block 6 damage out of the way, drop that Tariq, and you got the Lauren Protege later on to support as well.
Yeah, and the thing is that it's still going to be a bit unfortunate that it's going to lose both of those units now. So that pretty much still keeps Sea Hitter on the advantage now, coming to this next turn now. Let's see what Bamju is going to try to do on the next round there. Nevertheless, Lauren Protege going to be played out before he passes it on to Sea Hitter now. So at least even though he's lost quite a bit of health, he's still definitely still in play.
Yep, and this is the right time for him to see to actually drop the Maria Warden, right? Just play it down, have some tempo, represent a little bit of threat against Bamju, save the TF for a potential gold card or a red card into Ravenous Flock for the Tariq later on in turn number 5.
Well, let's see whether that's going to come to pass, because at the moment, though, C-Hitter is just taking his sweet time now. Only finally brings out one unit and does get to draw 2. As a result, now turn hands over to Bamju.
Yep, and there's a good eye of Naga Kaboros right there. He's just growing his hand size. There's so much option in his hand. Death's Hand off the top deck as well. Bamju, there's only one play, right? Play the Tariq, sharp side on the Tariq, and try to get onto support onto the Lauren Prodigy. But C-Eater got the perfect answer. Gold card or even Death's Hand into Ravenous Flock is perfect for C-Eater to deal with Bamju.
Exactly. I mean, when you have so many options there as a control deck player here, that's exactly the situation you want to have for yourself. Now, Bamju is just going to buff up his unit there to make it up to a 3-5 now, so at least there's still some level of threat there, because neither of C-Hitter's current units can take it outright. 1-2 is going to be brought down by Bamju to accompany his 3-5. So at least it's not too worse for wear, at least on his bench.
Yep, and the Frightened Ibex coming in from Bamju. And, you know, the Lauren Prodigy have a good hook later on. But however, Heavy Metal coming straight right in, removing the equipment away from the Lauren Prodigy. So, and at the same time dealing 2 damage to it as well. So right here, the Lauren Prodigy just feels really awkward to attack.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then in response, Bamju brings out a 1-4, so at least there may be some options to block if C-Hitter has to attack on his turn. But again, attack tokens on Bamju's side. He's 6 HP behind comparatively, so even he does not attack, he's just going to continue to hand C-Hitter a lot of advantages, practically on a silver platter.
Yep, and you know, with this card that actually just dropped, you know, the Durand Architect, as long as he supports one of his unit, his supported ally get +2, +0, +2, and formidable for this round. That's practically adding 2 damage for the supported ally. So this would allow, you know, the Lauren Prodigy to survive a little bit longer, and at the same time, you know, deal more damage to his opponent. But the C-Hitter is not allowing the Durand Architect to do anything this turn. Death Hand, Ravenous Flock, immediately going straight right to 2 of his unit. Bamju, hands are tied.
Yeah, very much so. And with only the Architect left on the board as soon as those spells are done, that's quite a number that C-Hitter has done. I mean, not only taking away the health, but taking away the units as well. What more can he take away from Bamju here? Maybe the opportunity to get into the grand finals?
Yep, I mean, that is possible as well, right? And right here, Bamju, you can see that he's not doing anything eventful, right? Everything in his hand is just spells. And a Swain coming straight right down right here, leveling up as well. So things are not looking great for Bamju. There's nothing that he could play. Sharp side, yes. Tariq, I don't think that's the right unit to be placing down this turn unless you're using Tariq for defensive purposes.
Man, Bamju probably wished that he probably got a better mulligan in the beginning of this round now, because frankly at this point now, C-Hitter has all the cards to play here. Dropping all of his units to commit to a full attack. This is going to force Bamju to sacrifice his units on a bench now for sure, unless he's going to be tanking most of that damage. At least he's going to try his level best here to maybe use that spell shield to hopefully keep that unit alive, so maybe that might be a bit of saving grace. Nevertheless, he still sends out the Durand Architect, at least against that 2-2. He should still survive that.
Yep, and right here, you know, it's just not looking great, right? Even though the Tariq, yes, it survived, it's down to 2 HP, but there's still opportunity of things like Ravenous Flock or even Death's Hand to remove this Tariq off the board. And, you know, Bamju, like they only have one move, right? Just go for the Golden Aegis and go for the attack as well. Maybe play the Lauren Prodigy this turn, but if the Lauren Prodigy falls this turn, it's going to be an easy go card, and the Death's Hand off the top as well. That Tariq is definitely bye-bye.
Yeah, options just so limited, so he does play it, make it a 2-4 on the bench now, but still, yeah, I mean, only 2 spell cards there, and that's a Golden Aegis, and that's it. Like, no, not really any good options here for Bamju, where C-Hitter got units for days on his side here, so can certainly replenish his units should he need to. Twist of Fate going to be brought out with the red card, so that's going to be a problem.
Yep, red card immediately stunning one of the units stacked together with Swain's passive, right? So this way, the Tariq is immediately being grounded. It is stunned right now, and with right now, the Lauren Prodigy got a good attack onto the Swain, but Sea Hitter on the other hand, he has the Depth's Hand that could provide a little bit of coverage for the Swain.
Yeah, but nevertheless, even with the slightly boosted health there, those two units not going to be long for this world now, so bye-bye. It's going to be only now one single unit left on Bamju's bench here, while Sea Hitter's got 5 in total. Now, Twist of Fate as well, still getting leveled up here. Man, this is looking so bad now for Bamju. So now even a weapon is going to be brought out onto this Hookmaster, bringing her up to a 3-1. That's a lot of damage coming in from Sea Hitter's side.
Yup, Bamju having that Poppy in his hand. Yes, dropping the Poppy this time from Bamju could provide him a little bit of defensive coverage, but this is a big attack coming in from Sea Hitter. 14 damage going straight right to the Nexus, forcing Bamju to trade off the Tariq in the process and even have a good Death's Hand later on.
Yeah, but okay,
this is lethal.
Yeah, potentially lethal. He's trying to see where he can put the 2-3 now, but seems like his only option is to go there against the 3-1, so that will put it only 8 total points of damage, but that will still put him down to 1 single health point there. Bamju very much in the danger zone, especially with both units taken out there. Only spell cards left in his hand. He's going to be hoping for a really good top deck in this next turn.
Yep, Combat Ryu going onto the Tentacles. Pass coming in from Bamju. No unit plays this turn. This shows weakness, right? This is a sign of weakness that Bamju is showing. Sea Hitter knows that there's no units coming straight right down. Pick a card, trying to find himself a burn spell of any sort, right? I believe he has Make It Rain, and that is the card that he's looking for, and top decks it with the pick a card. And ladies and gentlemen, that is lethal coming in from Sea Hitter.
GGWP, pretty much. I mean, Sea Hitter has dominated the early part of this game, and now 20-1. That's as dominant as match is going to be now for today, as the final blow comes through from Sea Hitter. Bamju loses that first round. Sea Hitter reigns supreme.
Wow, I mean, that is a good matchup right there. Sea Hitter literally controlled Bamju to the end. There's nothing that he could do. No unit could do any danger to him, and everything is just under Sea Hitter's control.
Oh, full control ahead there for Sea Hitter, and definitely a tough pill to swallow there for Bamju, but nevertheless, we will keep on and carry on here, ladies and gentlemen. Now that the Twist of Fate and Swain is out of the pool here, Sea Hitter only has the Katarina and Yasuo to play here. So if you're Hota Janju, is this going to be time to bring out that 6th champion deck here?
Yep, I mean, that is definitely right? That is the deck that might take advantage of the Yasuo Katarina early game, because Yasuo Katarina have a really weak early game compared to any other of his deck list. So if the aggro deck could take advantage of that, the Yasuo might find that weakness.
Yeah, here we go. Round number 2. Let's see how this will play out here, because if Bamju already losing that first one, if he loses this one again, that's going to be the end of his run here, and an end for the chance to even win cash here, because actually, he might still have a chance if the 3rd placer scratch that. That's a little bit of a commentator's curse there. But nevertheless, we're going to continue on here, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 2 here. Let's see how this will play out.
Yeah, looking at the hand of Bamju right now, he got that perfect 1-2-3 that he is looking for. He got that Legion Sabo to a start, but the attack token is not on his side of the field, right? So that might set him back a little bit behind against a deck like Yasuo Katarina. So, however, no early game cards coming in until turn number 3 in the form of Arachnoid Sentry. Will that be too late for the Yasuo player?
Yeah, it might be because he does mulligan, but he only gets a Ravenous Flock, so that's hardly a good early game option here for him. So yeah, I mean, it's tempo-wise, Bamju will still retain it, and now the attack token is on his side. We've already a 3-2 unit brought down. Legion Saboteur also brought out to play here. 2 Legion Saboteur is going to be brought out, so he's going all guns blazing, swinging for the fences here.
Yep, 9 damage by turn number 2. Oh my god, this is just nothing but pure damage coming in. Bamju is just putting so much pressure onto Sea Hitter, but Sea Hitter though, on the other hand, he could still turn this around. All he has to do is just stabilize the board and try to run Bamju out of gas. 2 concussive pumps in his hand, and that might be what he is looking for.
Yeah, but then can he run him out of gas before Bamju runs him out of HP? That's going to be a big question here. But nevertheless, Fixum 5000 official whack. I think it's going to be official whack. He'll be picking there for the Hookmaster. So now there's a 3-1 on the board there. Lots of damage potential on Bamju's side. Ravenous Flock going to try to stun up the 2-1, so at least it negates some of the damage, and in fact just takes it completely off the bench now. So that does mitigate the damage somewhat, but nevertheless, it's still going to be Bamju's turn to attack.
Yup, and right now, you know, even though Seahitter starts developing his board, Seahitter still got that concussive pump. He could still control Bamju, having additional. This is still a 1-for-1 situation for him, but you know, we can't discount the fact that Seahitter has 2 Ionian Tailstone in his hand, and that also means Health Potion is in the Ionian Tailstone.
Now, doesn't seem to be much commitment for attack, pretty much. It's just kind of chipping away at each other until just now, when Bamju decides to fully commit all his available units to attack now, and with Seahitter only having 1 active unit, he's going to have to choose between door number 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Yup, Ravenous Flock is not going to be doing any point or even saving any point of health at this point in time. So yes, he did remove 1 of his unit, but Bamju will be refueling the unit in no time. This is 9 damage down, and just putting Seahitter down to 2 health at the second attack that Bamju had.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, what a impressive kind of way to turn things around, especially given how dominant Seahitter was in that first round of this matchup here. All the damage will get through. 2 points of health left here for Seahitter. Now the stun will come off his 3-2. Only draws a single card. He's going to commit to attack though, so I'll give him points that for just being aggressive. But it's still not going to solve the problem though.
Yup, and Akshan top deck as well. I believe this turn, you know, it's gonna be chill, right? Bamju is gonna be chill. Play the Akshan, play a great Legion Grenadier this turn, and just pass the turn straight right to Seahitter. There's nothing much that Seahitter could do. He could do a proactive concussive palm this turn, but it's not gonna be too effective.
And that's the thing. Like now, just like sometime before, Seahitter only down to that single unit, all spell cards on his hand here. So, it's just not looking good for him in terms of like being able to block the next attack. So he's gonna have to decide his next move very, very carefully here. We also will be looking at the 3rd game decider. Time running out now for Seahitter to make his move. What's he gonna do?
He's running kind of low on option right now. Yes, he got 6 points of healing in the point of, you know, in the form of Ionian Tailstone into Health Potion. But 6 points is not going to be making too much of a difference if, you know, Bamju is just putting in so much aggression, right? And there's nothing that Seahitter could do this turn. Legion Grenadier coming down as well. And if the Legion Grenadier dies, it's still 1 damage going straight right to the Nexus. So there's so much burn and there's so much damage moving in, and it forces him to go for the Health Potion preemptively.
Yeah, to at least hope for some survivability, but the next attack will still hurt him regardless though. But now it's going to be his turn to decide. Still has 4 spell cards in his hands. No, I mean, it's just so tough to kind of see what Seahitter can do here, really, because I mean, unlike that first round, now it's going to be Bamju fully in control of this round here.
Yup, and look at this aggression, right? Like, he's exactly taking advantage of this Yasuo early game weakness, and this is what I was talking about previously, right? Like, it's not doing too much, and Seahitter has yet to draw his Yasuo, so he has no choice but to use his Ionian Tailstone defensively for the Health Potion, and you know, yes, 8 it looks really difficult, but it's not going to be too difficult for Bamju. Take a look at the emote that he just showed, and it's like, oh, you healed? It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I still have plenty of units to play against you, though. So, wow. I mean, it's only going to delay the edible, isn't it? Yep. All commits now here for Bamju on this particular round of attack. Now it's going to be up to Seahitter to see how he's going to wiggle his way out of this little quagmire.
Wow, I mean, there's nothing that Seahitter could do, right? Yes, concussive palm, his total stopping of what, 7 points of damage. There's still tons of damage, right? 3, 6, 8 with 9 with the Legion Saboteur as well. So that's more than lethal coming in from Bamju.
Yeah, well, time has run out. Time for Seahitter to block, but nope, nothing he could do about that at all. You know what to say, revenge, a dish best served cold, and cold indeed with that last play there by Bamju. So 1 for 1 now, one last round here to play for into this grand final here. Man, what do you think though?
Well, I mean, it's tight, right, at this point in time. But if the Yasuo deck could keep up its thing and do its thing, the Poppy Tariq would be controlled, right? Not just those stuns and constant stun and those recalls coming in. And if the Yasuo gets to land, I believe the Poppy Tariq will have a very hard time against the Yasuo deck.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Maybe it could have been better for him actually if he played the top Poppy Tariq instead of the 6th champion deck at that time. So a bit unfortunate for Bamju. Now he's at the severe disadvantage coming into this 3rd and final round here. And I don't know whether he can pull off that same thing. Like, I think it's not as aggressive as the deck compared to his last one there. So as long as that Yasuo gets fed and continues to grow, it's going to be GG there for Bamju. So, I mean, maybe Seahitter might get a bad mulligan, but that's the only thing that Bamju kind of can hope for at this point.
Yep, definitely, right? If Yasuo is not inside, if Windswept Heellock is not inside as well, I believe Bamju would have an out against his opponent. And take a look at this, right? Windswept Heellock immediately in the opening hand, but I believe that's not the card that he wants to keep in his opening hand as well. Keep one Arachnoid Sentry and just mulligan 3 away, and hopefully you find the Yasuo from the mulligan.
Yeah, so he's going to be hoping for that. And gets the heal lock back again nevertheless, so oh boy. Okay, at least a little bit of a lifeline being handed to Bamju now. It's going to be up to him to see if he can follow this through here, ladies and gentlemen. 3rd and final round here in this matchup for the grand finals here between Bamju and Seahitter. This is going to be a tough one, but we'll see it through.
Yeah, this is a really good opening coming in from Bamju, right? Like, you know, going into the Traveler, supporting, dealing 3 damage by turn number 2. This is aggression that he wants to continue dishing out. If he gets a Poppy by turn 3 or turn 4, that is just, you know, perfect for him for that situation. Still, no Yasuo in sight, but a concussive palm in hand could turn things
Yeah, so now he brings out another Ibex to the fray here, so continue to wind up the board with another Traveler onto his bench as well. So certainly having plenty of units to spare in this next round attack, and a Poppy brought out to play as well.
Wow, that is what he's looking for, a full board with Poppy, but immediately getting stunned by the Arachnoid Sentry saying, no, can't do, Poppy can't move. So immediately, I believe this is going to be a support train coming in from the Traveler into the Ibex. And, you know, if Seahitter chooses to block, you know, it just constant. It is going to be a trade right here.
Yeah, so Bamju just trying to consider his options here. Doesn't want to commit all of his support units here, or just maybe save one of it. It seems like he wants to save maybe one of the Ibex and one of the Traveler. Do you think it's going to be a good choice, or he just might as well go all in here? What do you think is going to be ideal here? Does get the buffs up, so that's still plenty of damage you could do here, regardless of these blocks coming in. So that's, in the end, it's still going to be 2 damage, but he does eliminate 2 units from the bench here with Seahitter. So I think that's still a net win.
Yep, I mean, this is still a good move coming in from Bamju, but however, he's running low on cards, he's running low on gas, right? With more unit he plays onto the board, that means he's expending more cards in his hand. Still, no Tariq in his hand, no draw engine or whatsoever. So, you know, it also waters down how strong Poppy is gonna be if your bench is small.
Oh, it's so unfortunate that Arachnoid just basically negated whatever plan he had with that Poppy on that turn. So that kind of threw a bit of a wrench in the works here. But nevertheless, it's still a recoverable situation here for Bamju as they decide now, at least Seahitter is deciding whether or not to commit to this specific block. But yeah, I mean, his hands are still very much stacked fat here on his side. And Bamju may be on the verge of losing gas here at this point.
Yep, I mean, removing both the Travelers away from the battlefield, right? It is great for Seahitter, right? There's no support shenanigans going on as of for the next 2 turns at least. So Seether could safely put down his windswept Heal lock the next turn as well, fetching himself a Yasuo, and that's where his whole engine could start running.
Yeah, he will still have, he will have 3 bonus spell mana in the next turn, so certainly he will have the option of playing the heal lock and still have mana left over to deal with what else Bamju can try to throw in the mix. So now it's going to be handing things over and allowing Seahitzer now to have the initiative to attack.
Yep, I don't think this is a good attack for Seahitzer. Like, this is just a setup turn for him, right? Like he could either go for the landmark or just start building his board to be a little bit more defensive. And I believe that's what he's trying to do now. And with the House Spider top draw, he will have enough unit to deal with, the next attack that Bamju is going to throw.
Rockwing going to be brought out by Bamju as a result. The spiders are now coming out of their lair here for Seahitzer. So that's certainly going to expand the size of his bench now. Duran Architect going to be brought out by Bamju, so he's just responding as much as he can, but now he's out of units on his hand.
Yup, and with just 2 cards, Bamju really have to fully utilize this particular board that he has. If he's not gonna capitalize on this board, if this board starts to wither and goes smaller, it's not gonna be looking good for Bamju.
Yeah, so Duran Architect, Poppy perhaps not committed yet. Still has plenty of time to decide here. Okay. Going for all in there. So yep, like I said, he has to pretty much try to make full use of this here and try to deal as much damage as he can, because the next turn may not be guaranteed here for a guaranteed advantage here for Bamju. So go for broke, why not?
Yep, and right here, Seahitzer really Bamju have to start to count, right? What is the best option, or what is the best way so that Seahitzer could not turn this thing around and take it against Bamju. So I believe this is a very good sequence of the tech coming in from Bamju, and at the same time, he's still maintaining his board state, despite removing every single unit that Seahitzer had.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's not enough buffs there for Seahitter's attack damage to really take out any one of the units. So practically all this blocks just going to empty out his bench completely. So that's going to leave Seahitzer in a very awkward position once the turn comes around to him, though, because remember, like you said, the last turn was meant for him to set up. Now he's already done that setup, and looks like he's going to pretty much throw that all away in this one defense.
Yep, Concussive Bomb going straight right to the Architect as well. So adding one more stacks onto Yasuo. Taking 4 damage this turn is totally okay for him. But however, he lost his Fae. He lost his Fae in this process as well. So maybe that's something that he's not so happy about.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be committing to this. At least it's only gonna be 4 points of damage. So not quite devastating here for Seahitzer, certainly in this round, but definitely handing a big advantage to Bamju, because like at the end of this attack, like I said, he's still gonna have all 5 units alive at this. Oh, actually, he loses the Broadwing anyway, so that's at least a bit of a saving grace there for Seahitzer, but nevertheless, the real elephant in the room, still that Poppy.
Yep, here comes the windswept Heal, and he's fetching himself a Yasuo. But however, right, Bamju have a concerted strike in his hand, so that Yasuo is definitely going down unless Seahitzer save enough mana to actually have a deny to protect the Yasuo from going down.
It's a calculus he's gonna have to make, but is he going to take the gamble or not? Because, yep, Bamju does have the spell required to remove the Yasuo from play as soon as it comes out. But I think crucially, he does get the stun of both the Duran Architect and the Poppy as well. So, yeah, it's definitely buying himself quite a bit of time, which he definitely needs at this point here, because at least he's starting to catch back up on the tempo. Still needs to try to find some way to deal some hurt onto Bamju's own Nexus.
Yep, Tariq off the top deck for Bamju. That is something that he is looking for. And, 7 mana open for Seahitzer. That means no deny if he chooses to play the Yasuo this turn. So he have to think really carefully what is the best choice or best option moving forward for this Yasuo.
Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, now it's going to be a bit of a wait here as we see what Seahitzer is going to decide whether or not he's going to commit to another attack or just try to keep that setup going here. I mean, right now, at least with Poppy still stunned, I mean, still a lot of damage potential on Bamju's side, to be fair though, so not quite the safe situation to be in. He's gonna commit to Yasuo, so here we go.
I bring clarity.
Tariq coming down. So I believe he's going in for the scout attack first.
Yep,
And
stunned.
slashing Tariq and just doing full damage and leveling out the Yasuo right now. And this guy is gonna be really dangerous if if he's continues staying on the board. Bamju really have to try a way to remove Yasuo out of the fight.
Exactly, and without any units that are capable of just eliminating him just from a direct attack, that means Bamju's gonna hope for a good spell card to come out from his deck now to deal with that, because like I said, the longer you keep that last Yasuo there, the worse off it's gonna get. Even though C-Hitter is 9 points behind, this could be the ticket he needs in order to turn this entire board on its face.
Yep, exactly right. And yes, Bamju does have that concerted strike, but that Twin Discipline might be able to allow Yasuo to survive that concerted strike attack as well. So things are looking slightly better for C-Hitter as long as that Yasuo come into play.
Yep, so time running out right now for C-Hitter as he mulls over whether or not to commit to this 2-1 unit to attack right now. Still very much in a precarious position, but yeah, Yasuo definitely a lifesaver for him at this point now. The 2-5 is going to be brought up at Bamju, so at least he eliminates the 2-1. So it's still going to be a wide board here for Bamju, but still, he needs an answer to that 5-5 Yasuo.
Yep, and as long as C-Hitter is attacking, it's going to be stunning, and Bamju is just having lesser and lesser unit as the turn goes by. So you got to be really careful and save up the 3 mana spell in his hand to actually save the correct unit.
Well, that's choices, ladies and gentlemen. To make the wrong one, and it's going to be the end of the road here for either one of these players. So certainly they're going to have to choose the right step at this very, very critical juncture. Concerted Strike going to be brought out. That's going to take the Yasuo away, maybe?
Nope, but Twin Discipline is there to keep that Yasuo alive, and things are just looking brighter for C-Hitter. Right? Bamju is running really low on gas right now, and C-Hitter is just going in for the strike with the Yasuo. 5-3 quick attack, nothing could stop him now.
Yep, and yeah, especially with the stun on both of the 3 attack. I mean, it's very calculated here on his part, so he brings Bamju down to 15 points now. So starting to chip away at the advantage that Bamju had held earlier in this game now. This is the danger zone here for our Filipino player. And now it's going to be up to him to see whether or not he can claw his way back up onto the top.
Yep, there's no stun spell in C-Hitter's hand, so this combat is really scary for him to take. So hopefully, maybe he could go for a Whisper Words this time and hopefully draw himself a stun spell to deal with, whatever that's coming his way.
Our legacy lives on.
Yep, all on the board now. That's a total of 24 points of damage directly on the C-Hitter if he cannot find any way to block or negate this assault now. So, ooh, look at that. Even the buffs are coming through here, and that's just going to compound the problem now to C-Hitter. He does bring out his 5-3, but that's pretty much going to eliminate that unit. He's bringing out his Yasuo. It's pretty much going to eliminate it completely should he try to defend for this. And yeah, like I said, as long as Yasuo is there, he has a chance, but is he going to throw that chance away for perhaps another chance in this top deck? I don't know. I don't know if I will take that gamble.
Well, you have to draw, right? At this point in time, you have to try to find yourself an option, and hopefully this option could save this Yasuo and at the same time save C-Hitter's life. Because what he is looking for right now is a stun spell or even a Spirit Refuge to heal himself back up and protect the Yasuo at the same time.
Wow, I mean, that's a heck of a gamble now that C-Hitter's going to have to, C-Hitter's literally forced to take here, potentially losing the Yasuo here, but there's a massive assault here from Bamju that really has forced his hand here. So will he commit to this block here? I mean, he's just waiting for stalling for time a little bit now that the warning timer has come out. So he's going to have to commit sooner rather than later, or risk basically handing the default win to Bamju himself. This is going to be a tough one now for C-Hitter, but let's see if he's going to be able to survive this onslaught here. Now he's going to be taking 7 points of damage. That should bring him down to only 4 points here by the end of this rally.
Yep, and this actually removed Tariq away from Bamju. So this is basically saying, you know, what is Bamju having up his sleeve? Is he gonna have that, you know, is he gonna be committing to something to save this Tariq, or is able to let it go? Because, you know, trading a Yasuo for Tariq might be a little bit more valuable for Hitter.
Yep. Lots of tactics in play here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to take them a while before they figure whether or not to fully commit to this, but I think more importantly, what's going to be C-Hitter's next move after this one, because if he doesn't get something good in his top deck, I think that he pretty much will be compromised after this rally here. So time already running out for Bamju. They will lock it in and resolve this little fight here. So all the damage comes through. He's now down to 4 points here. 4 units still on the board for Bamju. Now C-Hitter is going to be forced to play whatever units he still has left on his hand.
Yup, taking a look at Bamju's board right now is just really terrifying to deal with. 4-8, the Ibex, you know, having Poppy at 4-5. Poppy will be leveling up the next combat phase as well. So it is looking really scary for C-Hitter. With the Yasuo gone, you know, the whole engine, it just crumbles for his particular deck. Seems like Bamju might be able to turn this game around for himself.
Well, let's hope this engine is going to be fueled with something tangible, not just hopes and dreams here for C-Hitter, because it's going to need something tangible to work with here. Now sending his 3-2 down to attack here on this round, but I don't see any. Okay, there's only one single mana cost unit left here on C-Hitter's side, so this is going to be going for broke here now.
Yup, and right here, you know, it really shows signs of weakness from C-Hitter, letting the Yasuo go. No stun during the previous attack as well. This shows that his hand is weak, and Bamju will be able to capitalize on this one. 3 attack from the Katarina is fine. Take it in, because you will have a much better and much stronger backswing the next turn.
Yeah, damn if you, damn if don't, but Bamju just decided I'm just gonna confront this head on, maybe. Bringing out the block might not be enough to be able to take that one unit down, but still, that still retains a lot of health on his Nexus, which might be crucial for the long run here, because again, he doesn't know if C-Hitter is going to be able to get a good card on the next top deck. Katarina going to go for the attack, going to get a level up as well, so that brings her up to a 4-3, looks like. So now back to square one now for C-Hitter.
Yup, and right here, you know, C-Hitter playing the Katarina once again, getting the rally, getting stunned onto the Ibex. So this is going to be a 1v1 situation if he chooses to go for the attack and forces Bamju to either take the 4 damage or, you know, trade 1 unit off me. And Bamju would be glad, you know, would be happy to just take this 4 damage and let the Katarina bounce back up as well.
Yeah, because like next turn he will have the attacker, will have the advantage, so he can afford to lose that 4 health, and he still keeps in a double digit, but no, he sacrifices the Ibex, it looks like. Sharp Sight, actually the Sharp Sight is going to keep him alive, so that's a bit unfortunate now for C-Hitter, because he loses the attack unit, and Bamju still looking very, very healthy on his side of the bench.
Yup, and another Katarina coming down, getting himself a token once again, attack token once again, and stunning yet another unit with the Windswept Heal. So, you know, right here, it just feels like it's in a very weird position, but immediately using the Poppy champion spell to bring the Katarina down to the bottom of the deck, and Bamju seems like, you know, got everything under control once again.
Yeah, wow. That's good turn around, and both of those knights are going to be sent out to try to take out the 4-2 there. So that pretty much eliminates one, but as long as he can keep the Katarina in play, just maybe it might have a chance here. Shula Duran is going to be brought out though to try to keep that unit alive, so I don't think that's going to eliminate complete. Yep, the unit still survives. Poppy back in the deck there for Bamju. Now he's going to be playing a 1-1 onto the bench here, but I think it's going to be desperate times, calling for desperate measures here for C-Hitter's side.
Yeah, trying to use the Disciple to cycle through. Hopefully he draw himself a card that could pull him through the next combat phase, right? And you know, with 2 mana open, he could still do his shenanigans. So, you know, hopefully he draw himself into a Nope, not a
No.
stun spell. That's Katarina. So, now Bamju got a really good open attack as well. And in that Poppy will be leveling up this turn and will be having impact on her as well.
Oh, it's gonna be painful now. So much damage gonna be coming out from Bamju's side. I think this might be the end here, ladies and gentlemen, for C Hitter. Unless he has something good in the Sutra. Ravenous Flop. Might be something. Yasuo comes back.
No stuns,
Oh, no
nothing.
Uh-oh. In trouble now. Hands a turn over. Oh, I think he knows the writing's on the wall now.
Yup, and there you have, ladies and gentlemen, our first finalist for tonight, representing Hota from the Philippines. Bamju taking this win 2-1, and look at him. Sign off release, he's nodding and saying, I got this, I got this. Finals, here I come.
Oh man, he knows that he just won a ticket to potentially $1,000 or maybe even $2,000 if he can win the grand finals outright. But no matter how you cut it though, that was a very well-deserved victory there for Hota Bamju. Holding the flag there for the Philippines and his clan. He's certainly deserving of his slot here in the grand finals.
Yup, literally that was a resource management game for Bamju. And controlling, and what he needs to do is just remove the Yasuo away from play, break the engine, and that is basically his game plan, right? Just take the Yasuo out and everything will go smoothly.
Yeah, and exactly that was what he did there. I mean, still a very calculated game here for sure. I think at certain points it feels like C Hitter really was just scrambling to try to claw back, things, because it seems like he was sinking so deep into that quicksand that was that whole sequence of events there. So fair play to Bamju though. I mean, he knew exactly how to defeat this Yasuo deck, just being aggressive right out of bat. The mulligan definitely helped him out so much, especially in that third and final round. But nevertheless, well played here for our Filipino player.
Yep, that was indeed a very good top 4 round, and I'm really excited to see what's to come later on for our second finals match, and who will be the opponent for Bamju in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's either going to be between Tinley from TH, or it's going to be Kam Dong from Korea. Who is going to be, we probably will find out after the next semi-final. But on that note though, thank you all again, for sticking with us. And it has been quite a long day and quite a lot of crazy matches here. But certainly now we're going to be going to the final stretch here in this top 4. So now that now there's only one down, there's only one more to go from this point on in this Snapdragon Pro Series here. So ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and jump into an interview now with the winner of that last round, Hota Bamju. Bamju, how are you feeling, my man? You're looking so happy over there. I think that was a very good match for you, wasn't it?
Hello, am I heard? Or
Oh yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, you are.
All clear.
Uh,
So
I just played my heart out.
I can definitely see that there.
Well, the decks of my opponents are more on controlling parts, and I really need to be aggressive, even though the third deck of mine is Tarik Papi.
Mhm.
As we all know, it's a mid-range deck that is much more slower, but has a big boom at the mid game. So we've seen it on the third game. I was really sad when TF Swain was banned, but that was expected. Yes.
Right, but if you
And
when you saw his lineup, right, like you saw Yasuo, what is in your mind when Yasuo is part of the lineup?
I was debating about banning Yasuo or Seraphine,
Mhm.
but the thing is that I can play around on the things that Yasuo, Katarina have
Mhm.
in rather than play against Ezreal Seraphine, since they can get a lot of cards outside their regions.
Right.
So in any case now, I mean, coming into this grand finals here, I mean, you potentially could be looking at going up against either Tinley from Thailand or KDF Kamdong. I mean, let's just say you get the choice between the two of them. Who would you rather face?
Well, pretty sure I've casted some of their games. Both of them are good players. I didn't really expect to go this far. As you've seen on my Twitter, I've just memed on my lineup that I've brought my comfort decks. If you're going to look at it, it's just one mid range, one control, and one aggro deck. And I'm not masters yet, so
Well,
we're just having a laugh here.
I mean, after that performance,
Yep.
maybe you should consider going for that run for Masters, man. Because I think like you should,
Yes.
you definitely have the talent to do so, man. So yeah, again, thank you so much, Bamju, for joining us here, and congratulations once again getting in the grand final. Hopefully, we'll be able to interview you one more time. So good luck and Godspeed moving forward.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, that was a fun one.
That was a fun guy. He's a really fun guy.
Yeah, and very insightful as well. So thank you so much to Bamju there. But now, with that done and out of the way there, you know what that means. Only one more semifinals to go before we get to our grand finals. But before that, we're going to be taking a short break. So when we come back with the Snapdragon Pro Series, it's going to be semifinals number 2. My name is Victor Cax. Join me here as Moonboy. We'll see you after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess, but I'm unimpressed.
And welcome Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Moonboy. This is now the second and final semi-final. Oh, that's quite a bit of mouthful, actually. Coming into this Legends Runeterra Asia Pacific, and now it's going to be between Tinley and Kamdong. So it's going to be Philippines versus Thailand.
Korea versus
Thailand here. My goodness, I'm just going all messed up now. But nevertheless, yeah, the day is still long here, ladies and gentlemen, because after this is only going to be the grand final. So literally, a lot is on the line right now.
Definitely a lot is on the line. One more win and you're in the grand finals, joining Bamju in the finals as well. So, you know, there's so... it's going to be really interesting because Tinley, you know, he's one of the better player in the region right now, going up against Kamdong, and that play with the Pantheon Various was just insane.
I would be super curious to see how Tinley is going to deal with that Pantheon, or is he just going to ban it outright though? Because unfortunately, if he does that, Kamdong is going to have the Seraphine Ezreal open, and you don't want to have that open for sure. Or are they going to be making a little bit of a tease there? I don't know. I mean, it would be certainly fun if we get to see the Seraphine being played at least once during this tournament here. But we know with literally $1,000 at least at stake here, I don't think anybody wanting to take those kind of chances, right?
Yep, exactly right. We're definitely not going to see Seraphine Ezreal in this matchup. So it's definitely going to be Nora Heimerdinger from Tinley, and then a Vayne Pantheon from Tinley as well, you know, and then there's a Seraphine Ezreal with the SI variation. Compared to Kamdong, there's a Akshan Lee Sin, Seraphine Ezreal Noxus variation, and with a Pantheon Various. So everything, you know, in Kamdong's side, other than the Ezreal as Seraphine, everything is kind of, you know, item focus or equipment focus, right? And that is where the Nora Heimerdinger will come into play with the Quietus card, right? The card Quietus. So it could remove those key items away from his opponent. Take a look at this deck list right over here, you know, running 3 times Quietus. That could potentially remove the item out of Various or out of Lee Sin or Akshan in those matchups.
Yeah.
Nora Heimerdinger having the advantage of having those portals or those, and also the turrets as well. So it's gonna be having so much value as the game goes by. So what he needs to do is just prolong the game, go into the late game, and that's where Value Town is all about for this deck.
Yeah, but then knowing how Kamdong plays as well, is he going to give that chance though to Tinley? Well, that's going to be something to find out though, as we see exactly what Kamdong will have on hand here to deal with this situation here. But certainly, Nora Heimerdinger is a very powerful deck here on Tinley's side, so certainly a threat that he needs to deal with. Is the Akshan Lee Sin going to be the ticket though?
Yep, and you know, this is the deck ran by Kamdong in the top 8 round, and he will be piloting this in the top 4. And you know, that one copy of Tasty Faithful literally saved him the game in top 8. So what is this deck all about? Is mainly level up Lee Sin, get overwhelmed onto Lee Sin, and just combo your opponent down from 20 to 0 with Lee Sin in just one kick. There is lots of ways for you to get equipment, ways like, you know, Ionian Hookmaster, and yeah, I mean mainly Ionian Hookmaster that could potentially get you the overwhelm weapon, and you could equip it onto Lee Sin to close off the game. If that plan don't work, you got the Absolver. Once the Lee Sin or Akshan is leveled up, it could potentially get the overwhelm tag onto Lee Sin as well to combo your opponent off.
And I think there's plenty of options actually using this deck, and you know, the combat potential because of that Tasty Faith. What we saw that in action in his match against Trap God early on. So certainly lightning can strike twice here for Kamdong, and if it does, he was definitely going to be at least $1,000 richer.
Exactly. So you know, it's down to these two players. Both of them had a really great top 8 series as well. Honestly speaking, like, you know, I don't know what to expect. I'm not even gonna expect because you know, games have been really wild the whole night.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if we don't allow you yourself to be surprised, you will not be surprised at all through the day. But nevertheless, surprises maybe inbound for us here. But what's not a surprise is how amazing Snapdragon has been for supporting us in this series here so far. So go ahead and check them out there at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They certainly have done wonders here for our esports community here, particularly for the titles being featured in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So quickly, yeah, yeah, just shout out to them, and thanks so much for giving us all that support, and especially for those guys in the Twitch chat as well. We do still see you guys there. I mean, we're not directing you directly, but we are receiving all the love from you guys there, and especially if you want to give some love to our players as well, go ahead and send in your predictions. Vote on who you think is going to be winning out this match here between Tinley and KDF Kamdong. The vote is already live on the chat right now, so go ahead, cast your vote. Let us know what your prediction is.
Honestly speaking, I don't even know who to vote for. I mean, both are really strong players, and the lineup are pretty even at this point in time. But I would lean a little bit towards Tinley just because of the amount of control that and hard removal that he have in the Nora Heimerdinger, and that could potentially help him out in this matchup.
Yeah, but he's gonna have to play like super mathematics coming into this one, because KDF Kamdong, I really would love to know what goes on in his head there, because the way those gears turns can sometimes make things work. But oh my goodness, speaking of turning gears, Cass's curse right there, man.
Oh, we are seeing Astro Seraphine for the very first time, ladies and gentlemen, as Tinley literally left that deck open and banned Varus right there. So let's just go straight right into it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our second semi-finals with Tinley going against Kamdong, with Kamdong on the Akshan Lee Sin and Tinley with the Nora Heimerdinger.
Oh yeah, he's definitely saving that best for last, isn't he? Going with that Nora Heimerdinger first. Oh man, what a tease. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, this is exciting news here. Finally, we're going to be seeing a Seraphim in play, but that's only going to be possibly after this round. So let's see how this plays out. Tinley on the top, Kamdong on the bottom.
Yep, Akshan coming straight right down, immediately being removed by the Quieter, saying, I'm not allowing any more value from this Akshan. Having the Warlock's Horde on the field is already painful enough. Coming out with a unit of his own as well, Tinley is starting to pile on the offense.
Yeah, junk construct that he sent onto the bench, and he's going to send it out on the field now to do 2 damage, bring Kamdong down to 18. Going to be a choice between 2 pieces of weapons here for the Hookmaster. Combat Reel or Sandworn Amulet. And it's like Sandworn Amulet to bring her up to a 3-2.
Yep, Sandworn Amulet is probably one of the best weapons to use against the Heimerdinger deck, because in the early game, they don't really have much units. And having a fearsome tag onto it, this 2-2 has nothing. He can't exactly block against this guy, but a Aloof Traveler coming in, discarding an Akshan, a Lee Sin, and that is huge for Tinley.
Oh boy, this is looking good here for him so far, but at least Kamdong does have something to play for here. He's going to be able to bring out another 1-1 to at least make that board as wide as possible, but let's see what Tinley will bring in response. Heimerdinger out onto the bench right now. I mean, all guns blazing here. Engines fully revving up here for Tinley.
No hard removal coming in from Kamdong's deck. Heimerdinger is the perfect timing to come down on turn number 5 and start that engine rolling. And this way, it's totally fine, right? Even though it's Kamdong's turn, he would just gladly take whatever that's coming.
Yep, so let's see. Give an ally +1. He's going to give it both all to make it a 4-2 now for his champion. And now he's going to see if he can try to at least eliminate the Heimerdinger.
His spike coming right down onto the Akshan as well, trying to remove it away from play. But an Absolver is in Kamdong's hand. Could he save this Absolver for this Akshan? And yes, he did. And Akshan is leveling up right here, and he's immediately removing the Heimerdinger away from play right here as well.
Oh, good calculation there from Kamdong. So now the advantage is on his side of the board here for sure. At least Tinley is going to be able to deal some of those damage there, but still the Akshan remains on the bench here, and that is a big threat here at Kamdong's side.
Yep, and immediately Quietus going straight right to the Verstappen Disciple, so this way, he could not cycle through his deck to find himself another Lee Sin, but instead, the second part of the Absolver immediately saving it off, and right here, Kamdong is the winner of this big hole trade-off, and even gets to predict and find himself yet another card from the deck.
Yep, Unworthy Soul, Vestalian Disciple, or Momentous Choice, and he's gonna have to decide between these cards here. This thing gets leveled up anyway. A Wudra Style going to be brought out from the top deck. Turret's going to be running amok in a bit as he brings it up to a 2-2. Now he's going to be committing to attack now. Kamdong, how are you going to try to block this out?
Well, Kamdong could gladly just take this for damage, right? Alternatively, he could just block with the Vastayan Disciple if he chooses to. But, it's just for damage. It's okay. He could go for a backswing, and hopefully Tianle will be the one blocking this time.
So let's see if he's going to commit to that. I mean, right now, Tianle is still having the turn on his end, though. So I guess he's still mulling on whether or not he wants to commit to attack. Well, he will attack it. Kamdong takes it on the chin. But again, only 4 damage. Not much harm done, especially at this early start phase of the game.
Yep, Sonic Wave coming in as well. That means that if you use it on the Akshan, he could potentially get a free kill. But instead, going in for the open attack. And it forces Tianle to go for the block this time.
Yep, blocking that with that 2-2, I think that's going to be a sacrifice worthy of the gods here. But he does the same 4 damage, but that's literally the same amount of damage that Kamdong did. So now they're back on parity here. 13 to 14 health advantage to Kamdong.
Yeah, but Tianle have that Black Spear if he chooses to fire it off, by respecting the counter spells coming in from Kamdong, chooses not to fire it off there and then. And right here, and I believe Kamdong is just trying to find ways to remove the Heimerdinger, but he have the answer in the form of the Sonic Wave.
Yep. Going to be playing the Vanguard, the Conchologist. Going to be allowing him to at least pick up 1 extra unit here onto his bench now. Let's see, Wrench Bot going to be brought out as well. Group Shot going to be played on there to just take out the 1-1 on Kamdong's side and hopefully thin out of the bench a little bit more. Certainly, especially now, Tianle will have more units on the bench here. So let's see what Kamdong is going to do in response. He has the attack token.
Yep, right here, Kamdong, he have Sonic Wave. That is the perfect opportunity for you to remove the Professor off the field this time. But Tianle got that perfect answer from that top deck. It's going to be a Vengeance, removing the Akshan out of this. But however, the Warlord's Palace has been cracked. He could get a +2/+2 onto the Akshan, and this way he gets a secured kill onto Professor Heimerdinger.
Oh, perfect execution there from Kamdong. So now, just when Daniel thought he might have an opportunity here to just continue on here, looks like Kamdong is going to be bringing a hurt onto Tianle instead and potentially lose the Professor. So now it's going to see whether or not he can mitigate some of that damage done. But I'm afraid that just losing the Heimerdinger for the 2nd time now, that's already a lot of damage done onto Tianle.
Yep, that is exactly right. But however, Tianle might go for a decision to fire off the Electric Collection right here because of, he has to take advantage of the current field sight that he has. But instead, he chooses to let the Professor go, and there's probably it's not going to be an easy task to remove this Akshan away from play.
Exactly, now he's at 7-4. I mean, just having him on attack is already putting a lot of pressure onto Tianle, and the longer he stays there, the worse it's going to get now for Tianle. Because now he's deciding how he's going to try to counteract this turn down. Portal's going to be sending so many of those little mushrooms into the deck, so that's a little trap now. We've seen how this has played out the last time Tianle did this. How is Kamdong going to try to maneuver past this, because it's going to be quite the minefield for him in this particular one, as Tianle now fully commits for the attack.
Yup, and not just that, Tianle top deck into a 3rd Heimerdinger once again. So this is where, if he can keep this Heimerdinger going, things can really be in his favor.
Yeah. So now that's going to force Kamdong to bring all his units out to bear here. Unfortunately, it looks like he may lose. Oh, actually, Tianle still will stand to lose a lot more units compared to him. But yeah, kind of going to be a bit of a reset after this little rally here. So back to square one, maybe. Oh, Concussive Palm going to be used as well to negate some of this extra damage. So in the end, it's only going to be a net 2 damage done onto Kamdong's side. So not too bad, actually. Not too bad at all.
Yep, getting himself a Shadow Owl's Tailstone into a Mark of the Owls, trying to remove the Akshan from this combat. And Akshan have that perfect answer in the form of Wuju style right here. If he chooses to commit to protect this Akshan, he will ultimately get 2 more sacks onto the Warlord's Horde and the Warlord's Palace as well. Cracking the Warlord's Horde in this particular saving of Akshan, he's getting so much value out of this.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even though he may be losing units, he still gets plenty of value out of this one engagement here. So when all is said and done, still 3 units on Kamdong's side, 2 units left on Tianle's side. Hand looking a little bit thinner on the Thai side. So, what kind of options does he have on the table now?
Well, I think what Kamdong is looking for is his Lee Sin, right? As of right now, Lee Sin is definitely level up. Black Spear going straight right to the Akshan, just removing the spell shield. Hopefully, he can get a vengeance onto it later on. Lee Sin found off the predict from the Warlord's Horde as well. So this is looking great for Kamdong. Tinley right now sitting at 10 HP, and instead he chooses to take the Absolver. I think he wants to go for an overwhelm finish.
Oh, okay. Let's see if that's going to pay off for him. Selling the Disciple going to be taken off the top deck as well. Dragon going to be brought out and to fill up his bench now. So that puts him out of parity, but again, Akshan still having a lot of attack damage on his side. Still a major threat on the bench now. Wordy's still going to be brought out, but unfortunately, Pop Mushroom is going to take some health away from his Nexus. Not too bad at this point, though. But again, it's going to be running against time here for Kamdong because he cannot afford to let those mushrooms take away this opportunity for him, because that's a lot of damage. 18 potential damage points going to be done, and that's going to be lethal for Tinley if he doesn't find any way to negate most of that coming from Kamdong.
Yup, immediately getting another spell shield onto Akshan as well, but Tinley got that perfect answer. He can haste spike into a vengeance to remove the Akshan and try to survive a little bit longer in this matchup. Things is not looking great for Tinley, but there's still some saving grace in this process.
Yeah, I mean, again, the problem is still he's not going to be able to get rid of Akshan. So after this rally, he will lose two units now, and
that's lethal.
Yeah, completely got his one remaining unit nerfed off completely. That's just the end there. Kamdong played it calculated one more time to win out the first round.
Wow, I mean, that's a really good offensive coming in from Kamdong, right? Choosing not to go for the Lee Sin and went for the Absolver instead, knowing that there is an aloof traveler in his opponent's hand. If he draw into that Lee Sin, it's gonna be immediately discarded by the aloof traveler. So that is a big foresight coming in from Kamdong.
Well, you know what it is now. It's gonna be the Seraphim Ezreal played out by Kamdong. So let's see how Tianle is gonna deal with this.
Well, this is the deck that we have been waiting for the whole night, and finally we get to see it in action right now. But it is still really weak to the quietest card, right? Seraphim, 1 health, 1 attack. Ezreal 2 attack. As long as it comes down onto the field, it's gonna be immediately removed by the quietest card.
And he already have both the Ezreal and the Seraphim in his hand already from the get-go, so it is just going so well for Kamdong right now. Hookmaster as well from the top deck. Junk Constructs, 2 of them going to be sent out by Tianle to try to buff up his side of the bench, and perhaps a Combat Real Pot of Pain here to buff up that damage.
Yep, I mean, this is a defensive Hookmaster, right? It's definitely here to block his damage against the Construct, but Tinley won this Construct dead, right? So that those portals could be in his deck, and hopefully he gets some value out of those portals later on in the next few turns.
Static Shot going to be drawn off the top deck here for Kamdong. And I think there's Aloof Travelers on side of Tianle. But now it's going to be maybe Portal time. Or at least it's going to be a level up onto the Seraphim. 2 Seraphim cards in his hand right now. So, wow. I mean, spoiled for choice here is Kamdong.
Yeah, but Tinley having 2 portals activated right there, having a Duran Architect out of that portal as well. But Kamdong though, having the top draw of the Fan Club, that's gonna be giving him a lot of value with a 5-cost spell going down to 2 mana.
Exactly, and that's the value of playing the Seraphim deck, isn't it? I mean, just taking advantage of those 5 down to 2 cost mana and just spam it all day long once you reach that, reach past the mid stage of the game, which we are very firmly at this point now, as Tianle sets up for an assault here. Going to help, unfortunately, have one of his units taken out. Still going to be able to negate the 2, so it's only 1 damage done in total here from Tianle's side.
Yep, and you know, Kamdong is just taking it slow, right? A low traveler coming in from Tinley, getting him 2 more portals,
Wow.
and those are big units coming in. Barkeep Alley being removed, that's totally fine because he have a second copy in his hand. So there's a choice for Kamdong to play the fan club right here.
Yep, so Fan Club President going to be played now. So Blood in the Water, Heroic Charge, or Possession potentially could be played here by Kamdong. It's going to be up to him to decide which one he will, which approach he's going to take.
Well, they are all really bad cards coming in from the free precedent. Maybe Possession might be better. I don't. It's just a little bit weird. Yeah, maybe the Poppy one might be good, but ultimately, you know, those are all bad cards. It might be, you know, just something that he just wants to trigger off Seraphine later on.
A bit of a misfire, I guess, on that last one, but nevertheless, he may have another chance yet again. But as it stands right now, though, Tinley does have the wider bench, so as long as he can keep some sort of pressure on the Kamdong, perhaps, you know, with that last draw not quite working out in his favor, maybe that might be the chance or the opportunity that Tinley needs to try to get some advantage here in this game. Now, Quietus is going to be used here to try to negate the Seraphim, and let's see whether or not that's going to take it out completely. Yeah, pretty much takes her out of play there. Poppy's only one left on Kamdong's bench.
Yep, there's no counter play right there that Kamdong could have. It seems like right here, Kamdong is struggling a little bit against Tinley, right? There's not much option going on. Every spell in his hand just feels a little bit awkward now and here and there. And with the amount of unit that Tinley have on his board, it just looks so pressurizing for Kamdong to deal with.
I mean, again, this is exactly what he signed up for, and if you can handle this level of pressure, you can earn a lot here from this prize pool. So, I mean, he's gonna have to bear and grin it for now because, again, still has a chance, still has enough health here to try to burn off, but he needs to find some way, some draw maybe that will be able to bring him back into the fold.
Yep, Kamdong immediately going in with the Violin of Discord, just removing the Grenadier off the board as well. At the same time, adding 2 more stacks onto Ezreal. So maybe that's what he's going for, right? Going in for the 20-0 kind of like strategy with Ezreal and Seraphine. But I don't think Tinley would allow it to happen.
That's the thing, because like again, Tinley having so many units on board means that he can pretty much counteract Kamdong should he try to go for the assaults, or conversely, while he has attack token, maybe he could just go for the best defense, which is the offense, and he's fully committing to this offense indeed. So now that's going to force Kamdong's hand. It's going to burn that Poppy, but he will still receive 9 points of damage in total. Still quite a lot.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage coming in, and with this huge board and so little spells in his hand to actually deal with it, yes, Static Shock could remove one of the unit and you know, shave off 1 damage away from the 2-4, but it's not doing too much. He's still taking 6 damage off this attack.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, again, when your options are that limited, you just gotta do whatever you can to mitigate the damage here and hopefully be able to last long enough there for him to get to that final stage here of this Seraphim deck. So let's see whether or not this will pay off, though. He's gonna be committing to both of these spells now to try to see if we can at least negate some of the damage. So hopefully down from 9, he's going to lose his unit actually. But at least by the time it's done, he's still in the double digits.
Wow, I mean, Kamdong right here, top decking an Arachnoid Sentry, that is not what he's looking for. I mean, he could use it to remove one of his units, but Barkeep Alley is likely the play right here, having a unit on the board and getting a discount for every single new spell in his hand, and that is close to every single spell in his hand.
Yeah, so now let's see. Black Spear going to be used to take out the 3-3, so that just completely takes out whatever units that Kamdong was going to try to prepare for this round now, and that's going to put him in a very precarious position, though the level ups are still coming in for his Ezreal and Seraphim. Still needs to be able to draw them out in order to make them effective, but even at this point now, he still needs to deal with the fact that Tinley, having a lot of units on his bench there, can certainly bring a lot of hurt there in the next attack.
Yup, and not forgetting 2 Vengeances in Tinley's hand as well. So that means, you know, that Seraphine and Ezreal in Kamdong's hand is definitely going to be going bye-bye if, you know, Tinley decides to go for it. And, you know, Nora coming down as well. And this Seraphine is not going to stick for too long.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, after this one's taken out, that means there's only like one more Seraphine.
One more Seraphine.
He could potentially play. I mean, we haven't seen him play the Ezreals yet, but again, it's all about the Seraphims here. He needs to be able to keep this one, chance alive here. Okay, he's gonna bring out the Ezreal as well to pair up with him. So let's see whether or not this will pay off. Unfortunately, back spear immediately under the Seraphim. So bye-bye, lady. We'll see you in another life.
Well, Kamdong has the sharp side to keep the Seraphine alive, keeping her at 2 HP. And this might force Tinley to go for the Vengeance later on to take her out, right? You don't want a Seraphine meddling around for too long, especially in a matchup like this.
Yep, so here we go. At least he's going to be able to will her down to 2 health, so not quite elimination, but at least it gives Kamdong something to think about. Next time he's going to be playing that Seraphim on the board. But attack token very much still in Kamdong's hand. It's going to be his choice whether or not to pass without landing any units on the board, or he's going to try to play something. Unfortunately, he only has 3 mana left, so he's really going to be able to play some spells maybe, or just maybe that 2 mana cost unit card.
Yep, and I think, you know, what he wants to do now is just, you know, stun, level up the Ezreal and just start doing Ezreal things, right? And if the Seraphine levels up, the Seraphine levels up alongside as well. So this is gonna be machine gun time coming in. Tinley has to fire off the Vengeance right now. If not, it's gonna be too late.
Yep, it's gonna be high time for him to get that out of the way now. But with Seraphim and Ezreal both are fully leveled up now, is this going to be enough now for Kamdong to get himself back into the advantage here? We'll have to see, because it's still going to be Tinley's turn now to respond to this. On the defensive side, yep, Vengeance going to be played onto the Ezreal actually.
Yep, I mean, right now, at this point in time, Ezreal is the threat, right? Ezreal is the one taking the Nexus damage, shooting into your Nexus, and that is not what you want to be. Remove him out of board. You got one more Vengeance in your hand anyways. You could use it to remove the Seraphine the turn after.
Yep, so Ezreal taken off the board. Seraphine still remains, though. Now, it's going to be time for Kamdong to see whether or not he wants to commit to any attacks here, or is he going to just pass it on to Tinley?
Yeah, this is definitely a pass coming in from Kamdong, right? Like, this is not a smart move. You don't want to damage Seraphine any further, and Tinley have the unit on board to remove Seraphine off the field. So I believe Kamdong have a decision to make, right? Like, you know, yep, it's,
okay.
You know, he's just trying to do a little bit more, and hopefully he get the push, you know, but just have an extra unit to defend against the big attack coming in from Tinley the next turn.
Yep, exactly. So let's see how this turns out, because now it's going to be Tinley's turn to strike. Again, he has more units than what Kamdong has, both on his hand as well on the bench. And in fact, the bench is going to be completely emptied out now to bring this full attack to force. And this could be lethal here. He's going to be forced to sacrifice perhaps the Arachnid. And yep, he will sacrifice it. That will bring in 3 health. Oh, he's going to be sacrificing the Seraphim as well.
Wow, I mean, he has to stop as much damage right here as possible, and he has no choice but to put the Seraphine in the fight. But however, I think, you know, Tinley still have ways to go around to do much more damage, right? He got the Spitfire in his hand as well. He could potentially add impact damage, but Kamdong though, you know, he got that Noxian Tailstone, and he could try to find you know, the sharpened resolve to actually allow Seraphine to stay alive.
Yeah, 2 extra cards into Kamdong's hand right there, but still he's gonna lose a lot after this rally here, or maybe not. He does get the buff back onto Seraphine, so maybe she might be able to survive a little bit longer than we initially thought. Let's see how it goes, as now ball's in Tinley's court. Is he going to commit to this, or does he have something else up his sleeve? I mean, he has 9 mana and still has plenty of spell cards to play here. What could he possibly do?
No, I mean, he could just take this damage, right? He had Pokesnake, he had Mouthpiece, he could still remove the Seraphine if he ever chooses to later on as well. Pot coming in, 9, putting her to 4 health, and Tinley still have the Vengeance and is immediately firing off onto the Seraphine. This is a second Seraphine going straight right down. You have to dig deeper, man. You're left with, what, 2 more Ezreal and 1 Seraphine? If you want to win, you have to find these champions.
So, yep, fan club president going to be brought out. Are these good cards?
Unworthy Soul is good, Out of the Way is bad, Heroic Charge is but But yeah, maybe Unworthy Soul might be the good one, so that he can chill a little bit more.
Yeah, so he does get a Poppy as well, so at least not quite out of the lurch though. Coming into this next attack, ooh, draws another fan club on the top deck. So okay, gonna play that one more time.
Detain is okay. Coup de Grace is so-so. Oh, I mean, that could make him a big cat if he plays a lot of new cards, so that is a possible way as well. But Reckoning, but however, I believe Kamdong is not running any 5 attack and above spell as well.
Oh, so this is gonna be tough. Heimerdinger brought out by Tianle again, so now let's see. Static Shock. I'm gonna try to remove the Heimerdinger straight away as soon as he appears, so good call there from Kamdong's side.
Yep, Disintegrate onto Heimerdinger, trying to remove it now, here and now. And Tianle is on the move right here, just trying to get as much value out of the Heimerdinger, having 3 units or 3 turrets for free, plus a spider as well. So, you know, he's just getting it so much value and saying like, you know, I'm just gonna overswarm you with units if you're not gonna do anything.
I mean, we're gonna go down swinging, right? So let's see if that's gonna pay off here for Tianle. He loses the Heimerdinger, but does gain several turrets in reward for that. Now the Nora is gonna get upgraded as well, so she's gonna come into play now for Tianle. Is the portal going to provide the chaos required for Tianle to drive? Let's see.
Portals. Another Vengeance off the top. Disintegrate is big for Kamdong as well. Oh, but he's running really low on units. He needs defense.
That's the thing. Like, I mean, that's the problem that he's been facing actually the entire round here. You know, just having that deficit in units, and now this is a very dangerous situation here, given how many turrets that Tianle already has on hand. He's just going to continue to spam that as much as he can to keep that bench filled up. And look at that, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 on all 3 turrets that have been played in this one here. And he does have an attack token as well, so he's fully within his rights to try to go for that lethal. So now he is going all in, all guns blazing here, baby.
Yup, this is a big swing coming in, 14 damage, and there's so much more. Kamdong needs to negate this whole attack coming in from Tianle. Yes, he got a drum roll. He could draw himself 2 more cards, and hopefully, you know, he could find some answers from the top 2 card as well. But instead, he chooses to go for the Sputtering Song Splitter, and you know, he got himself a Time Winder, but that's not going to be doing too much. Payday Charm, still not. These are not the cards that he is looking for, and I believe this is going to be GG as Kamdong takes the L. It's going to be 1-1.
Just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Tianle moves on to the grand finals. Kamdong, unfortunately, his journey stops short right here and now. And man, what a way to end it though.
Not finals, it's game 3.
Oh yeah, it's game 3. Oh my goodness. My bad, ladies and gentlemen. That was a long one actually.
Yeah, that was a really long game coming in from both of them, and that is what, you know, Nora Heimerdinger wants to do, right? Just drag out the game and get the value later on into the late game. But Pantheon and Vayne going up against Ezreal, Seraphine. I think this matchup is just a little bit, you know, interesting. Both of the main good decks coming in, so let's just see how these 2 players are going to work this out.
Exactly here. So apologies for that. Might have called it a little bit early here, but we're still back in this one here. 1-for-1 right now between Tianle and Kamdong as they fight it out now for that final slot into the grand finals here. And already Tianle getting it for a very good start here, getting a 3-4 unit right off the bat.
Yep, that's a really aggressive start coming in from Tianle. So based on statistic, the Seraphine deck has a 40.82 win rate against the Vayne Pantheon. So, you know, this is kind of a bad matchup for him if, you know, if Tianle gets all the play right against him. And taking a look at this, you know, it's not looking good for Kamdong at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, very aggressive opening here from Tianle. So now Kamdong is going to try his best there, just do some damage there with the Hookmaster. That's at least bringing him down to 17. But now it's going to be Tianle's turn to attack. What's going on in this top deck? It's going to send out a Mountain Goat onto the bench now. So the 6 potential damage here that he could dole out.
Yeah, but I believe, you know, it's going to be a Reckonoid Sentry onto the Mountain Goat so that he can't do much. But instead, you know, Tianle puts 2 Mountain Goat onto the field as well. So Kamdong just have to try to remove these 2 goats before it gets a little bit more value than what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, at least you're going to be able to get the stun on one of them. But nevertheless, Tinley will be playing the other goat as well. So that's still 6 damage in potential. So that's forcing Kamdong now to just burn his units here, negate all that damage, and hopefully minimize the amount of advantage that Tiana would be able to gain from that last rally.
Yup, and Kamdong right here, he got a Ravenous Flock in his hand and he might be ready to fire off onto this Saga Seeker. But however, right there, with the gem, he just missed the opportunity and window to take out the Saga Seeker there, and it's just looking a little bit awkward for Kamdong at the moment.
For sure. I mean, having no units on the bench right now, he does have units on hand. Still within his rights to try to play any of them, but right now Tianle getting his units buffed up now, so that's 4-3 and a 5-4 on the bench here. So he's just doubling his damage potential now. And Kamdong still has yet to commit any units onto the bench right now, even though he does have the attack token.
Yep, I mean, something Kamdong could do is just, try to ping out and try to remove the goats out of the field as well. So this way, he could have less of like those gem generator. So he could even go for the violent discord onto the goat as well into a Blitz Edge. That's a total of 3 damage, and he could potentially remove the goat out of the way.
Spell gonna be brought out. Okay, that's an extra card now.
Consider strike.
Consider strike. Going to be going straight onto the Seraphim that's been played. So, well, that's going to be a dead Seraphim. And by the end of this, and plenty of buffs coming in on Tianle's side. So, again, no matter how you cut it, still Tianle has the advantage here, ladies and gentlemen. And Kamdong scrambling and trying to get some tempo back, trying to get some advantage back here in this one. And that last round there didn't quite work out well for him, so we'll see whether or not this time around Seraphim will be able to finally bear fruit in this semifinals. So now he eliminates one, but unfortunately loses Seraphim. Still a 6-5 on the board there, so man, it's still going to be very painful for painful for Kamdong if he can't get rid of it.
Yep, 6 damage coming in. There's nothing that Kamdong could do against this particular attack, and this might be a back alley bar, right? Just have those discounts coming in and go into Value Town. And right here, Tinley is just getting so much and having the Pantheon off the top as well. That is where, Tinley is gonna be thriving.
Yep, it's going to be a race against time now for Kamdong, because now with the Pantheon in play here, Tianle is already calling the shot here. He already has his sights very firmly set and taking down Kamdong here. So now, what can he do to deal with this pressure?
Wow, I mean, he got the Static Shock to try to ping the Pantheon, and then he could go for the Ravenous Lock after, but, there's potential of healing coming in from the Pantheon as well. So he had to be really careful of how to deal with this Pantheon. And Arachnoid Sentry into Ravenous Flock could be a potential way to remove Pantheon as well.
Yep, so he's going to be able to stun up the Pantheon at least for this turn. And yep, another Ravenous Flock. Is that going to be enough to eliminate him? At least it's going to be able to help boost XP for both his champions right now. And Pantheon is going to get leveled up now, so Tianle is going to be hoping that this will be enough to keep him alive, and I think that should be enough actually. Or is it?
No, Spell Shield getting tough out of it as well. This Ravenous Flock is not going to be touching the Pantheon at all. I mean, Kamdong could go for a second flock, but the Pantheon could still not go down yet. But yes, this Static Shock is going to be popping off the Spell Shield, and even 6 damage is going straight right to the Pantheon, and nothing that Tianle could do to save this Pantheon.
Oh, close call there for Kamdong for sure, but yeah, this is actually, that's the thing when you have the Pantheon in play. You have to eliminate him as quickly as you can, because the longer he stays there, the worse it gets. And we saw how bad it could get there in the last in the last matchups. So let's see.
Very bad.
Very bad. Yeah, very bad indeed. So thankfully, Kamdong able to nip this one in the butt here, thanks to the Static Shock and the Ravenous Flocks.
Yep, and I think Tinley is just thinking through. Could he go for the heals and then hopefully he draws into something? But no, just let this Pantheon go, and you know, you will get a new Pantheon later on. Don't worry about that.
And fully leveled up as well, so that's still valuable on his heart. Nevertheless, though, that unit now is up to an 8-8, so it's just gaining and gaining and gaining in that power level here for Tinley's side. So it's still a major threat that Kamdong needs to deal with, but then now with the Pantheon out of the way, he certainly can breathe a slight sigh of relief, but now still needs to try to figure out how he wants to play this round, offense out as he buffs his unit from a 3-3 up to a 5-3. Potentially 8 points of damage. The Darkened Lobstone going to be used to buff up his 3-3 to a 4-3 now. And he's going to be committing to this attack. 9 points of damage, actually 10 points of damage in total here, thanks to those buffs. And now that's going to force Tianle to send his 8-8 out to try to defend.
Yup, and right here, Kamdong is just, you know, trying to go on the offense and just do as much damage as possible. There's another Pantheon in Tianle's hand, by the way, and that is going to be Devastation. 2 Pantheons in his hand. Oh my goodness.
Yep. I mean, first you thought one was trouble, now there's 2 of them. And the 5 is still there. Now it's up to a 9-6. Oh boy, he's just gonna keep buffing and buffing and buffing and up. Now he's gonna be bringing things into play here. Still very much Kamdong in trouble here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yup, drum roll right here, President and a Hookmaster. That's not the cards that he wants to see. He wants to find himself an Ezreal. He wants to find himself a Seraphine. So this way he can combo off his opponent. And, you know, Sunburst, that's something that, you know, could potentially remove the Pantheon.
Yep, exactly. I mean, that's 6 damage he could deal to a unit straight away. So super valuable. He's definitely super thankful to have that on hand right now. As now, committing to it to the attack now is Tianle. Eliminating both of those units there. Still alive for now, but at least Kamdong has a trump card in hand.
Yup, and with that Sunburst might be the way to remove this Pantheon, but Tianle still have a 3rd Pantheon in his hand. So I don't know.
Oh man, it's just never ending story, isn't it here, ladies and gentlemen, as now another Hookmaster is going to be brought out here, either a Fishback or Sandworn Amulet, whichever the case, that's going to allow at least some sort of blocking here in this next turn. Hextech Transculator, Aftershock Progress Day.
Hextech might be good, but I think Kamdong is looking to, you know, get the barrier away or even get those spells. Get the spell shoot out of the way as well. So this way the Sunburst will be going straight right to the Pantheon. You know, if Kamdong chooses to remove it, but the Sunburst have to be the first cut from his hand if he chooses to fire it off and silencing the Pantheon. And yes, immediately firing off as well, and this Pantheon is going down.
Oh, okay, so the 1 down, 1 more to go here for Kamdong, at least as far as the Pantheon threat is concerned, but still, big elephant in the room is that 9-7. And that's going to get continually buffed now. 10-9. Ay.
Big beefy man right there.
Plenty of meat on those bones for sure. Seraphine now getting herself fully leveled up now. 2-5 there on her stats now. Pantheon, the last Pantheon played now by Tianle. Is there anything left that Kamdong could do now?
Yo, Kamdong must be thinking, how many Pantheons that this guy is running in his deck? He's got all 3 in his hand, and Kamdong is just running. Look at the amount of keywords on Pantheon. It's just unable to contain it.
Uncontainable. For sure. Okay, it does get a fan card precedent, so it maybe might find something. Just maybe. But then again, especially with the 10-9 still being that monkey that's on his back right now, it still doesn't look good on his end though. I mean, he could still block, but that's going to kill off his Seraphim, his last shot at really trying to bring this game back into the fold for himself.
Yeah, so I think, you know, with 2 mana open, there's nothing much that Kamdong could do. He could just pass the turn over, and Tinley would be happy to just accept this gift and just go to the next turn. Single combat, immediately going straight right to the Seraphine, saying, no, I just want this lady to stay on the board. But he gets another one, it's okay.
Oh, I can imagine Kamdong also breathing a sigh of relief when he saw that though, because, oh man, imagine if he loses Seraphim again and has no replacement, has no counter to this Pantheon here. Man, this is gonna be a tough one.
That is the third. That's the third Seraphine in his hand, right? So it's gonna be the final Pantheon going with the final Seraphine, and Tinley even got that Golden Aegis right here. He could close the game the next turn.
That's the thing. That's the thing. I mean, he's been building up that momentum, and now this is looking way overboard now for Kamdong to try to deal with. Golden Age is going to be used to target the Pantheon specifically here. Then now still not resolving the main issue at hand though. Kamdong living on a prayer's edge right now as he blocks the Pantheon, not quite blocking the 10-9, so that's going to be 15 points of damage, still getting through down the 3, down the 2 with an extra bonus there. And that's Kamdong now, tottering on the edge.
Yep, so ladies and gentlemen, I believe right here, Tinley already got Veto, immediately going straight right in. No questions asked in this open attack. Kamdong, nothing much in his hand to interact with this. There's not much, there's no draw power in his hand to find anything deeper into the deck. No disintegrate, no nothing. And I believe Kamdong has no choice but to accept defeat right here, right now.
Oh, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now I can actually call it. This is the end right now, and Tinley moves on to the grand finals. And what elation on that face there.
Yeah, he's just calm. He's just knowing what he's doing. I know, I got this. I'm gonna win it, and that is the face. Everything is just written right there.
Yeah, face of pure confidence right there on your screens here, ladies and gentlemen. Tinley moves on to the grand finals after defeating KDF Kamdong from Korea. Now it's going to be Tinley now to move on to the grand finals and see whether or not he will be taking the ultimate prize here for Legends of Runeterra Asia Pacific.
I'm loving this photo, Victor. He's like, ring, ring, who's calling? The finals, I'm in. That's exactly what he's saying, as he will be facing Bamju, right, in the grand finals later on. It's gonna be exciting, and I don't know what this guy is thinking, bringing Heimerdinger and Nora into the mix, and everything is working out.
I mean, yeah, it worked out. It still worked out for him in the end. And the fact that he managed to beat KDF Kamdong, I think that's just the cherry on top here for his journey so far. So, wow. After all the trials and tribulations, after all the mishaps and mistakes, and after all of the drama and excitement, finally, we're coming down to the last match for today here, ladies and gentlemen. But boy, what a journey it has been, right?
Yup, it has been a really long day for everyone, and we are finally down to the grand finals later on as well. And on the fun fact, right, for the very first time, we're having a non-Korean champion for Snapdragon Pro Series LR.
Yeah, this is unprecedented in every sense of the word. I mean, we saw favorites getting eliminated. We saw crazy interactions. We saw crazy decks that actually work. And now we're going to be seeing a crazy grand finals. So all of this is all possible because of the Snapdragon Pro Series here, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you bring all your maximum support to our two players here. I mean, who's going to be able to take it? Bamju from the Philippines, or is it going to be Tinley from Thailand? Man, the best of the best here in Asia Pacific, only on SPS.
I'm speechless as of right now. The quality of games today is just at the highest level of this particular format right now, or even, whatever I've seen. And, I'm so happy to be part of this whole journey, right? Like, seeing this so many great plays, so many big brains come around, and I don't know, man. I'm lost of words.
I know, right? I mean, it's just amazing day here. I just kind of like, I wonder, like, given how crazy the games are here, I only wonder what Worlds is gonna look like at this point. I mean, can you imagine Fat Pantheon just dominating everything?
No Pantheon, please, please. Dev, if you are hearing this, fix Pantheon, please.
Please fix.
Please, I'm pleasing you.
Devs, please nerf Pantheon. He too OP, man. He too OP. I mean, look at it. Even his card cannot even fit the entire awesomeness that he's able to contain.
Put a shirt on him. That's how you nerf him.
but then you're gonna lose all the apps. But So in any case, ladies and gentlemen, with that said and done, I think we still have to say goodbye to our exiting player here from the grand finals. It's going to be KDF Kamdong coming up onto the interview screen right now. So let's go ahead and give him a welcome. And Kamdong. Wow, that was a difficult series over there. I mean, what's your kind of feeling right now at this point?
네, 정말 어려운 경기였는데 혹시 지금 기분이 어떤지 여쭤보겠습니다.
이거 마이크가 근데 되게 울리네요.
네, 잘못했습니다.
아까 2라운드에 그 예언 보는 중에 턴이 넘어가 버려가지고 져가지고 너무 아쉽네요, 그 경기가.
혹시 잘 안 들린다. 다시 한번 부탁드릴까요? 네, 혹시 들리시나요?
네, 들리는데 이게 계속 울리네요, 마이크가.
네, 저도 지금 소리가 두 번씩 들려서 이거 왜 이러지?
이거 어떻게 해야 되죠, 그러면?
잠시만요, 저도 지금 연락을 해보겠습니다.
Oh man, what a shame.
What a shame.
Yeah, technical issues, unfortunately preventing us from being able to ask Kamdong the questions we really love to ask right now. So, but a bit unfortunate. I mean, again, this is the challenge when everyone is kind of like in different parts of the world here. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate, but nevertheless, I think for Kamdong particularly, it might be a bit heartbreaking, to get this far only to get eliminated. But then again, what a stellar run though for him, especially the match he had during the round of 8, some of the best like 200 IQ plays I've seen.
But it's not out of the tournament yet, right? He still have a third place game to play later on as well.
Yep.
So, his dream of getting some cash prize is still alive. So, all the best to Kamdong and his opponent as well.
Exactly. So, well, I think that's already all the semifinals done now. It's going to be time for us to give a little shout out and thanks to our main sponsors for the Snapdragon Pro Series, because it wouldn't have been possible without Snapdragon Elite Gaming. For when winning matters, and winning definitely mattered a lot in order for you to get into the grand finals here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. So make sure you go ahead and give the support to Snapdragon here and thank them for providing us this platform, this tournament here for you guys to show off the best players in Legends of Runeterra. Shout out as well to our second sponsor, Monster Energy, unleashing the beast. Go ahead and check them out over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you ever run out of credits in your favorite mobile or PC games, might want to consider going over to Kachi Shop, because they provide not just the ability for you to top up your credits for your favorite games, you also get great deals, great bonuses, and discounts as well when you shop on their online storefront. So check them out at kachishop.com/my. So that's one more match to go, right?
Yep, it's gonna be the grand finals. It's gonna be difficult for both players. Both of them are just the best of the tournament so far. And I'm just excited to see who is going to be coming up victorious.
Exactly. 1,000 ringgit or 2,000 ringgit. It's going to be up to them now to decide who's going to be taking that share now. But until then, we're going to be taking a break before we get to that one. So my name is Victor Cax. Join me here as Moonboy. We'll see you after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series here, bringing you Legends of Runeterra Open Final Split number 2. And it's now Grand Finals time here, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Moonboy. This is it. After so many matches here, after the round of 8, going to the round of 4, now it's come down to this. Thailand versus the Philippines. The unexpected Grand Finalist versus the up-and-comer from the up-and-coming region here. I mean, man, what can you really say about today's kind of like proceedings here?
Don't expect the unexpected, and nothing is expected.
Nothing is expected at all. No one expected to see this come to fruition here, ladies and gentlemen, but it has. It actually has happened here. We've seen so many upsets here. I mean, Odyssey getting taken out, Artify also getting taken out early on. We saw Kamdong come back so strongly in that round of 8, only to get completely ruined by the time we got to that semifinals last round there. And then now, I mean, with Tinley as well as Tinley and Bamju coming into this one here, I mean, man, this is going to be one heck of a fight now to see who is coming out top on the Asia Pacific region.
Yep, first off, we got representing the Philippines and the home of the Aces, Bamju, having Poppy Tariq, 6 champions aggro, and also, you know, Twisted Fate Swain. But on the other hand, Tinley representing Thailand, this guy has been on the road this whole competition with Nora Heimerdinger, Asdru Seraphine, and Vayne Pantheon.
You know, I just had a thought in my mind right now. Both of these guys are aggro players, super aggro, especially Bamju. You know what I could really say about this situation now? This tournament literally ran out of control.
I mean, Tinley is the only control player left, right? With Nora Heimerdinger, that's the only control deck left in this whole tournament. And you know, I don't know what to expect moving forward. Bamju being the really a very aggressive kind of player, you know, with the six champion aggro and coming into this particular lineup. If Tinley could stop all this aggression and run Bamju out of gas, it could be ending. This finals could end really fast.
Exactly. So, well, let's see if that's going to come to pass, though, because now let's go ahead and delve a little bit into this crazy deck here. I mean, 6 champions in total. Akshan, Azir, Katarina, Ziggs, Renekton, and Darius. You never see these kind of decks normally, but, you know, here at SBS, you know, expect the unexpected.
Exactly, and this is the shell, right? This basically is the skeleton of an aggro deck. Is what matters is the followers, not really so much on the champions. Champions is just there to provide a little bit of in the whole matchup as well. So, you know, having so many 1 drops, 2 drops to 3 drops, and then finishing off with burn, and you know, this is just pure aggression moving forward, and it could potentially end you by turn number 5 to turn number 7.
Exactly, and Bamju certainly showed exactly how to play it off in his semifinals here. Will he be able to make it work one more time in the grand finals? Because if he does, he's going to be $2,000 richer here. So let's see if that comes to pass, though. But then now he's going to have to go up against Tinley, who is definitely going to be riding off of the high, defeating Kamdong in that last semifinals here. Let's have a look at his Vayne Pantheon deck.
We have seen this deck ruining everybody's life the whole night, right? Like, you know, you have Pantheon. Once he's leveled up, he's unstoppable at that point in time. And, you know, stacked together with Vayne, we have yet to see Vayne and Pantheon on the same ground, providing tumbles onto Pantheon. So hopefully we get to see this in the grand finals right here. And, you know, not forgetting the 2 copies of Campor as well would provide so much coverage in terms of, you know, board stability and everything, and stacked together with a Golden Aegis to close off. You know, that is just the cherry on top to finish off the game.
You know what they say, 2 is a company, 3 is a crowd, 3 Pantheons though, that's an army fit enough for an entire nation right here. So the nation of Thailand is going to be banking on Tianle right now to bring that glory, and hopefully the Pantheon might be the ticket for him to be able to do so.
Just put a shirt on Pantheon, guys. Put a shirt on Pantheon. Nerf this dude. This guy is unstoppable, but you know, we got to see how Tianle pilot this. You know, he has been piloting all of his deck to perfection the whole night. Could he keep this consistency going on to finish tonight strong with a win?
Well, I mean, clearly, when you saw those chisel abs, when you saw those perfect pectorials, you realized that you're standing before the very vision of glory here in the form of Pantheon. But nevertheless, I digress, though. It's all fun and games until it's going to be time to battle between both of these players right now. And, man, I mean, let's just talk a little bit about these players, right? I mean, Bamju didn't expect to be able to make it this far. I mean, he really was, you know, riding on the high very much since the round 8, and then now that he's gotten to this point now, I mean, fair play to him. I mean, he can just basically go for broke, and still, even if he loses this one out, he's still going to earn a massive, hefty cash prize here. So, I mean, what a journey it is for this man.
I mean, he's coming in with no expectation as well, coming all the way to the finals. I think this is where he put his game face on, because he wants that championship, right? He stumbled into the grand finals, but it's okay. Stand up. He's going in strong.
Exactly. And then, not to forget as well, Tianle, I mean, defeating the Seraphim deck twice in a row in a patch where the Seraphim deck should have been literally OP. I mean, what do you make of that, really?
Best deck in format, 0% win rate, Snapdragon Pro Series LR Season 2, Split 2.
I swear, guys, today it's not opposite day. Literally, like, all of this, there's no conspiracy here, ladies and gentlemen, okay? I rest assured about that. It's just, this is literally how it plays out, you know? Tournaments sometimes can throw the most unexpected of curveballs. We've seen plenty of that so far, but I have to say, yeah, Seraphim having the 100% loss rate here in this tournament, that's literally the cherry on top.
Yeah, but I have to give the credit to Tianle, right? He's the one facing daring enough to take on the best deck in the format, and he got that perfect lineup to shut it down. It's not so much on the deck, but it's so much on the player himself. Tianle piloted both of his deck to perfection, closing off the game against the best deck in format. What else is there to say? This guy coming in knowing what is all the matchups all about.
Yep, the best from Thailand and the best for the Philippines. Unfortunately, only one man will be the best in Asia Pacific, and it's all only possible because Snapdragon provided good as this platform right here. The Snapdragon Pro Series wouldn't have been possible without Snapdragon Elite Gaming for when winning matters. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys bring all the support to these guys because Snapdragon has been endlessly supporting us all here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So, now that that is out of the way, Tinley versus Bamju. Now, let's go ahead and see what they possibly might do for the bans here because, again, you still have the Seraphim deck on him, but I think Tinley might want to take it out, or is he going to be able to continue that lost streak here for this specific deck?
As I said, expect the unexpected. They already have taken the ban for us, and there you have, ladies and gentlemen, Bamju banning the control deck, saying, I am the aggressor and I will stay aggressive. And immediately, he wants to take on the Seraphim Ezreal, and for the first time, we get to see Seraphim Ezreal SI!
Yay! Wow, it took us basically about 7 hours before we get to this point, but I bet all of you guys who stuck around this long here have definitely will definitely enjoy this because it's all going to pay off right about now here, ladies and gentlemen. The very best of the best, aggression versus aggression, fighting fire with fire right now. First round for this grand finals is coming up here, ladies and gentlemen, and here we go.
So on the top side, we have Bamju with the 6th champion aggro, and on the bottom side we have Tinley on the Seraphim Ezreal Shadow Owl. So this is a different variation as what we saw in the previous game as well. So there's lots of hard removals, right? Things like Vengeance, things like Quietus, things like Valfeast. These are what he's looking for. But however, they have a really weak early game. If Bamju would be able to take advantage of this, he will have an upper hand against Tinley.
Well, he's already off to a good start now, having a 2-1 unit on the board now, and a House Spider to join alongside, and a 1-1 Spider to keep them company. Now, the Seraphim going to be played right immediately if you're from Tinley.
Yep, Seraphim right here is definitely going to be in a defensive position right now, right? It has Bamju have 2-1 health units, and those are very good units for Seraphim to do the trade-off. And Bamju on the other hand, is still putting on the aggression. Legion Saboteur coming down, Legion Grenadier coming down next as well. So this is gonna be full-on aggression coming in, right? Bamju is gonna be using every single resources that you have to zero Tinley down as fast as possible. If not, it's gonna be too late.
Exactly, aggression. You best meet full-on aggression with the full-on aggression, and it's a full commitment now from Bamju as he brings all 4 units onto the board, forcing Tinley to spend both of his units here. I think the Seraphim should still be alive unless Bamju has something up his sleeve here, but I think just basically going to be able to take that one away with a missing shot and loses the 5, still keeps the Seraphim.
Yep, I believe Bamju might be going in for the Ruinous Path. Yes, there he is, draining 2 damage away from Tinley and drawing 1 more card, keeping the gas running, right? Keeping the gas filled time after time again. And at the same time, you have to be really careful if he's going to be expending every single gas in one particular turn.
Exactly. So at least now he's very firmly putting himself in the lead here. 14 health on Tinley's Nexus here, and he's deciding right now how he's going to be approaching this next line of attack here. He does have plenty of units on his hand though, but the that 6 mana cost there, yeah, it's a bit expensive now to play. He does have a 1 mana cost unit and a 3 mana cost, so he could potentially try to put both of those and try to meet that same aggression. But nevertheless, though, Bamju brings out a Treasure Seeker to hopefully bring some defense into this next rally.
Yup, Archon coming in as a defensive position as well. If Archon managed to hit Bamju's Nexus, it's gonna be getting the back Eddie bar 1 discount. Sorry, just get a discount on 1 of the spell as well, dropping down the Ezreal on the very same turn. This way, keeping Bamju in check. Vengeance off the top as well, and however, unable to firing off this turn, and the Azir have a little bit of space to provide those Sand Soldier coverage.
Okay, so 3 units for 3 right now. Bamju, of course, still in the lead because of his health pool at the moment, and he adds another unit to the bench right now to make it 4. Potential damage of about 6 on his side. Ooh, that's Quietus, Fancup Pleasant, and Drum Solo going to be eked out from that prediction there, and it's Quietus he's going to be picking there, and that's definitely a good choice here. Certainly going to provide himself some control in this one rally here, and he's going to use that quite a straightaway to take out the 1-5.
Yep, take out the Azir off the board. No more Sand Soldiers shenanigans coming in. Legion Grenadier from Bamju, and following up with a Sand Charger. So this is gonna be tons of damage coming in. If Tinley decides to block, his champions are at stake of trade right now.
Exactly, that's more than enough damage to completely clear out the bench here for Tinley. He's going to be forced to at least block one of them, but that's still going to be 8 damage points sent through. Seraphim also going to be the sacrifice to the gods right now. And probably a 1-3 with Elusive still may be in play after this, but then again, it's still 4 damage down, and that's when Tinley down to only 10 health by the end of this rally.
Wow, I mean, you know, Bamju is just doing such a good job keeping this aggression onto Tianle. He's running really low on options right now. Yes, Peeled Over Tailstone would translate into a aftershock that could control him a little bit further. But, you know, Bamju is just holding off a little bit more, right? You know, he's just playing it really chill, and at the same time applying so much pressure. The drum solo coming in from Tianle from the top deck, and this is going to be an easy Mystic shot onto the Grenadier, and just to control Bamju so much more.
And that's the thing about aggressors, right? The scariest aggressive people are the ones who are the quietest, and Bamju certainly has been bringing that calm before the storm many a time now, but then unleashing the full fury of the storm onto Tianle when the time is right. So he's just biding his time right now. He still has plenty of mana in his pool to try to respond to this attack right now. Treasure Seeker going to be brought out to at least keep those units on the bench right now. So now, what is Tianle going to do? Oh, just hands it over to Bamju, not taking the assault that time.
Yup, Bamju starting off with a Legion Saboteur. There's only one removal in the form of Vengeance, or he could go into Tailstone into a Aftershock to try to remove one of the units as well. Tianle have mana in his expense, but right here, Bamju is not letting go of the gas button right here. Drum solo coming in, drum solo, and another Seraphine. And, you know, right here, if Tianle could stop this big attack coming in from Bamju, Tianle would be, the game would be sliding towards Tianle's favor.
Alright, so Bamju is going to have to go for broke, I think, in this next rally here, and Seraphim is going to be played, so this is going to be prime time now for Bamju to bring that aggression to a head now. Again, he is still ahead in terms of health points, but Tianle easily can try to bring him back here if he plays his cards right. So Paralyzing Bite going to be used onto that Seraphim there to hopefully negate some potential for defense here on Tianle's side. And let's see, okay, couldn't quite read that quick enough, and Seraphine gets herself upgraded as well, so this is actually working out very well for Tianle.
Exactly, like things is just looking great for him right now, having an aftershock from the Peeled Over Tailstone, and they could even remove one of the units away from Bamju, so he's chill. Tianle is chill right now.
Yeah, exactly. He knows he has this in the bag, in spite of the fact his Seraphim got completely stunned up. Now he just needs to try to just whittle away whatever units Bamju still has left on that bench, and Bamju would be in trouble. So Bamju is going to have to play this right, brings out the Blade, Fragment onto his unit now, bringing it up to 7-2. That's going to be full commitment now. He has to do it. There's no choice whatsoever for Bamju's side. He has to go all in, all the chips on the table.
Big swing coming in from Bamju. Tianle is in huge trouble right now. 7 damage coming in from the Sand Charger, 1 damage from the Spiderling, right? This is resulted to 9 and a Ruinous Path in his hand. And ladies and gentlemen, if this goes through, Bamju has the lethal, and he will be closing game number 1 against Tianle.
Exactly. Still, the spider remains. The rest of the units all cleared out, but that one single spider may be all he needs even to try to close this out. Now it's going to be his turn to attack. Oh boy, this is going to be tense now. Ruinous Path brought out.
Yup, and ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is the lethal that Bamju is hoping for. Game number 1, going straight right to Bamju. And
it's over as soon as we really started, really. I mean, what a far cry it has been from some of these matches, isn't it? Oh, man, but very fast. That was very fast. That is because both of these players are just so aggressive. They just went right out of the gate, just swinging for the fences there. And wow, That's a really strong opening here for this grand finals.
Wow, I mean, take a look at this, right? Right here, Bamju just need one more win away from getting him to be crowning himself the champion of Snapdragon Pro Series LR. And, you know, with the aggro deck down, he's down to TF Swain. And, you know, Tinley right here, he might be sticking his guts onto the Seraphine Azrael as exactly what he did. And this is where, Bamju have to take advantage of this. Take out the Seraphine ASAP, take out the Azrael ASAP, and get that Swain up. And that is where you get a little bit of advantage against your opponent.
Yep, aggro versus aggro. Second round here could be the last one if Bamju brings this to a home run here, ladies and gentlemen. Tinley still has another chance to show us the Seraphine deck still has potential to win in this tournament here. But man, I mean, still may the best man win though, because again, best man means that he's good best in Asia Pacific.
Yes, that is exactly right. Ravenous Flock off the top as well. And right here, Tinley could not drop the Seraphine at this point in time. Bamju just have this undercover, right? He could go for the Hookmaster, try to find himself a good weapon, and go for the swing.
Yep, so let's see what he's going to choose this time. I mean, the Hookmaster already will be a strong opening for Bamju even at this point now. So again, it's all down to the choices that he can make from this point. He does have the attack, he does have initiative. He just has to make sure he makes the right call this time, or else he's going to be paying for it several turns down the line.
I'm loving how he actually chose to go with the pen, right, instead of anything else, because there it forces a Mystic Shot, a 2 damage spell going straight right to the Hookmaster. Balfeast is not a question. Quietus is not even a cut or an option to take it out.
Exactly. So now Fan Club President going to be brought out Event Horizon, Cold Resistance, and Concerted Strike. Seems like Cold Resistance is going to be the one he picks up there onto his hand.
Event Horizon.
Oh, sorry, Event Horizon.
Yep, I mean, Event Horizon is you know, could stun Bamju, and then, you know, maybe Tinley could go for a backswing later on, or he could control Bamju and not allow him to attack in any form of damage. And there you have, you know, immediately Tinley scooping the keg and trying to take it out, but I think Bamju got the answer right here with the Mickey Ray.
Yeah, dead weight, the deck hand there being played by Hoda Bamju. That's going to allow him to put a 0-1 to try to block against the Poppy, and that's a very worthy trade. And in fact, he gets his dead weight deck hand up to a 4-2 now, but unfortunately Quietus probably going to be able to negate this completely now. So back to square one. It seems like 2-2 on both sides.
Yep, and right here is just a little bit slow, right? Both players are just taking it slow, trying to find their outs, trying to find the units that they are looking for. And, you know, Tinley at the same time, he wants Bamju to put his units down so that he could target his unit, so, you know, the Azrael could come out level up as well.
Do you think you could call this current situation right now the LOR equivalent of a Mexican standoff?
I guess so, right? You could potentially say that, because both of them don't really have much things, you know, much option, and Bamju is not giving too much units for Tinley to actually target. So, you know, that's where he get a little bit of advantage. Time trade coming into a Pharaoh's Financer. So, you know, it's still a standoff situation right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, a far cry from a lot of matchups here. We're seeing a lack of units on the board here as both of these guys just basically filling up their hands, making sure they have plenty of options for the inevitable clash between these two one of these turns. But Pharaoh's Finance here going to be brought out. Assembly line, the Runeation and Progress State potentially chosen here by Tinley.
Yep, assembly line is the card to play right here. You know, you get to fill up his board as well. So I believe, you know, both players are playing a really reactive deck, right? They are just playing reactively, and they're just waiting for their opponent to make a mistake. And this is exactly what this standoff is all about.
Exactly. So at least now, finally, some blood is drawn here as Tinley takes 2 points away from Bamju's Nexus right now. So that might kind of force his hand, though, because it's now the attack token on his side. How is he going to respond to this?
Wow, I mean, Bamju have a good open attack right here. Maybe he's a little bit afraid of a Mystic Shot, a high note coming in from Tinley. I don't think he run high note here. Yep, there's a high note in his deck as well. But a Reckonoid Sentry immediately targeting the Financier. And, you know, Tinley got a really good assembly line opportunity to fire it off here.
Yep, fortunately his Pharaoh's Financier is going to get stunned up completely now as we await to see what the choice is going to come from Bamju's side. Oh, instead it gets 2-3 trees on the board here on Tinley's side.
Yep, and this elusive is definitely going to be flying straight right into Tinley's Nexus, putting him down to 18. But, you know, putting the Arachnoid Sentry in the mix as well, forcing one of the workers to block the Arachnoid Sentry.
Yup, so that was definitely needed now, so at least negates that damage, still bringing them very much on balance each other, still very much a standoff, though the extra worker on Tianle's side may be a slight advantage, especially while his Ferris Financier is still stunned up, but nevertheless, we're still at a juncture right now, and neither side really exposing any weaknesses to allow the other side to exploit, so still very much very tight race here to the finish.
Yep, that's a great Mickey Rain coming in from Bamju. Twist of Fate into a blue card. Hopefully he gets to draw himself yet another card, and might be a Swain or a Leviathan. That would be big for Bamju. Get himself an Eye of Nagakaboros, and that could potentially draw himself 4 more options later on in the next turn.
Another Quietus brought out by Tinley, this time to take the Twisted Fate out of play now, so it's only down to the 2-2 with the elusive here for Bamju's side. Vile V is going to be popped up on the top deck here for Tinley.
Yep, Watchful Idol off the top deck as well, so that could still potentially, I believe Swain is not yet leveled, so the Watchful Idol would help to progress the Swain to level up as well. But take a look at this, we're at turn number 8, and you know, Riptide Rex is in Bamju's hand. If he chooses to fire it off or any sort of way, right, it's gonna be, you know, bot clearing for Tinley. So he's probably gonna be saving the Riptide Rex for a Seraphine or a Seraphine and Ezreal bot, so that he could do a lot more value out of it as well.
Yeah, the Watchful Idol still going to be up for play here on Bamju's side. Now it's going to be Tianle's turn to strike. He's going to go for full commitment, it looks like. So it's going to follow the eyes on Nagaros to come out here for Bamju to hopefully bring some defense onto the table here. So that's a 2-2 that he has on the bench that he will play out here to take out at least one of those Arachnids.
Yup, I mean, taking 2 damage right here is totally okay for Bamju, but however, the trade-off is he found himself that Leviathan that he is looking for. Leviathan could fetch himself a Swain, but Tianle have a Vengeance waiting for that big ship to land, or the big man with the red hand to fall into the ground.
Well, I mean, again, having all the answers in this deck here is just such an expertly crafted deck that Tinley has brought to this competition, isn't it? But nevertheless, though, is it going to be enough to bring him to win? So far, it's done so well for him, though. He's up to 19 health now, having gained some heals. But then this time, Bamju brings out the 4-6. That's going to be immediately taken out here by Tinley.
Wow, I love how Bamju is prioritizing putting down the Swain first, baiting a removal so that he could still potentially get a second Swain off the Leviathan as well. So that is a very good calculated play coming in from Bamju. And here we have Time Trick coming in from Tinley, Drill or a Back Alley Bar. I believe Back Alley Bar is the one of, you know, a better value right here for Tinley.
Yeah, and indeed he does take that into his hand. In the meantime, Bamju just at least chips away 1 point of damage there. But yes, again, it's all going to be about the Leviathan here for Bamju. He needs that to bring out yet another champion of his own so that he can finally bring the hurt to Tinley.
Yep, Tianle is only running 2 Vengeances in his deck. One is being used, and you know, right now it's just open season for Bamju to try to dig a little bit deeper, and the Leviathan and the Swain would be clear to sail off to try to do much more terror to Tianle.
Yep, Seraphine now fully leveled up, so she is now a 2-5. Could be a big threat here. How is Bamju going to respond? Watchful Idol, another one going to be brought out here. And that's going to bump up his bench for now.
Yup, and right here, with the Seraphine on board, right, Bamju got the Riptide Rex. Or he could even go for the Make It Rain into a Ravenous Flock onto the Seraphine as well. So it all falls down to where the bullets of the Make It Rain actually lands. If he actually chooses to fire it off a goal, or even chooses to go for that particular line of play.
Yeah, I mean, it's all spoiled for choice pretty much on his end, though. So let's see how it goes. Still, attack initiative is on Tianle's side. It's going to be up to him whether or not he wants to go for the aggression here, force Bamju's hand, or just hold out. Well, wait for much more advantages. Oh, okay, I was going to say wait, but no. The Leviathan is going to be out in play here for Bamju, and he will get the advantage he's looking for.
Yep, and it's gonna be Tinley is gonna be invoking twice just because it's a new spell that Seraphine has been casted and got himself an Equinox and a Scourge, right? Equinox is the perfect answer to this Leviathan, just shutting it off, silencing it, and it's just a vanilla 5/7.
Oh, he thought Bamju probably thought he was going to be able to get away with this, but nope. Unfortunately, Tianle says nope. It's Chuck Testa as the Leviathan is. Wait, is he going to be taken out?
No, it's just being silenced.
Oh, it's a silence, yeah, completely. So that's going to be negating whatever effects the card does have. Now it's going to be Bamju's turn to attack. Unfortunately, now with the Leviathan complete silence, he's still going to be playing it down. He's still going to be going for that aggression, and that's going to force Tianle to spend his Arachnids to defend.
Yep, still no damage, going straight right to Tianle's Nexus at this point in time. These spiders are just small little defense unit that Tianle is going to be using. And, you know, 2 more units left on the board. I believe this might be a good opportunity for Bamju to fire off the Make It Rain.
Yeah, it might just be. So is he going to be going for that option though? Thing is, ball is in his court, so yep, make it rain indeed. Straight up to try to take out the 2-1. The Seraphim still going to be sustaining some damage from that. Black Alley Bar going to be played as well. That brings out the 3-3 to fill up the gap there. Ravenous Flock though going to be used straight out there onto the Seraphim to take her out. And that, I think, was exactly what Bamju wanted to happen there, isn't it?
Yep, that's exactly right. Trying to take out the Seraphine here and now so that she could not be any point, any disruption. But he finds himself a Guiding Touch off the Shutter Song Spinner as well, and that could heal up the Seraphine and, you know, allow the not allow the Ravenous Flock to pass through.
Oh, that will be a bit of a curveball there for Bamju. Now he gets a Vengeance as well in the Faceplate President. Yikes! Tianle getting the good top decks here, my man.
I mean, these are the cards that he is looking for, and you know, Bamju has no choice but to take all this damage and all these spells in, and you know, he might even fire off the Riptide Rex now just to remove the Seraphine off the field.
Yep. You mean, man, a bit tough now for Bamju. He thought he could try to go for the killing blow, but nope. Tianle still has a strong defense. Riptide Rex going to be played now. Oh, look at that.
Wow, it's always exciting to see Riptide Rex coming down and just blows, or like, you know, tons of barrage coming in and just taking out the rest of the field, and that is exactly what Bamju demonstrated right here. Seraphine says bye-bye.
Oh boy. Well, bye-bye. See you later, alligator. Cannonballs away. And Seraphim, unfortunately, not going to be able to survive this onslaught for sure. Still has the back alley bar, but no, all the rest of the cannons going to continue to pound that Nexus, bringing him down 1 health below Bamju at this point.
Yep, and even Bamju have a Scorched Earth to deal with the back alley bar as well. So, you know, that is still a potential way to take that unit out. And the Archon coming in being a 5/5 as of right now. It's just a big elusive unit. But, you know, Bamju has a TF in his hand. You know, he could go for a red card and hopefully and go for a Ravenous Flock onto the Archon to just remove it.
Yep, let's see if he's going to be taking that route though. Wow, we're literally in the latest of late games here, ladies and gentlemen. Twist of Fate, yep, going to be played now. Blue card instead, huh?
Well, that's an interesting play. You know, instead of removing the Archon, I think he's digging his deck a little bit deeper. Gets a second Swain. Catalyst of Aeons. Shunpo, so he's looking for his second combat phase with the Shunpo.
I mean, that's a very ballsy move for sure by Bamju, just taking the blue card, but yeah, having 2 Swains now could be what he needs still to try to bring the hurt now to Tianle, and so he gets it fully leveled up and played now. Bamju has a fully stacked up bench now, and he's definitely going to use the next turn very much bring the hurt. Seraphine going to be played out, 0 mana cost whatsoever, 6/9 as soon as she comes out onto the bench now. That's a very nice number indeed.
Yep, and look at that, right? Bamju putting in the sticker saying, yo, what? Yo, what? These are not units, these are monsters coming in. 5 damage coming in from Archon as well, getting discount of 1 of the units. Scorched Earth immediately going straight right to the barkeep. Ali saying, no bar for you, no drinks for you tonight, my friend.
Yeah, it's gonna be teetotaling for the rest of this grand finals. Hopefully, I think it's only one single back alley bar, right, in this deck, isn't it?
They had run 3 back alley bar in this whole deck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, but however, that is the last vengeance that Tinley have in his hand. So, you know,
yeah.
maybe he's buying himself a little bit more time just by bouncing the Swain back up to Bamju's hand.
I mean, to be fair to him, he still has plenty of monsters. It's only going to get stronger and stronger as the turns go on here for Tianle. So now, I mean, Bamju race against time a little bit to try to see how he can deal with this really stacked Seraphim here that could become the ticket for Tianle to get a tie-up in this series.
Yep, I mean, right now, the game is just leaning towards Tianle's favor, right? The Archon is 5-5, there's another Archon in his hand as well, or Archon in his hand as well. So, you know, he's getting so much value out of this big elusive units, and he could potentially fly in for 10 damage the next turn.
Ooh, 9 lives, most wanted.
This song just makes you feel like you can do anything.
9 lives.
9 lives is going to pick, and there's a 6/6 Poppy on the bench as well. Wow, I mean, he's stacking it very well, Tianle, at this stage here. And he still has plenty of spell cards on hand.
Yeah, but the downside is that the Leviathan is being silenced right now, so there's not so much of, you know, Leviathan and Swain shenanigans going on this turn. So I believe, you know, Bamju is just going in for the offense. He's just trying to push in as much damage as possible. But, you know, Swain is not in a position to attack. Shumpo coming straight right onto the tentacles, and I believe the tentacles might be going down to the Shumpo.
He puts out 2, so that's definitely going down for sure. So Bamju now is going to have to figure out some way to respond to this. At least he's got the stun onto one of the poppies, but it's still a total of 17 points of damage unaccounted for that he needs to try to deal with. And he does have the units to block it though, but does he want to risk emptying out his bench just for this next one here? Because once he does that, he's very much out of units.
Yeah, but now the key turn is, right, Tianle has the attack token on him as well. Archon, he has 2 Archon that is going to be flying in for 10. The next turn, he got a good open attack with the Archon as well. So if he keeps this up, it's going to be, you know, very scary for Bamju to deal with. And I believe right here, Tianle might have already secured the win just with the Shumpo.
Yeah, he just might have. Now he's going to see whether he can commit everything here and hopefully try to break through the defensive wall here that Bamju is building on his side of the board. And looks like he should be able to at least keep the Seraphim alive. Will lose 2 units as a result though, but that's still again still very much in Tianle's favor.
Yep, you're exactly right. And you know, with the stun spell coming in, Swain is gonna get stunned. TF is gonna get stunned as well. Disintegrate onto Seraphine, saying no Seraphine for you. But Tianle already got the lethal in hand.
Exactly. So no matter what, Bamju might just be delaying the inevitable if he cannot find any additional methods or pathways here towards success. So he's just scrambling to try to see what else he can try to do here. But again, it's looking so hard. He's still going to sustain 2 points of damage there thanks to the Mystic Shot. So that's going to bring him down to the single digits now, and the double stun comes out on both the Swain and the Twist of Fate. And now all the other units, including Leviathan, completely taken out of their misery now. And here we go, Tianle still with the advantage. 2 elusive 5/5s as well. Ooh, this is a tough one here for Bamju.
Yeah, going straight right for the attack, closing off game number 2. This is a 1-1, and we will be moving straight right to game number 3 in this grand finals of Bamju versus Tianle.
That little emote there by Bamju at the end, just saying fair play there, Tianle. So now we're going to a 3rd game decider, ladies and gentlemen. But wow. That was, again, another fast one, another super aggressive one, but I think Tianle definitely played this one right.
Yep, it played it to perfection right there, but it's all down to that final game, right? Twist of Fate, Swain going up against Vayne, Pantheon. Pantheon not wearing a shirt, he's filled with muscle or muscles at this point in time. So what is going to stop this man? Is Swain, Twist of Fate the answer to this particular deck? We got to wait and see for the final game.
Whether it's the answer or not, I mean, no matter what, Bamju is still going to have to lock it in as his final choice here, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go, last round of the last matchup for today, the grand finals here to determine the champion for Asia Pacific here in Legend of Runeterra, and it begins now.
Oh, it's such a interesting and such an exciting grand finals right here. And I mean, I was just looking up in the stats department, and you know, the Pantheon deck has a 50.62% win rate against TF Swain. So technically, this is a 50-50 lineup, and we're we're just putting this particular championship in a 50-50 game.
Oh my goodness! I mean, that's what 0.6%. Like, I don't even know if that's statistically significant enough here to say that he has the advantage. But certainly, yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of a coin toss right now to determine who's going to be the winner. So now it's going to be all about the plays, all about the big brains now. Bamju and Tinley is going to have to squeeze every last bit of brain juice now to figure this one out. And if they do, they're going to be top of the world here, at least in Asia Pacific.
Wow, I mean, right here, Tinley got the Saga Seeker online as well. He got Elua in hand to protect a future Pantheon. He got Pantheon in his hand. And, right here, Bamju having lots of removal in his hand. Also, I believe here, this is exactly the 50-50 matchup that we are looking for.
Exactly. So now, we saw Mexican standoff in the last one. Now this is going to be a tug of war between two very, very buff decks here. And Bamju, Tinley is going to continue to play this one out here. There's a 5-5 now on Tinley's side. That's going to grow and grow, though, as far as this turns continue on. We're already on round 5. This is literally rapid fire card play going on now in this grand finals. And boy, oh boy, now Bamju is going to lay down the gauntlet. The 6-3 on the board now. Is Tinley going to commit his 5-5?
Are you going to trade your Saga Seeker that you have spent so much time growing? Right? This is a good question and answer coming in. Take 6 damage if you're not, willing to sacrifice your Saga Seeker right over there. Ilua coming in. I believe Spell Shield might be the choice, but instead he chose to go with the Overwhelm. And, Bamju got the answer to remove him with the Death's Hand into Ravenous Flock.
Ooh, I mean, risky move there, definitely from Tinley, but I don't think it's going to pay off, though, given what you just told me here. So Bamju still very much firmly in the advantage here. So let's see what his choice is going to be in this next rally here.
Yep. Or, Bamju could choose to go for the Swain this turn, but I don't think that is the smartest choice, right? Knowing that, Tinley has yet to expend any combat tricks or any combat spells in his hand, and Tinley just happened to have 3 combat spells in his hand.
Oh, yeah. So, again, that might just be enough for him to just keep this ball rolling here. As far as his Saga Seeker is still going to be up, and the Vayne picked up from the top deck now from Tinley. So we see what he's going to try to do on this attack rally. Is he going to commit to the attack? Okay, he's going to commit the Vayne onto the bench anyway. And that's further going to help the Saga Seeker to continue to grow, and now he's up to 6-6.
Let the tumbling begin, ladies and gentlemen, as Vayne is on the board with a tumble in his hand. And, with the Saga Seeker, it's going to be triggering Fated as well. It's going to be adding 1 more stack to Pantheon, which I believe he is ready to come online really soon.
Yep, so now balls in Bamju's court as he decides what is his defensive move going to be at this point now. Stalling from time a little bit. I mean, it's been rapid fire up until this point, but now they're going to have to tiptoe very, very carefully because one wrong move might just be their last. Make It Rain is going to be brought out here to at least bring that 6-6 down to something, and probably also help nerf down that Vayne very much down to only 3 health points. Now this is going to force Tinley to go for the commitment here for the attack, and the buffs coming in brings the Vayne up to a 4-4 now, so there's plenty of damage coming his way. And remember, also with the Overwhelm as well, it means that even with the blocks there, that's still 6 points of damage that will come through.
Wow, I mean, this is going to be a really interesting exchange in this particular combat, right? Bamju immediately firing off the Ravenous Flock onto the Vayne, knowing that she is damaged. But Tinley have a single combat in his hand. He could remove the tentacles and potentially push 6 damage in this turn.
Youch! Thought when he might have the answer there. It seems like his guard has just been felled a little bit. So that's still 6 damage that will come through when they commit to this attack here. So whatever how they cut it. Yep, there goes the tentacles, and there goes the health.
It's not looking good for Bamju, but this is a good opening for him to drop the Swain, right? Knowing that one of the single combat is used up by Tinley, and it's safe to put Swain down, I guess.
Yeah, might just be safe now. I mean, there's still 3 combat spells there. Tinley could play, and yep, the Swain will be brought down, and he will be leveled up on the bench now. 5-7, the attack and health there for the Swain.
Yep, tumbling once again with the Saga Seeker 7-6, rolling straight right in. 1 mana open for Bamju, and I believe he's not going to be blocking with the Swain, and he will be taking all 7 damage to the gut, putting himself to 7 health.
Oh, I hope he can sustain that right now, because he's putting himself in a precarious position, but that's only so they can try possibly to build up for a comeback. But talking about building up, that Saga Seeker getting stronger and stronger by the turns.
Yup, Mickey Rain coming in, taking out the Ilua in the process and damaging the Saga Seeker and stunning it in at the same time. So now this is the big question, right? Is Tinley going to be going in for the Concerted Strike onto the Swain? Because this is the perfect time to do this if Bamju don't put the pen on Swain.
Yeah, so now Bamju commits to this attack now, or does he commit to attack? He's going to be pulling back a little bit. Oh, he's going to try to get the Swain buffed up to 7-7 now. So at least it's actually going to be a stronger Swain coming into that next round, but he's going to be passing pretty much on the next rally here. Is this going to cost him though? Pantheon brought to the fold now. It's not quite leveled up yet, so but then still, that's a massive, massive threat that Tinley has just landed onto his bench.
Wow, I mean, immediately going in for the Death Sam to pop Pantheon's barrier away, and so that, you know, hopefully the Swain would be able to remove or even take out the Pantheon once and for all here and out. And at the same time, with a Death's Hand, the Pantheon would be stunned as well.
Yeah, but then let's not forget, there's still potential for Tinley to top deck another Pantheon. There's still 2 more left in his deck here, but nevertheless, he does get it bumped up to a 4-1, and that's going to be the level up that he needs to bring the Pantheon to full strength now. So it's full fighting steam ahead here for the Pantheon, as he's up now to a 6-5.
Yup, he's looking for a spell shield, but no spell shield in sight. And that is probably it, right? Pantheon is stunned, and Swain have a good opening to go right in. 11 damage to seal the deal now and here. And ladies and gentlemen, here we have Bamju stumbling his way into the grand finals and yet taking home the win. What else there to say? This man is the champion for Snapdragon Pro Series Legends of Runeterra.
Oh, and he looks like he almost couldn't believe it. Look at the elation jumping up for joy there. Bamju wins it here. He is a champion for Asia Pacific for Legends of Runeterra. My God, reigning supreme here is Bamju, hailing all the way from the Philippines. Oh, gago. What a great play here for Bamju.
What a night for this man. Take a look at his face. Take a look at his face. Do not mess with me. This is what this picture is telling us, and he is our champion. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Philippines, representing home of the Aces. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Bamju.
Wow. Imagine that. He didn't come into this competition expecting to get this far, and now he's just come out the overall champion in split number 2. What a journey for this man here.
I'm just so happy for this guy, man. I mean, he's coming in. His lineup is literally, you know, a little bit on the losing side towards his opponent. He won that 50-50 matchup in game number 3. What else there to say? This man, our champion right here.
Wow, this is amazing. This is what an incredible day it is right now for Asia Pacific Legends Runeterra. Not only we got to see 100% loss rate on the Seraphim, we also got to see an unexpected champion coming up into the fold. Wow. I mean, the only thing that I can say for sure right now is that, okay, at least from now, no more surprises from this point on.
No more surprises because we're at the end, Victor.
Yep, exactly. Exactly. No more surprises. Nothing else can happen today. So, yeah, I'm fine. I'm good with that.
Oh, man. I mean, it has been such a good night, right? Like, you know, lots of good plays throughout the whole day as well. And not forgetting Bamju just, you know, playing to his best of his abilities and just putting the Philippines or even Hota on the map on this tournament.
Exactly. Oh, I just can't wait to see what Bamju will have to say for us later on, because I bet, you know, there's just gonna be so much elation in that man right now. So, Oh, this is just such a day. What an eventful
day.
Yeah,
What a day.
What a day indeed here, ladies and gentlemen. But don't forget, this all wouldn't have been possible without the support of Snapdragon. And nevertheless, though, let's go ahead and jump straight into the interview now with Bamju, hailing from the Philippines, the champion of Asia Pacific right now. Yeah, boy! Wow, wow, Bamju. Right now, let us know raw thoughts here. What is your feeling right now?
I was still nervous. I didn't. I can't say words right now.
Oh, I mean, fair play, man. I mean, you literally did all of your talking on the board there. I mean, I think a really encouraging question was I really want to ask is like when you came out with that deck list there, were you really targeting all of these like really clutch sort of situations? Because I don't know. I mean, it's still 6 champion like aggro. Seriously, seriously.
The only thing that I think about that agro deck is that each and every champion has a use. Action gives you a landmark that gives you a free attacker, or you could get a burn. Ziggs is a good statted champion. Renekton is an overwhelmed champion. Even the Blade Squire there does something because you get a +2 token and in an overwhelm. All in all, the champions there, even though they are only one-offs, they are doing their jobs. They are doing their jobs as units, not champions.
As units, yes. That's the key point, as units. Well, I think, Bamju, you have won, right? But have you seen the way you win just now? No, like as a person, not in the game.
Yeah.
Come. Take a look. Let me show you.
I am a gamer that was
Let me show you how. What's your reaction, man? You're like, oh! Whoa!
Oh yeah. That's a face of pure joy right there, Bamju. I mean, wow, I'm so happy for you, man. Seriously, this is like, I mean, that's the perfect way to cap off this crazy day right here. I mean, new patch and a new champion into the fold right now. This is such a day for you to savor, man.
Oh, I got one last question for you, Bamju.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got one last question for you. Like, well, how are you gonna celebrate today? How are you gonna celebrate this win?
Maybe a few drinks with my friends right there. Well, I am known as Jubam or Bamju. Hello sa Batani Jubam dyan. We have something to drink.
Oh man.
And
so
can I shout out for my friends?
oh, of course,
Yeah,
go
sure,
ahead.
go
By
ahead.
all means, the floor is yours, my man. Go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you for the support coming from my family. And well, my prayers to God work. Also, thank you to Home of the Aces for catering my needs as a competitive and a caster as well. Thank you for my friends, Patani Dubam, Chikaina right there, my girlfriend. I love you so much, and all of the supports of my friends. I'm really thankful to be bullied by other players, blacklist players, and getting dumped by a lot of Korean and even Artify on ladder. I was casting their games, but right now I am the champion of the tournament that there were been involved, and I'm so happy right now.
I mean, no matter what, man, no one's ever going to be able to take away this achievement from you. Congratulations, Bamju. You are the Asia Pacific champion for Legends of Runeterra. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And yes, move on. Godspeed, my friend. Thank you so much for participating, and thank you for all that entertainment.
Bye bye.
Oh, I love that man already. Like, he's such a fun guy. He's a good player, and overall as a person, he's wonderful.
Yes, indeed. What a bubbly guy, and I'm certain he's going to have more than just a few drinks tonight here because, wow, I mean, how to kind of like deal with this. Let's go ahead and recap a little bit how we got to this stage here, ladies and gentlemen, as we look through the brackets one more time. So we started the day off with the battle between the two Filipino players, Jinsol versus Hoda Bamju. Bamju, of course, won that round out to go into the semifinals, where he was going to meet C Hitter, who beat out Odyssey, one of the favorites from Thailand, in a 2-0 shocking series there to be able to take the second semifinal slot. Then later on, Tinley beat Artify, yet another favorite from Thailand, to make his way onto the semifinals to join along with KDF Kamdong, hailing from Korea there. He beat Trap, got pretty handily in a 2-1 series, but got beaten by Tinley 2-1 there in the semifinals. So that's Tinley going into the grand finals there alongside Hoda Bamju, who managed to beat C Hitter with a 2-1. And then finally, once we got to that grand final, Hoda Bamju just dominated that 2-1 to take the champion. And bonus as well, KDF Kamdong wins that last cash prize there. The $500 goes to him after winning that third place deciding match.
Wow, I mean, it has been a long night, and all 8 players really did their best right here in the battleground, in the battlefield. And big props to them, because it's not easy to be on a stage like that and perform at such a level.
Exactly, and the fact that he did it in such a calm and relaxed way. Did you know that in between, he literally was going back from his workplace to home between these matches? I mean, crazy. The fact that he did that and still won out. Man, mind-blowing. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time, we're going to be asking you guys to give your support to our main sponsors of the Snapdragon Pro Series, starting with the Snapdragon Elite Gaming for when winning matters, and winning definitely mattered so much for Bamju, because look at that. Just like that, Asia Pacific champion. I mean, wow, win, and win big, ladies and gentlemen, with the Snapdragon constantly supporting behind you. Not to forget as well the rest of our sponsors, Monster Energy, unleash the beast just like Bamju does with those big muscles there. The Pantheon really bringing the fold here. Unleash it over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, when you run out of your credits in your favorite mobile games, whether or not it's going to be stuff you play on mobile or PC, you can definitely make those reloads happen on Kachi Shop, because not only you're going to be able to get great deals, but you also get bonuses as well when you order through their online storefront. So check it out over at kachishop.com/my. So, final thoughts here, my man, before we closing out?
Wow, I mean, it has been a roller coaster ride for tonight, and I enjoy, right, whenever I come onto stage or I come onto broadcast, I'm always happy to see our Apex player playing into their best, and finally being happy, right, achieving something that they have been dreaming of the whole time. So big congratulations to all top 8 players, or even all the players who joined the Snapdragon Pro Series LR, because without you guys, this event wouldn't be possible. Without the community, without the player pool, right, LR would not be what it is today.
Yeah, shout out to the community, because you guys in the Legends of Terra community are awesome indeed. I love the love that you guys are showing us in the chat as well. Thank you all so much for the kind words. We really do bring our best here whenever we commentate, and glad to see that you guys are enjoying every last second of it. So with that out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to wrap things up. This has been the Snapdragon Pro Series Asia Pacific Open Finals number 2 for the split, and for the Legends of Terra, we already found our champion in the form of Bamju, all the way for the Philippines. So on that note, thank you all so much for joining us here. Apologies for any of the technical issues and mistakes that happen, but those kind of things happen anyway. But nevertheless, though, we still brought you guys such a great show here on this Friday. So thank you all so much. My name is Victor Cax. Join me here as Moon Boy. We'll see you guys hopefully in the next Snapdragon Pro Series. But until then, signing off and sayonara.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.